ceiling was a coder, which basically meant his life was a soul-crushing cycle of 16-hour workdays filled with meaningless tasks. Today was a prime example, as his manager had just dropped a last-minute bombshell of a revision, leaving our protagonist hunched over his computer, hammering out code, utterly drained, his face slick with sweat. He could just about hear his boss, lounging comfortably in a plush chair, suggesting a new feature. He wanted the app's background to magically shift with the user's mood red for happy, blue for sad, and purple for excitement. After countless more hours of this grind, Ming finally collapsed from sheer exhaustion, his head slamming right onto the keyboard. He figured he'd just passed out for a second, but the grim reality was far worse. He was dead. Despite this, his mind was still active, and a bewildered grin spread across his face as he began to take in his strange new reality. An incredible number of blank cards were drifting through the air in front of him. With his eyes wide in disbelief and his mouth hanging open, he let out a gasp of astonishment, finding himself suspended in a dark void with nothing but the cards floating around him. It felt like he was witnessing a fragment of someone else's life. And a shocking idea began to form. He had been reborn in another world. The realization hit him like a physical blow, causing him to frown in shock and clench his jaw. Then, another vision flooded his senses. He was walking down the crowded streets of a strange city, bombarded by the voices of merchants announcing sales. There was an offer for a 40% off coupon, a pitch for customers to buy 2 items and get a third one free, and a shout from a store claiming to have on all kinds of cards with discounts up to 50%, warning that the deal was limited. Someone else urged buyers to hurry, insisting that their stock wouldn't last. Our hero was rooted to the spot, completely speechless as he looked around this mental landscape. Snapping back from the vivid images in his head, he finally jolted awake for real. He shot up in sheer terror, his eyes wide as he frantically scanned his surroundings, asking where he was. He stumbled out of bed, getting to his feet. Standing there for a long moment, he tried desperately to make sense of what was happening. His eyes then landed on a mirror. He cautiously approached it, his mind a whirlwind, and slowly touched his fingers to the cool surface of the glass. He stared in absolute amazement at his reflection. It was a completely different face. "Who is this?" he whispered. And as he did, the full, horrifying truth crashed down on him. Ming screamed, grabbing his hair with both hands as it all came rushing back. He remembered dying, slaving away in front of that computer because his product manager had changed the requirements at the 11th hour. He could still recall those absurd demands as if they were just spoken. He remembered working late into the night with a skull-splitting headache, right before his brain seemed to just short-circuit. His consciousness had gradually faded out, and everything went black. Recalling all of this now, a dark chuckle escaped his lips. He imagined his lifeless expression and motionless body, picturing his manager strolling in the next morning to pat him on the shoulder, only to discover he was dead. The thought of the man's terrified face was almost amusing. Shaking off the morbid thought, he sighed and closed his eyes. He pressed his palm to his forehead as he slipped on a pair of shoes, accepting the situation. Not only had he died, but his soul had been transported into the body of another person who, by some bizarre coincidence, was also named Ming. The protagonist took a deep breath to focus, then confidently clenched his palms into fists, deciding that this was it. His past life was done, just dust in the wind. With a new body came a fresh start. But as he looked down at his determined fist, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. He was instantly pulled back into that strange void, surrounded by the same empty, floating cards. He quickly assumed that these had to be the memories of this body. As he turned his head, he noticed one of the cards had a symbol that looked exactly like a video playback icon. "Incredible," he exclaimed, touching the card. It was like a movie file, containing an entire lifetime that he could watch anytime he wanted. From it, he learned that the body he now inhabited shared his name, Lu Ming. He was 16 years old and a student at a vocational technical college. He came from a good family with healthy parents and even had a sister. Stroking his chin, our protagonist noted that the basic starting stats were pretty good. But he was curious about one thing. Why would a kid like this enroll in a technical college? Suddenly, a jolt ran through him, his eyes widening as the memory showed a girl named Jiang Shui entering the room. He realized this was his new sister, and embarrassedly exclaimed to himself that the previous owner's older sister was way too beautiful. Standing back in front of the mirror, pulled from his memories and back into reality, he froze. He asked himself why he felt a wave of strange, unfamiliar emotions whenever he thought of Jue. He pictured her face in his mind again, analyzing the feelings, and realized it was a messy combination of inferiority, envy, and a vague, puppy dog-like love. On top of that, there was a desire for control. The kid had basically worshipped her like a goddess. It was honestly a little shocking. Trying to distract himself from these thoughts, Ming turned around and picked up a blanket to make the bed. He stopped short. However, when he noticed several magazines lying on it, he froze for a moment. Peering at the covers, he saw the images on the books, and a nervous sweat broke out on his brow. He frowned, putting a hand to his chin and closing his eyes in thought. A moment later, a wry smile appeared, and he let out a relaxed laugh, noting that when you really think about it, it's quite normal for a kid to have all sorts of strange thoughts when he has such a beautiful sister. And it's especially normal for a guy deep in his teenage years. Continuing to look around the room, he noticed a trash can nearby that was so full that garbage was spilling out onto the floor. He froze in confusion again, just staring at it for a moment, before deciding to dive back into the memories he had received. He learned from the previous owner that the original Ming also knew these feelings were wrong, and that's why he intended to leave that place. He had run all the way here, to a relatively distant city. When he had arrived, he had thought that if he could succeed in the future, he would finally be able to help his sister properly. And so, he had resolved to become a card maker. The memory showed him stopping in front of a store, frozen in place. Ming wanted to see what happened next, but he suddenly pressed his lips tight and told himself to wait. He couldn't get over his confusion, asking himself, "What in the world is a card maker? Seriously, what is this?" he asked himself again. Suddenly, a flash of brilliant light appeared right next to him. As he focused his gaze on it, Ming gasped in surprise. He frowned, looking at the shining card that had materialized beside him, and realized that he had, without a doubt, entered another world. After that, he plunged back into his memories for more answers. He noticed a man who, clenching his palm into a fist, smirked and prepared to attack. He lashed out at his opponent, striking him with a powerful blow. Watching this, the protagonist understood that in this world, the very space between heaven and earth was literally saturated with an incredibly powerful energy. This was why there were thousands of different types of cultivation, and why people possessed so many amazing powers. The opponent that the man attacked didn't take any damage, despite the force of the blow. Instead, he simply moved closer and folded his fingers as if to flick him on the forehead. The attacker froze in total confusion, and Ming realized something. Some people here really got a thrill from a good fight. While he was thinking about it, the images in his mind kept playing. The superior fighter snapped his fingers, sending his opponent flying backward to fall in a heap on the ground. The man who won then turned his attention towards a girl standing nearby. Ming figured that men here often did things like this to show off. The winner of the fight laughed as he looked at the girl, who, noticing his gaze, screamed, trembling and crying. Her lips quivered, and our protagonist noted that other people preferred to use spells instead. And this girl was one of them. Closing her eyes, she clenched her hands into fists, and raising her head, she screamed, releasing a torrent of magical energy from her body. Because of this, she grew many times larger, and the man standing before her froze in amazement, his brow furrowed. There were countless types of spells, which meant that being a card creator was a great support profession. To put it simply, card creators sealed various abilities, illusions, and even images into empty cards. And if the creator themselves was strong enough, they could seal practically anything. Returning from his memories to reality, Ming asked himself if he could really create anything. He figured that was very cool. Looking at the card still hanging in the air in front of him, he realized that it was his original card. Every creator had one, and if you sealed a skill into it, you could then copy that captured ability onto another card. Thinking about what he'd learned, the protagonist realized that this was basically the same as recording on a disc. He assumed that he and the person whose body he now occupied were colleagues in the same line of work. He spun the card over his finger, noting that the original Ming only had a card with a single star. Sitting on the bed, he grinned, noticing that it contained a faint energy, somewhat similar to chakra. But in terms of power, the card was still at the initial level. The card was at the absolute bottom rung. Grinning, our protagonist decided that this wasn't bad, since he was now on the path to conquering the world. He then realized that his sister, Shui, would be coming to visit him soon, and as he pictured her appearance, he decided he absolutely could not lose face in front of her. Memories flooded his mind, revealing a horrifying truth to fake a life of luxury. The original Ming had done the unthinkable and taken out a massive loan just to open his own card shop. The protagonist's face twisted in disbelief as the awful reality sank in, and a knot of dread began to form in his stomach. He frantically searched for a phone, finally spotting it tucked under a blanket. Relief washed over him when he saw it used a fingerprint scanner. After unlocking it, he navigated to the loan application, and his blood ran cold. His eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the staggering amount on the screen. Clutching his head, he let out a strangled scream, cursing the fool whose body he was now stuck in. How could anyone borrow that much for a stupid little store? He'd never seen a number that high in his entire life, and the sheer horror of it sent him collapsing back onto the bed in total shock. He laid there stunned for a moment before a chilling thought surfaced to get money from a loan shark. The original Ming must have offered something as collateral. He dug through the inherited memories, desperate to find out what it was, and then he found it a memory card. He shuddered, his face contorting in disgust at the images of the girl. She was in a series of scandalous outfits and highly suggestive poses. He cursed, burying his face in his hands, disgusted and horrified. What in the world was wrong with this generation falling to his knees? Ming slammed his fists on the floor, shouting because he knew exactly what was coming next. With his head bowed, he knew they would come to collect, demanding money he absolutely did not have. They would tear him to pieces. His lips pressed into a thin, hard line as his face dripped with a cold sweat. He cursed his luck, knowing he was in a catastrophic amount of trouble. Not only was he in physical danger, but his reputation would be utterly destroyed, forcing him to go into hiding. His fury at the body's previous owner boiled over. He called him a fool, screaming curses again and again, calling him a sick and twisted degenerate. He couldn't fathom what kind of person would ever do something so reckless. He gritted his teeth, convinced the original Ming knew this disaster was inevitable. Unable to bottle up his rage and despair, he let out another curse, leapt to his feet, and swung his leg furiously. "What is this fresh hell?" he roared. He'd worked himself to death in his past life, only to be reborn in this loser's body, drowning in debt. He despised this situation, to vent his frustration. He kicked the door, but a second later his eyes shot wide open. He howled in pain, nearly crying as he grabbed the foot he'd just injured. He started hopping around on his good leg, trying to distract himself from the throbbing agony, when he suddenly noticed the door he'd kicked had creaked slightly open, making a loud groan. Hearing the strange noise, Ming forgot all about the pain, his brow furrowing as he tried to figure out where the sound came from. "Who's there?" he asked warily. He crept closer to the door and pushed it open wider, stepping into another room that turned out to be a shop, with finished cards neatly arranged on shelves. His jaw dropped in surprise as he walked further in, asking aloud, "This is what that idiot dedicated his life to," he continued on, reaching the front door and pushing it open to step out onto the street. He froze, gazing around with his mouth hanging open, looking up at the towering buildings all around him as the sounds of vendors filled the air. They were all promoting their merchandise, promising a 40% discount for bringing a friend, offering a third item free after buying two, and claiming their stores had everything with discounts up to 50%. In some shops, stock was limited, while others were having a huge sale. Sellers were rushing customers, insisting that their goods were running out. The protagonist just stood there, taking in the sea of shops and the crowds of people swarming toward them. Representatives from different stores even came out onto the street, using loudspeakers to amplify their voices and advertise. Their calls echoed through the street, shouting that everything was on display and just waiting to be bought. They guaranteed high-quality products at retail prices and pleaded with people to come inside. Some warned that haggling was pointless since they were basically giving things away. After surveying one side of the street, Ming turned around, his eyes still wide with amazement, and saw another massive establishment just down the road. Beyond that, he spotted several more large shops, each with a constant flood of customers entering and forming long lines that snaked out the door. The full reality of his situation finally crashed down on him. The protagonist grabbed his cheeks and screamed, cursing his fate. He dropped to his knees, his head bowed in utter defeat. It was clear now everyone here was completely obsessed with these cards. It seemed like a miracle his tiny store was still afloat at all. Considering the insane competition, his eyes widened in horror, but his thoughts were suddenly cut short. He turned in surprise when he noticed a young man and woman walking nearby. The girl turned to her companion and asked if she could get a fantasy card. He was silent for a second before gesturing to Ming's store and asking his companion how that card joint hadn't gone under yet. The girl shot back his name indignantly, pointing out that Ming could hear everything. But the guy paid her no attention as they walked right past the main character. He just cried out that he really wanted to get some sleep. The girl was clearly irritated, but he ignored her. Ming just watched them leave, then suddenly shuddered, repeating the name fantasy card. At that moment, the phone in his pocket buzzed, alerting him that he had one unread message. He jumped. Startled by the beep, he pulled out the device and opened the app, which chimed again. An icon of an envelope unfolded before his eyes, and the protagonist's jaw dropped in amazement. "What is this?" he wondered, thinking it must be some kind of hologram. A moment later, the silhouette of a man materialized in front of him. It pointed a finger in his direction and started yelling insults, warning that his time was almost up. He also shouted for Ming to get ready for a world of hurt if he didn't return the debt on time. Hearing all this, the protagonist raised his head, staring straight ahead in terror. Soon after, he hurried back into his shop. He picked up a sheet of paper and, after studying it, realized it was a set of instructions on how to create a basic card. He figured that if he followed the schematic, he could probably make a new one. The plan itself seemed perfectly straightforward. After reading it over carefully one more time, Ming decided to give it a shot. He took an empty card and placed it on the table, then picked up a special pen, channeling his body's energy down through its tip and into the card. The tip began to leave dark lines on the card's surface. As he worked, he thought that the whole process felt a lot like coding simple operations, like addition or division, the very first things programmers learn. As he drew, Ming realized that creating cards was basically just genes programming, but in a completely different world. When he finished the last line, he exclaimed that there was only one stroke left. The moment he completed it, the lines on the card began to glow. After that, the surface transformed, and a colorful image appeared. The protagonist cried out joyfully when he saw it. He snatched the card, looking it over, but his elation quickly faded. Frowning, he examined the card he'd made again and then tossed it aside, shouting that this was complete nonsense. Selling one-star cards would never pay off his debts. Even after 20 hours of crafting cards, he would only make 100 yuan. Imagining such a pathetic amount, he realized how grim his situation was. With trembling lips, he asked himself if it was already too late, like trying to save a bottle of wine after the barrel was empty. A volcano of despair erupted in his mind. Closing his eyes, Ming burst into tears, clenching his jaw, but he was suddenly distracted when someone called his name. He turned around abruptly to see Zhang Xiaopeng walking into his shop. He waved his hand in greeting and asked how he was doing. As he walked in, he leaned against a table and fanned himself with an empty card, complaining that he was overheating and asked if Ming's air conditioner was broken. Xiaopeng was an illusionist and the protagonist's classmate from college. When Ming remembered this, he let out a surprised cry. He mentally repeated that Xiaopeng was an illusionist, and his eyes widened as he imagined an image of an empty card, exclaiming that this was wonderful. He smiled happily and greeted Xiaopeng, claiming that he wouldn't believe it. But he was just thinking about him. Xiaopeng, however, said he shouldn't be on his mind and warned Ming to handle his debts himself. But the protagonist asked what debt had to do with anything. He asked Xiaopeng to help him create a fantasy card. Laughing, Xiaopeng raised a finger and exclaimed that he could do it without any problems, but then asked what he would get out of it. To honor their shining friendship, he offered Ming a special discount, dramatically announcing a price of 999 yuan. The protagonist didn't say a word, merely contemplating the so-called power of friendship with narrowed, slightly annoyed eyes. Xiao Wang, misreading the silence, just prompted him to speak up. So, what kind of illusion do you need? He asked. Offering a menu of choices, a little sister? A humble servant? Or maybe a drama queen from a TV series? But before he could continue, he abruptly decided to calculate his profit margin first. Whipping out a calculator, he got to work, his tongue sticking out in deep concentration. His antics made the protagonist snap. What in the world are you illusion department students even learning? He yelled in frustration. Xiaoeng just stared at him, bewildered. Ming then cracked a smile and finally made his request. Help me create a fruit illusion. Xiaoeng's brow furrowed in confusion, and he had to ask him to say that again. At last, the protagonist told him to just watch. After sketching a few quick diagrams, he explained that all the items needed to be a standard size, with the fruits falling from the top one by one. He asked if Xiaoeng got it, stressing that they couldn't all drop at once but had to descend gradually. As Ming explained that the pace should accelerate, Xiaoeng cut in. What's the purpose of an illusion like this? He reminded Ming that illusions were meant to satisfy people's desires. But before he could argue further, Ming shut him down, telling him not to overthink it. It was clear he didn't care about the why. In the end, Xiaoeng relented. But this is way too easy, he exclaimed. Placing his palms facing each other, he began to concentrate, forming an illusion in the space between his hands. Slowly, the shapes of the required objects began to materialize. Seeing this, Ming encouraged him, and once the illusion was fully formed, he cheered. Awesome! Now seal it! Ming yelled joyfully. But Xiaopeng, looking at him with uncertainty, hesitated. Are you absolutely sure this is how it's supposed to work? The protagonist shot back a nervous confirmation and urged him to hurry up, but Xiaoeng was frozen, breaking out in a nervous sweat, too scared to push the illusion forward. To seal it into the card, he had to be precise. Frowning with intense focus, lips pressed tight, Ming watched him like a hawk, finally, gathering his courage. Xiaopeng asked one more time if the protagonist was absolutely certain. He warned that he was about to start. But Ming, fed up, cursed at him to just get on with it. He yelled that it wasn't a bomb, it wouldn't explode. so Xiao Wang needed to stop shaking. With an indignant scowl, Xiao Wang shouted back that he wasn't scared. He was just trying to conserve his energy. Ming's eyes widened in disbelief before he let out a frustrated sigh and warned that if Xiao Wang failed, he'd be paying for everything himself. Those words were all the motivation he needed. With newfound confidence, he thrust his hands forward, yelling that Ming should have said that from the start. He cast the seal, sending the illusion flying. As it neared him, Ming stretched out his palms, placing a card on one and generating a magic circle near the other. He slammed his hands together, merging the illusion with the card. He was panting from the effort, but inside his head, he was screaming with joy, knowing the seal was a success. Opening his hands to inspect the final product, he realized what this meant. The next time, he'd be able to do this all by himself. He gazed at his very first card, noting that it was complete. The card's design had transformed, and Xiaopang, looking at the image on it, scoffed that such illusions were pointless and wondered who would ever buy it. Ming simply told him to pay it no mind. He mentioned that the money had already been transferred. Hearing this, Xiaowang dropped the argument, deciding to go eat the noodles he'd forgotten to finish yesterday. Ming warned him to be careful not to die from eating expired food. With a grunt of annoyance, Xiaopang shot back a warning. Next time, there won't be any discounts. But just as he stepped over the threshold to leave, he suddenly stopped. He turned back toward Ming and admitted that while he had no clue what he was planning, he was eager to see the results. The protagonist was left stunned, clearly not expecting that kind of support, and couldn't even think of a reply. 10 days later, the guy paused, looking ahead thoughtfully and noticing a massive crowd gathered up the street. He was taken aback by the sight, wondering if someone was having trouble. "Are there more defective cards again?" he muttered. The girl walking beside him asked if he wanted to get a closer look. Hand in hand, they decided to check it out and made their way forward. A contented smile on the girl's face while the guy wore a look of intense focus. They stopped right next to the mob. A crowd of people had swarmed the storefront. They stood packed together, and from behind them, a man's voice boomed, telling customers not to just walk by. "If you're a real man, last for 100 seconds. The same man yelled that they had nothing to lose and that this was no trick. He challenged them to test their limits. This was all coming from Ming, who was holding the very card he had created, his voice amplified by a loudspeaker. He was ready to reveal the secret of the mighty ninjas, announcing that those who tried this method became stronger, more resilient, and faster. He added that this was the first ever card cultivation in history, noting it was only 100 yuan for a single attempt, with no strings attached. He presented the card to the crowd, declaring that if they could last 100 seconds, he'd pay them 1,000 yuan, and for anyone who could manage it for 7 days straight, the reward would be 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. One of the girls tilted her head, asking if he was really talking about a cultivation card. Others wondered if it could truly train their reaction speed, while some suspected it was just some kind of con. A 100-second challenge for a 1,000 yuan prize? It sounded too good to be true. But just then, a guy from the crowd decided he'd give it a shot. The protagonist turned toward the voice, his attention landing on the man as he exclaimed that a true challenger had finally arrived. "A real man at last," Ming shouted, telling him to follow him inside the store where the test would take place. The guy he was looking at seemed surprised, asking if Ming was talking to him. But then an angry shout erupted, and the protagonist, startled, glanced down to see a different guy standing there. He was in front of the man Ming had originally spotted, but he was so short that Ming hadn't even noticed him. Pointing a finger at the protagonist, the short guy angrily told him to open his eyes. Ming leaned in, apologized for the mix-up, and told him to follow. Eyeing Ming with suspicion, the guy warned that he didn't need the 10,000 yuan, as he already had plenty of cash. But he cautioned, if this cultivation card turned out to be a fraud, he would report it to the Consumer Association. Ming just grinned at him, promising he wouldn't regret it. He then inserted the card into a special device and told him to press the start button. As he began the countdown to activate Fruit Ninja, counting down from 4 to 1, the space around the boy started to glow. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting to be transported to another dimension. When the card finally activated, he found himself looking around, his brow furrowed in confusion. A bizarre sensation washed over him. He shuddered, clenched his jaw, and complained that the quality was terrible, nothing but blocky pixels everywhere. He was certain that even a total amateur could have designed a better environment. Cursing, he declared it a total scam and decided this place wasn't worth a second of his time. He was about to call the association immediately, but in the next instant, a watermelon dropped from a hole in the ceiling. Noticing it, the guy looked up, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. More and more watermelons started to fall. His eyes widened in horror. The fruits rained down, splattering as they hit the ground, and the guy could only ask himself what in the world was happening. A short while later, people were rushing each other, checking their watches and sprinting toward the store from every direction. Some who were already inside asked if this tiny shop was really the place everyone was talking about. Others nearby confirmed it, shocked by how many people were showing up. Friends had recommended it, some had seen ads in the news, and the crowd just kept growing. Those stuck at the very back of the line, unable to even get in, were desperate to know what was going on. Some had never been there before and waving their money. They tried to muscle their way forward, shoving rivals aside and demanding to be let in. When one man tried to push past a girl, she shrieked in outrage, feeling his hand brush against her chest, and called him a pervert. But the rest of the customers, clutching their cash, ignored such minor squabbles. They just screamed to be let through, insisting they had arrived first and begging to go next in exchange for a higher price. Some offered to pay double, while others were willing to pay 10 times as much just for the first spot. Hearing all this, Ming closed his eyes and grinned with pure satisfaction. Holding a box overflowing with money, his eyes practically turned into cash registers at the thought of the profit. And with that same smile, he addressed the frantic crowd. Later that evening, at a high-end establishment in the city, the buzz was all about a new fruit cultivation card. The man asking all the questions, Qian Xingkai, held a cup and wondered aloud if such a thing could even exist. He'd never heard of anything like it. His assistant confirmed the wild rumors after activating the card. Watermelons would rain down from the sky. The speed and number of watermelons would escalate. And if you got hit 3 times, the game was over. The current record was a mere 34 seconds. As one aide shared this, another was staring at the sales data, announcing that the market had utterly exploded. In just a couple of hours, the card's creator, Ming, had pocketed nearly 100,000 yuan, and that figure was still climbing. He presented the chart, and a startled Shikai blurted out, "He made 100,000!" His shout woke the massive Y sleeping beside him. Shikai was trembling, barely keeping a grip on his cup as he stood, observing that while the design was basic, the mechanics were brilliant. Every last detail was perfectly executed, from player engagement and increasing difficulty to the marketing itself. But the masterstroke was that the creator wasn't actually selling the card. Adjusting his glasses, Shinkai declared that this was fascinating. He asked his assistants when such a skilled entrepreneur had emerged in their city. They confessed they'd never heard of Ming and knew very little about him. Setting his cup down, Shikai mused that for a small territory, the commotion was immense, all over a simple 1-star card. From a rundown shop, he recognized this as a massive business opportunity. If the locals were this hooked, then the concept was sure to succeed in other countries. He laid out a strategy on the spot, realizing that if he could acquire the card, he could send it straight to their headquarters. He smirked, then let out a laugh, ordering his men to get the car ready. He was determined to get that card, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Jiang Chun, busy training on his equipment, found the situation intriguing. For someone to make that much money so quickly was impressive. Sure, for a massive card store chain, the sum was pocket change, but the whole affair was far more captivating than he'd first thought. He paused his workout, turned to his assistant, and asked if she was absolutely certain that Ming was a complete amateur. She confirmed it was true, cracking his knuckles. Chun grinned and said, "Good." In that case, he wanted her to find out immediately which illusionist had helped Ming create it. As the owner of Crystal Cards, the biggest card shop in Xingming, he flexed his hands, a sinister crack echoing in the room. Much later, as darkness fell, the card's energy depleted, and the lights in Ming's shop began to dim. Seeing this, he had to apologize to the long line of customers, announcing that they were closing for the night. "That's all for today," he called out, but one guy yelled back in desperation, "But I've been waiting for so long." Another person cursed, having queued for over an hour. The grumbling died down quickly. Though, as the customers left, they promised to return, telling Ming to have more cards ready for them next time. Our hero happily agreed. Once everyone was gone, he grinned to himself, knowing that every single one of those people would be telling their friends about his shop. The Fruit Ninja card had made him a fortune. He did a little victory dance, deciding it was time to lock up and head to bed. But before he could even move, Shinkai strolled into the store with a greeting. Ming, flustered, apologized and explained that the card was out of power for the day, asking him to come back tomorrow. But then he froze, breaking into a cold sweat. He recognized Wang Kai standing right in front of him. As the beast stepped closer, Ming couldn't contain his fear and let out a scream. He stumbled backward and fell to the floor. Shinkai greeted him properly, remarking on the beauty of his animal. Ming nervously called Y a cat, but Shinkai moved closer, ordering his companion to calm down. As Ming's attention shifted to the man, Shinkai placed a hand on Y's head, stroking it gently before asking the shop owner if it was true, that he was the creator. He introduced himself as the manager of Yezi. Ming instantly recalled that name. It was the largest chain of card shops in the entire city. He cursed internally, but kept a pleasant smile on his face, welcoming Shinkai and asking what brought him to his humble little shop. Shinkai, all business, stated that the reputation of Ming's fruit ninja had already swept through the city. He admitted he was impressed that someone so young could achieve such success. Ming just laughed, guessing that Shinkai had come to meet him in person. And he'd even brought his dog along for the visit. Y had already dozed off again. Shinkai, still petting the creature, corrected him. He's a tiger. But he quickly brushed that aside. Time is money, Shinkai declared, getting to his feet. So I'll be direct. My company wants to buy the plans and design for your card for 100,000 yuan. What do you say to that? Ming paused, processing the offer. He repeated the amount in his head, then frowned. Are you kidding me? He asked. My net profit from today alone was way more than 100,000, and you want to buy it for that cheap? He suggested that Shinkai should know better business sense than that. The manager stared at him, considering his point before conceding that it was true. But he warned Ming not to get ahead of himself. The idea behind your card might be novel, he said, but the design and the illusion are mediocre at best. Ming froze, listening intently as Shinkai leaned down toward an empty card on the floor. I genuinely admire your ingenuity, he admitted. You're not selling a card, you're selling an experience. But how long do you think it would take me to replicate it? Ming turned, now curious himself. How long? Shinkai smirked. One day, he announced, crossing his arms over his chest. At most, and with a small investment, I could do it in a few hours, for no more than 200,000 yuan. His partners agreed. By tomorrow morning, every shop in the city would be flooded with their own version of Fruit Ninja. While Y rolled over in his sleep, Shinkai delivered the final blow. Your card will become worthless. Hearing this, Ming's eyes went wide. How could you? He cried, dropping to his knees. He begged desperately, wailing that he needed this card to pay off his debts. But Shinkai was completely unmoved by the display. The market is a battlefield, he stated calmly. Winners and losers are decided every day. He walked closer as Ming looked up at him. A man can become rich in a day, or lose everything. It's cruel, but it's also exhilarating. Crouching down beside the desperate young man, he smiled. Only the successful can enjoy such games. He offered Ming his business card, advising him to think it over, but warning him not to take too long. In a few hours, his creation would be irrelevant. As he and his two assistants left with one eye, he added that he hoped Ming would make the right choice, then gave a little wave goodbye. Ming stared at the business card for a second before ripping it to pieces. He smirked. Sorry, he thought, but that's not going to work. I've already thought this all through. He tossed the scraps aside, but was startled when Xiaopang burst into the shop shouting his name, exclaiming that he'd just run into Shinkai. He pointed back toward the street, but Ming, now perfectly calm, simply said that Shinkai had wanted to buy his fruit. Ninja! Xiaopang rushed over. Did you sell it? He asked. Of course not, Ming replied. What are you doing here anyway? Xiaopang frowned, announcing he had big news. Chun, the owner of the crystal card shop, had approached him and offered 100,000 yuan for the illusion that Ming's card was built on. Ming looked at him, surprised. Someone's after you too. Xiaopang beamed, thrilled to finally be recognized. He clenched his fist, smiling, but then added that he'd obviously turned the deal down because he and Ming were partners. Suddenly furious, Ming grabbed his friend by the shoulders, calling him an idiot. You should have sold it, he yelled. That was 100,000 yuan. Stepping away, he put a hand to his face, groaning in frustration. Xiaopang, trying to defend himself, asked, But isn't this your secret technique? A bit later, after Ming had explained the situation, a shocked Xiaopang still couldn't believe it. What do you mean by that? He asked. Ming leaned back in his chair, completely relaxed. I prepared 300 cards just to pull off today's big show, he said, with narrowed eyes. Xiaowang had to admit he didn't think Ming was that stupid, but he conceded that he was a good friend. Xiaowang just shot him a look of annoyance without saying a word, as Ming urged him to hurry up and call Chun. He had to sell the illusion before it was too late. Tomorrow would be a no-go. Xiaopang instantly agreed, but then scratched his head, puzzled. He asked why. In that case, the protagonist didn't just sell his own drawings. Realizing what he was getting at, Ming raised a hand and theatrically declared that was a secret, smiling proudly with his eyes shut. Xiaopeng could only stare at him in total amazement. The next morning, shops across the city opened their doors, rolling out their latest products. One of them advertised a brand new item, offering an add-on for training with the Fruit Ninja card. Passers-by noticed the two men in suits, handing out flyers and commented on how cute it was. Another shop had spun the game into Durian Ninja, charging 50 yuan per try. A third store was charging 40 yuan for Shrimp Ninja, promising a free plate of shrimp to the top 3 players. A huge number of shops were ripping off Ming's idea, tweaking it just slightly and offering their own exclusive Cabbage Ninja. Some weren't just selling plays, but the cards themselves, slapping a 40,000 yuan price tag on a regular Fruit Ninja card and 350,000 yuan for a Sapphire Fruit Ninja, urging customers not to miss out on the sensation. People were smiling, eagerly getting their money ready for the new merchandise. One of the larger stores also debuted a new product, a card called the Leaf Chain, available for public sale. It was presented as an official update for Fruit Ninja, and the staff invited everyone to try their luck, marveling at the massive crowd. Customers inside also noticed the sheer number of people, but were mostly buzzing with excitement for the new card. The store grew stuffy from the crowd, but that didn't stop most people from keeping their spirits high, pointing out interesting things to those around them. Meanwhile, one of the assistants approached Shinkai, who was relaxing on a sofa, and asked for an update from headquarters. Shinkai grinned, propped his chin on his hand, and closed his eyes, announcing that they had already put in a pre-order. The card would be in all their branches by tomorrow. The assistant, eyes closed, cheered with joy, saying how great that was and congratulating Shinkai with deep respect. He looked back at him, utterly content. Getting to his feet, Shinkai mused that he'd probably be promoted to headquarters manager soon, or maybe even be given a share of the company. Walking over to the panoramic window of his store, he declared that he had dreamed of this for a long time and that his goal was finally within reach. The assistant, standing behind him, said nothing. Shinkai continued, stating that business is business. It doesn't matter who comes up with the idea, but who makes the most profit. Smiling smugly, he lifted his chin in pride, declaring that the one who would make the most money would be him. Suddenly, another assistant burst into the office, frantically shouting that something incredible had just happened. Hearing the sheer panic in his voice, Shinkai turned around, his brow furrowed in annoyance, and ordered him to calm down. He then demanded to know what was going on. The assistant, bent over from exhaustion, explained that there was unbelievable new information. He held up his tablet as Shinkai, losing his patience, snapped, "What is it?" He ordered the assistant to just spit it out, reminding him that they were a major company with nothing to fear, no matter what happened. Finally, Shinkai strode over to his assistants, snatched the tablet from one of them, and said, "Give me that. I'll see for myself." As he stared at the tablet's screen, he froze. After reading the information displayed, he flinched, leaning closer and demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" His eyes went wide with horror, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he realized he was looking at Ming. Lifting his head, he let out a desperate scream, squeezing the tablet so hard that the device cracked. In the end, he was so overcome with emotion that he lost consciousness and collapsed. Dropping the tablet, his assistants, seeing this, started yelling in a panic, realizing they needed to call an ambulance and fumbling over each other, shouting about doing CPR. As Shinkai trembled on the floor, the tablet's screen, still working despite the crack, played a video. In it, the protagonist was addressing the public, declaring that everyone should have a Fruit Ninja, and so he was releasing the card's blueprints for free. Elsewhere, a frowning Chun was also watching the video on his tablet, listening to Ming greet his audience and introduce himself as the creator of Fruit Ninja. He explained that while the card was initially meant for commercial sale, he had heard how much people loved it. So, after some thought, he decided it would be a great idea to make the designs public. He added that no illusionist would be needed. Anyone could create their own ninja just by following his blueprints. Closing his eyes, he noted that children are our future and deserve to be physically well-developed, calling this card his personal gift to them. After delivering this message, he said goodbye to his audience. Chun, having watched the entire video, hissed Ming's name, screaming that all the money he'd spent on funding hundreds of cards and 48 illusionists had just vanished into thin air. Unable to control his rage, he screamed and smashed the tablet on the floor, where it shattered into pieces. Still seething, Chun clenched his jaw, repeating the protagonist's name through gritted teeth. But then, his fury suddenly melted away, and he burst into tears. wiping them away with his fists as he sobbed for Ming to just wait, promising he would eventually catch up to him. The protagonist's video message racked up an insane number of views, and the news that he'd shared the Fruit Ninja plans became the #1 trending topic. Back in Ming's store, Xiaopeng cried out that it was amazing now the whole of Qingming, and even the entire internet knew his name. The protagonist, sitting opposite him, just smiles. And I said it was all going according to plan. Xiaopeng's expression suddenly turned serious as he asked if Ming was sure this was the right move. He looked at him, completely baffled. Xiao Wang clarified that he meant releasing the plans to the public. He had just angered the titans of the industry, and he wanted to know what Ming was going to do now. The protagonist simply smirked back, told him not to worry, and explained that as long as those businessmen could make money, it wouldn't matter. And besides, they wouldn't dare touch him. Xiao Wang seemed to accept this. As Ming came out from behind the counter, he suddenly mentioned he had a request for Xiao Wang, who was surprised to hear it, assuming it was another bestseller. Closing his eyes, the protagonist admitted he wasn't done with the last bestseller yet, and that it was time to move on to the final step. Xiaopeng, completely confused, squinted and guessed that Ming was planning something shady again. He asked suspiciously, "This is really the last step?" The protagonist confirmed it, proclaiming it was the most important part of the entire plan. He then asked if Xiaowang had ever heard of hype marketing and internet advertising. As he laid out these options, he smirked, resting his chin on his hand and looking at him expectantly. Sometime later, it was clear that the Game of Us Fruit Ninja card was now a massive sensation, gaining unbelievable popularity. Card makers developed new versions based on Ming's public designs, turning him into a celebrity. He launched ad campaigns with famous personalities, and in one commercial, a man holding his own homemade card yelled that he wanted to challenge Ming to a fight. In another ad, a group of girls shouted that they were the main character's biggest fans, begging him to notice them. During a live game stream, an advertisement suddenly popped up where a girl suggested, "Today, let's talk about Ming, the creator of Fruit Ninja." People watching this started messaging each other, asking who else played Fruit Ninja. One viewer replied that he did, but hated co-op matches. Another complained loudly about the ad, annoyed by the interruption, and wondering why celebrities were constantly doing these broadcasts. Someone else, however, was paying very close attention to the ad, commenting that the host's skirt was too long. At the start of the program, the host announced that they had invited 2 famous card masters to ask for their opinions on the card. According to the analysis of one of the specialists, the card didn't deserve any of its popularity. He called it pathetic, and its creator even worse. Adjusting his glasses, the man claimed the game had chaotic and unstructured lines, but he had to begrudgingly admit that you had to give Ming credit the man was good at marketing. Meanwhile, his friend, a businessman, simply closed his eyes and declared that Ming was just cannon fodder from some technical college for energy cards. He didn't see even a sliver of talent for card creation in him. Questioning how he could possibly stand against the titans of the industry, they acknowledged that the Fruit Ninja card had blown up, but insisted it was a fluke since the main character wasn't a true illusionist. No matter how clever his designs were, he couldn't hide his mediocre skills. The card's success was chalked up to pure dumb luck. Elsewhere, a man in a shadowy room reported to the dark figures hovering before him. He suggested they could ease up on monitoring Ming, dismissing him as nothing more than a decent businessman. He laughed, calling Ming's illusions amateurish and the structure pathetic, predicting such cards would never last on the market. The man continued laughing, pointing out that veteran creators couldn't care less about these gimmicky cards, no matter how much of a scene Ming had caused. Yet, despite all this, he announced that the old man was still incredibly interested in our protagonist, and was keen to see how this all played out. Sometime later at a recording studio, a cameraman yelled, "Action," as he pressed the record button. The lens focused on a girl in a partially unbuttoned shirt, who suddenly cried out that a strange feeling was taking over. She stared into the camera, admitting she felt incredibly hot, like she was burning from the inside out. She tugged at her shirt, unfastening another button as sweat beaded on her skin. "What can cool me down?" she pleaded. At that moment, a hand holding an ice cream cone entered the frame. Ming appeared right after, exclaiming that his new ice cream would cool the girl down in an instant. He smiled brightly for the camera, offering it to her. Rushing closer, he held the ice cream out, and the girl took a small bite. And with that, the shoot was a wrap. One of the crew members gave a thumbs up in approval. "Perfect," he yelled, approaching Ming. "You're a total pro. I can't even believe this is your first time shooting an ad." He was blown away by the sheer amount of charisma the protagonist projected on screen. Embarrassed by the high praise, Ming just laughed and thanked his partner, asking him to take care of him in the future. "Don't you worry," the man replied with a grin. Ming then decided to bring up his payment, and his contact promised that everything would be settled shortly. True to his word, a transfer for 500,000 yuan soon hit his account. A little later, Xiaopeng saw the amount and screamed in shock, gawking at the sum of money. "That's a fortune," he yelled. Ming, however, just casually leaned back with his hands behind his head. Xiaopeng remarked that Ming's popularity was exploding and that acting in commercials seemed way easier than creating cards. A huge grin spread across his face as he imagined them raking in cash, opening a new store, and him becoming Ming's right-hand man. Agreeing with a smile, the main character suggested they aim to earn 100 million and live off the interest. Xiaopeng shouted that he'd buy a ton of food, prompting Ming to poke him in the cheek. "It's okay to dream," he said, before his tone turned a bit more serious. "Let's slow down a bit," he cautioned. "To stay afloat in this game, you have to constantly put out new products." He closed his eyes and sighed, admitting he was fresh out of ideas. "That's why," he explained. He had to get back to the shop to study some cards. Xiaopeng understood, and his smile returned. "Well, at least your debts are covered," he exclaimed, "and I even made a small profit." He then remembered that the protagonist had another commercial shoot scheduled for tomorrow, suggesting it might give him some inspiration. Ming doubted it, but Xiaopeng insisted. "You just have to believe in yourself." Looking at him with excitement, he offered to grab a taxi to take him to the store and told him to get a good night's rest for the busy day ahead. But Ming turned down the offer. "You go on ahead," he said. "I want to walk around the city a bit more. I haven't really had time to since I moved here." Xiaopeng's eyes widened. "Moved here," he repeated, confused. Ming grew nervous, realizing he'd let something slip. Thankfully, Xiaopeng didn't press the issue. He hailed a cab, jumped in, and said his goodbyes before driving off. Ming waved back with a smile, then quietly muttered to himself, "The debt problem is solved. Now I just need to save up for a deposit." This world definitely had plenty of fascinating things that didn't exist on Earth. But by and large, everything was the same, especially business. As he walked down the street, he kicked an empty soda can. "If my life went down the drain back there," he thought, "then I'll climb to the very top in this life." He paused, a confident smile spreading across his face as he looked up at the towering buildings around him. A month later, in an area covered in debris, a man named Shanju stopped beside a card fragment and bent down to pick it up. He stroked his chin, examining the fragment and noting its incredibly complex texture. He figured he could get a decent amount of money for it. But he was suddenly distracted by a group of people arguing off to the side, surrounded by a large number of dead bodies. Among the rubble were more fragments, just like the one Shanju had found. When night fell, Ming got out of a car and asked Xiaopeng to help him return it. Otherwise, they'd have to pay for another day's rental. Xiaopeng was amazed, asking if he thought the protagonist was going to buy the car. Ming waved his hand, moving aside and explaining that he couldn't possibly afford it since his services were no longer in high demand. As he left, Xiaopeng shouted after him that the protagonist was still as handsome as ever. Suddenly, Ming shuddered. He was distracted when he noticed Shanju nearby, who admitted he'd been waiting for him for a long time. The protagonist's brow furrowed in concentration as he looked seriously at the man. He recognized Shanju as a local punk who was always causing trouble on the outskirts of the city. Before Ming took over this body, they had met before, and Shanju had shaken him down for money several times. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist relaxed slightly and warned, "This is the city center. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police?" Shanju just moved closer. "No need for that," he said, explaining he wasn't there for what Ming thought. He revealed he had something to sell, something he thought would be of great interest to the protagonist. Intrigued, Ming agreed, and Shanju showed him several broken pieces of cards. "Are these really fragments?" Ming asked. "Absolutely," Shanju exclaimed. Ming began to think. He knew that battles and experiments could cause cards to overload and shatter. And even though the pieces were incomplete, they still emitted faint energy lines. This meant that card creators could study these lines to improve their own designs. Looking closer at one of the fragments, Ming held it in his palms. He could tell there was something special about these two pieces. Frowning, he realized they were clearly unique. Pressing his lips together and squinting, he examined the fragments again before leading Shanju into his shop. "Where did you get these?" he asked. Shanju announced they were part of a legendary small gold card, telling him that a few days ago, there was a major skirmish in the street. A large number of people died, and of course, many cards were damaged. But Shanju had only managed to grab these two fragments. He held up a finger, exclaiming that the cards had rather interesting patterns. Ming immediately saw what he was doing and asked how much he wanted. Stroking his chin, he figured Shanju was just trying to drive up the price. Finally, with a smile, he offered 250,000. Shanju immediately agreed with an enthusiastic grin as he took the money and left the store. Ming froze, frowning in confusion. Why did he agree so quickly? In the end, he didn't dwell on it for long. He switched on his desk lamp, sat down at his creation table, and placed the fragments in front of him to analyze, trying to restore the original design. Soon, he had already produced a massive pile of drawings. His hands were shaking, and unable to hide his disappointment. Ming cursed, slamming his fist on the table. "I don't understand any of this at all," he shouted. The force of the blow shook the table, causing the card fragments to jump. "What is this?" he yelled in frustration. This was proving to be way too much for him. He couldn't figure out the card's category or its rating. Muttering a string of curses, he mentally ripped into Shanu, the guy who sold him this junk. He grabbed his head in sheer frustration when suddenly, one of the card fragments slipped and landed right on the activation device. Seeing this, Ming paused, an idea clicking into place. He grabbed a blank card and carefully trimmed a section so its edge perfectly matched the broken piece. He wondered what would happen if he completed the card with this fragment and slotted it into the activator. Figuring something had to give, he went ahead with his plan. Slamming the activation button, he positioned himself inside the circle between the 4 pyramids where the card's effect would be focused. As the activation sequence began, he stood frozen, his eyes glued to the card, waiting for something to manifest. But nothing. Not a single thing happened. And Ming lowered his head in defeat, muttering that it was a bust. But just then, a woman's voice whispered from right behind him. Hearing it, he whipped around, and his eyes shot wide open in shock when he saw who was standing there. The girl just laughed as the protagonist asked himself what in the world was going on. In a flash, she grabbed his shoulder, yelled, "Gotcha!" and shoved him flat onto the floor. He tried to tell her to stop, warning her he wasn't ready yet, but she paid him no mind. Leaning over him, she cooed, asking if he really wanted her to stop. Ming didn't answer right away. He just stared forward, a nervous tremor running through him as he said that, even if this was an illusion, it felt way too realistic. He'd never experienced anything like it, and nervously asked if the girl could maybe move a little. She completely ignored his words and continued to sit, right on top of him, leaning in closer with a playful smile. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand, repositioning it and pressing air. He could have sworn her touch was real. His heart hammered in his chest, sending a spurt of blood from his nose. He had to admit, in his previous life, he'd never gotten to appreciate a woman's form up close. Convinced he'd made it to heaven, he urged the girl to get on with it. Laughing, she gripped the knife in her palm, raising it high above her head for the final blow. But Ming, with his eyes squeezed shut, didn't see a thing. He just begged her to focus on him. The girl smirked, lowering the blade right at our hero's chest, but he remained oblivious, a blissful smile on his face, completely unaware of the mortal danger he was in. The dagger drew closer and closer, but just then, the activation device sputtered with sparks. As the card failed, the entire illusion dissolved into nothing. Feeling the change, Ming's eyes snapped open. "What the hell?" he muttered, utterly disappointed that it all vanished at the best part. He quickly realized he didn't have enough energy to sustain the fragment's illusion. "So cruel!" he yelled, cursing Shanju's name again. He wondered what kind of maniac would use a card like this on a battlefield. Then it hit him. There was another fragment, picking up the second piece. He examined it closely. The pattern was far more intricate than the first. He figured it could be an entire harem. Picturing himself surrounded by beautiful women, he thought, "This is the life." This time, he decided, he would keep his eyes wide open. He took the new fragment and did the same thing as before, slotting it into the activation device. "Here we go," he said, hitting the button. The card buzzed to life, and Ming shivered with anticipation. Turning to his imaginary audience, he shouted, "I'm on my way, ladies." But then, his brow furrowed. Something felt off. The space around him started to warp, and even his own body began to distort, stretching unnaturally. Looking down at himself, the hero cried out, "What is this nonsense?" He watched himself blur, and in the next moment, he found himself in a completely different place, crashing to the ground. Small clouds of dust rose around him. Ming clutched his aching head, his stomach churning from the sudden shift. He quickly looked up, his eyes widening in shock as he scanned his new surroundings. And his face froze. A colossal monster stood right in front of him, grinning as it locked its eyes on him, cursing under his breath. Ming wondered where on earth he'd ended up. Wasn't this supposed to be a low-level card fragment? He panicked. The ground was littered with the bones of its previous victims. The monster opened its jaws, ready to attack, and our hero screamed in absolute horror, convinced this was the end. The creature was gigantic, There was no way he could fight it. And yet, when the monster lunged, it flew right past him, completely ignoring him, clutching his head in despair. Ming opened his eyes, totally baffled by what had just happened. He spun around and saw the beast charging toward a small cat that was glowing with a magical aura. Even though its enemy was countless times its size, the tiny animal stood its ground, digging its paws so firmly into the earth that cracks spiderwebbed out. It waited for the perfect moment, then leaped onto the monster's body. Once in position, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of magical energy that formed the silhouette of a massive tiger behind it. With the red tiger spell activated, the cat's jaws opened even wider, and then, directing the spell, it bit down, tearing the monster clean in two. The beast's body writhed in its death throes as Ming watched, completely bewildered. What is going on? He wondered. The monster's lifeless corpse slammed onto the ground, and the resulting shockwave sent our hero flying. The cat hopped off the monster, landing right in front of Ming. He nervously stared at the animal's menacing silhouette, which was still radiating magical power, and froze solid. Suddenly, he watched as the cat began to transform. "It's turning into a giant beast," he screamed in his mind. When the transformation was complete, the monster slammed a massive paw on Ming's head, pinning him to the ground. He was paralyzed with fear. It put its paw on me, he thought, unable to move a muscle. Does it think I'm an enemy too? He wondered desperately. The cat growled, leaning in closer to the hero. Applying more pressure, he cried out in pain. Raising a trembling hand, he decided his only option was to play dead and hope for the best. Abruptly, the cat shrank back to its normal size. Ming, forcing a weak smile, slowly got up and began to pet its back. "Hey there," he cooed, promising the animal he wouldn't hurt it. With an even wider smile, he insisted that his face practically screamed innocence. He explained he'd wound up there by accident and didn't mean to intrude, suggesting it would be great if they could be friends. The cat just stared at him blankly. Ming Chai guessed that maybe it couldn't understand him. The cat just kept squinting as it moved closer, causing our hero to frown and back away nervously. All of a sudden, the space around them started to splinter. Hearing the strange noise, both Ming and the cat turned to see the cracks spreading, seeing the world around him shattering. The hero shouted with joy. The card's energy finally ran out. Clenching his fist, he grinned and yelled, "I talked so much nonsense, Boomy," before wishing the cat well and diving into the void that had opened up around him. As the world finally crumbled, Ming waved goodbye to the cat. "I hate cats," he laughed, tumbling through the darkness until he vanished completely, back on the street. People were just walking by when a brilliant flash of light erupted from the store he'd been in. The blast was so strong it burst through the door, and the ground itself shook violently. People stumbled, struggling to stay upright as they screamed in fear, wondering if it was an earthquake. They looked around in a panic, cursing. Inside the store, the card that Ming had used had turned black where the fragment was attached, and smoke was rising from it. On his knees, the hero was bent over, gasping for air. He pushed himself up and slammed his fist on the floor, realizing how close he'd come to death. He cursed the cards he'd gotten and swore that Shanju was going to pay for this. Suddenly, a small cat appeared beside him, letting out a meow to get his attention. Hearing the sound, Ming froze, slowly turning his head. "Please, no," he begged. Spotting the cat, he shot to his feet, still trying to deny what he was seeing. The animal just tilted its head, narrowing its eyes. Did that cat actually follow me out of the illusion? Our hero thought frantically. He couldn't understand how it was even possible. He collapsed back onto the floor, staring in horror as the animal leaped into the air and shot straight toward him. Screaming, Ming yelled, "What is wrong with this world?" He pleaded with the cat to stop, shouting that he absolutely loved cats. His face was covered in beads of sweat. Taking advantage of his wide-open, screaming mouth, the cat jumped right inside him. This new shock sent Ming reeling backward, crashing to the floor. Suddenly, he found himself, what is this place? He wondered, finding himself in a strange new space. He gazed in awe at the glowing orbs floating all around him, guessing they were pure energy. A thought struck him. Could this be the Sea of Consciousness? He recalled that this was the very place where the original card was housed. And for the creators, it was a priceless domain. It served as a reservoir for nearly all their accumulated power. Functionally, it was as vital as a brain. Without it, a creator couldn't even begin to work on their cards. Ming had no clue how he'd ended up here. He guessed this must be the vault for his own original card. Dashing forward and scanning his surroundings, he spotted something in the distance. "What's that?" he muttered, as he got a better look. He sawed a single card with a cat sitting right beside it. The feline opened its jaws, lunging forward, and seeing this, our hero yelled for it to back off. With a desperate scowl, he reached out, shouting, "What is that cat doing?" He screamed repeatedly, trying to halt it, but the creature paid him no mind. It sank its fangs deep into the card, and instantly, cracks spiderwebbed across its face. Ming froze solid. His jaw tightened, eyes wide with disbelief. When the reality of the situation finally hit him, he snarled and charged, screaming curses at the cat. He shot his hand out, vowing to make it pay, but just then, the cat saw him, slowly turning its head in his direction. With a flick of its tail, a barrage of arrows materialized out of thin air, all aimed directly at him. An instant later, they riddled his body. He screamed, beginning to collapse, but then realized there were no arrows. He froze, his eyes shooting open in confusion, and the next thing he knew, he was staring at the razor-sharp tip of a tail. The cat had transformed, and it was pointed right at his throat. Sweat beaded on Ming's brow as he gulped. But then, just as suddenly, the cat retracted its tail. Our hero let out a sigh of relief. The feline then dropped, splashing into the water below, and around both it and Ming, the water began to churn. He watched, puzzled, as the cat floated motionlessly. That's when he spotted a nasty-looking wound on its paw. Stroking his chin, he smirked, realizing the cat must have been hurt during the previous illusion, and the injury looked deep. My lucky day, he thought. He cautiously approached the animal, stopping beside it and reaching out a hand. The cat lifted its head, its gaze intense. He paused, then abruptly dropped to his knees, calling to it softly. With a kind smile and his eyes closed, he held out his hand again. Don't be afraid, he whispered. Even though his energy was low, he intended to heal it. He activated his magic, placing his palm over the cat's wounded paw. Seeing the animal's weariness, Ming told it not to worry, and then he turned his focus to the fractured card. He walked over, laying a hand on its damaged surface, and confessed he had no idea what to do now. He wasn't sure if it was even repairable, though it seemed to still function despite the cracks. Ultimately, he figured there was no point in worrying about it for now. He then told the cat to stop chewing on everything it saw, reminding it that it wasn't a dog. The feline, still lying down, lifted its head and watched him cautiously. He then swore that if it kept this up, the next time he would definitely skin it alive. That's all he had to say. Leaning in closer, Ming told it to meow if it understood. The animal gave no response. Taking its silence as a yes, he asked if they had an agreement. Elsewhere, at that exact moment, Shanshu went flying backward, screaming because he'd been struck with incredible force. The fake gold tooth he had in his jaw popped right out as he crashed to the ground several feet away. Crying out in agony, he pleaded that he'd already told them everything and had no clue what fragment his attacker was talking about. He struggled to sit up, whimpering that in the last month alone he'd sold over 10,000 of those fragments, so there was no way he could remember one specific piece. The man standing beside a hulking monster simply gave a command, and the beast lifted its massive foot, ready to crush Shanshu, who was now on his knees. He stared up in desperation, begging for his life. The entire area was a wreck, littered with bodies. Shanshu, clinging to a final sliver of hope, pressed his palms together in a plea, his body trembling as he gazed at the man before him, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A moment later, the monster's foot came down. Stone fragments shot into the air. The man, clutching a darkened card, wondered to himself, am I too late? The only reason this card mattered was the cat depicted on it. Staring at the image, he asked, where is the cat now? He wondered, who could have taken it? He stood there for a long time, just gazing at the card. Eventually, morning came, elsewhere. Ming let out a satisfied sigh, smiling as he stretched. A new day, a new beginning, he mused. He stepped out of his shop, but the smile instantly vanished from his face as he gasped in shock. Right there in the street, work crews and trucks were tearing down part of the building, cursing under his breath. He wondered if the rival card shop across the way was already starting their big promotion this early. He just couldn't fathom how anyone could be so ruthless to their competition. He tuned into the chatter of the gathering crowd. What's all this about? One guy asked. A girl beside him replied that she'd heard the shop was hit last night, and supposedly all the guards were taken out. The guy was shocked that something like this could happen right in the city center. The girl nodded, adding that the really terrifying part was that nearly every card shop in the district was leveled in a single night. Rumor had it that even the Yezi family's stores were targeted. Our hero's brow furrowed in astonishment. When he overheard this, others in the crowd were just as stunned, finding it hard to believe. People were buzzing, wondering who would be bold enough to pull off such an attack. A few onlookers who seemed to be in the know whispered that the culprit was so powerful they could summon a black swamp giant. Rescue teams were pulling bodies from the rubble on stretchers, trying to shoo the crowd back. They warned everyone to clear out, saying that a single stray energy wave could bring the remaining walls down on their heads. The police were just trying to prevent more casualties. Glancing around, Ming saw the devastation had spread. The Dongpan card house was also wrecked. Even the black market shop from the alleyway was damaged. Turning his head, our hero stared at the smoldering ruins that were left of that place. His eyes widened in terror. Is this world really so insane? He thought. The whole thing was horrifying, especially since he'd been asleep in his own shop right through it. But something about it felt off. He ran his hands through his hair, asking himself why he was the only one, whose shop was completely untouched. It was bizarre. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a voice asking, "What's so strange about it?" He jumped, startled. The man went on, remarking that Ming's little shack was so insignificant that nobody probably even saw it. Finally placing the voice, our hero asked what Xiaopeng was doing here so early. His friend approached and told him not to worry, explaining he wasn't there to borrow money this time. He had some interesting news. Ming laughed and asked what kind of juicy gossip Xiaopeng had dug up. Smirking, Xiaopeng closed his eyes and presented a notice he was holding. He announced that the academy had just posted a new off-campus internship. He was so worried that Ming wouldn't hear about it that he'd brought a blank application form himself. He explained that whenever a great opportunity came up, he always thought of Ming first, because that's just what best friends are for. Our hero took the form and gave a little bow, thanking Xiaopeng. His friend grabbed his own hair dramatically, protesting such formality between them. But then, Ming suddenly tossed the form away. Turning his back, Xiaopeng looked on, in horror, shuddering as he asked why he'd just throw it away. Our hero ignored the paper fluttering to the ground. He was laughing internally, because he knew this internship was just glorified slave labor. The original owner of his body had already done one of these, and knew it was an internship in name only. In reality, the academy was just providing the factories with a free workforce of students. Ming recalled memories of diligently mining an entire cartload of ore for the factory, only to get a dismissive remark from the manager, awarding him a measly 5 points for his trouble. Meanwhile, Xiaopeng crouched down to retrieve the form. He explained that this time, the internship was at the legendary Amiro mine. According to rumors, there were enough power stones there to fuel every cultivator in the nation for 10 years. And so Xiaopeng was still trying to convince Ming to tag along for the experience. But our protagonist shut him down, saying he had no plans to join. Changing the subject, he asked if Xiaowang had any combat cards that used around 60 energy points. A bit taken aback, Xiaowang questioned why Ming needed a card like that. Ming clenched his fists, a determined scowl on his face. He shot back that it was obvious this place wasn't safe anymore. The so-called security was a joke. He was dead set on mastering card crafting to power himself up. "Well, you've come to the right guy," Xiaowang declared, reaching into his pocket. He beckoned Ming closer to show him a 1-star spirit card named Wild Charge. It was an attack card that burned precisely 60 units of energy, and Ming immediately asked if he could have one. "So, what do I owe you?" Ming asked. Playing the part of a good friend, Xiaowang offered it for the low price of just 998 yen. After the cash and card were exchanged, he headed out, waving and telling Ming to hit him up if he needed anything else. As Xiaowang left, our hero stared at the card, mulling over the price he'd just paid. A quick online search brought up a card-selling website where he found the exact same item. He swore under his breath when he saw the schematic cost 1,000 yuan, but the card itself was only 50. Clenching his jaw in fury, Ming muttered a few choice words for Xiaowang, realizing he'd been scammed again. He resolved to ignore it for now, since buying the schematic was clearly the smarter move. But he made a mental note to get his revenge on Xiaowang later. After studying the schematic, he started crafting the card. He was genuinely curious about it. While its energy signature was faint, the cost to create it was equivalent to 3 watermelon ninja cards. As he meticulously drew the lines, Ming realized the energy buildup was happening much quicker than usual. When he was done, he'd managed to craft a total of 9 cards. His current energy reserves were enough to make a whole stack. Leaning back in his chair, he kicked off the desk, ran a hand through his hair, and grinned. The results were fantastic. His total energy had already climbed by 0.5%. But his celebration was short-lived. A more serious expression took over as he realized that, despite the great results, this training method was unsustainable. To keep going, he'd need an energy replenishment card, and that was just getting way too costly. Crafting these cards was hard enough, but selling them was another challenge entirely. Ming knew this was a massive waste of resources. Then, a sudden jolt of inspiration hit him. His eyes flew open as he realized he could use a catalyst for activation. Then practice his encapsulation with the original seal. It was the perfect way to kill two birds with one stone. Encapsulation needed 60 points of energy, the exact amount stored in his new cards. Leaping from his chair, he rushed to put his plan into action, thinking that the card had to calculate the perfect moment of the ability's flash. Only by releasing the original card at that precise instant could he succeed. The timing had to be perfect. A single misstep would mean total failure. He pictured the card glowing with energy as he placed it into a special holder, his mind racing. This technique was especially critical for creators who dealt with high damage abilities. A moment's distraction would make it impossible to seal the card. To become a top-tier card creator, mastering encapsulation was non-negotiable. With the card finally in place, our hero fired up the machine. A system voice announced, "Wild charge card successfully activated. Countdown initiated." As the count went from 3 to 1, Ming extended his hands, his face a mask of intense concentration, lips pressed into a thin line. Then the device declared, "Original card awakening." In the very next instant, a furious bull materialized right in front of him. It lowered its head, its eyes glaring with pure menace, poised to charge. The sheer size of the beast made Ming flinch, his eyes wide with terror. He let out a yell, convinced this couldn't be happening as he brought his hands up. This is my original card," he stammered, asking the question again and again as the spectral bull began its charge. In that moment of pure panic, Ming knew he'd messed up badly. He was about to die. He stared in absolute horror as the beast thundered towards him, screaming, "This is my original card!" In a last-ditch effort, he slapped his palms together, and just like that, the card materialized between them. Dropping to his knees in sheer relief, he gasped that he'd managed to seal it. He confessed he'd been terrified, on the verge of losing control completely. But then, a confused frown crossed his face as he looked down at the card. He saw that one of its broken segments had transformed, now showing an image. Ming stared at it silently for a moment before getting to his feet, wondering what just happened. He couldn't figure out the change and questioned if the cat had somehow ruined it. He flipped the card over, inspecting its back. He compared it to the schematic and saw they were identical, which meant the drawing wasn't the issue. Completely stumped. He went back to his computer, searching for information about original cards, their front faces, segmental divisions, and designs. He quickly learned about something called segment coding. Apparently, some abilities were so powerful that a MasterCard creator invented this technique. Just as it sounded, the card's power was broken down into numerous fragments, which would only reveal the full card once all were unlocked. Ming's eyes went wide with astonishment. Could this just be a coincidence? No, this was a stroke of pure luck. Eager to test his theory, he placed the card back into the device. Once the charging bull appeared, he focused his will, cast the seal, and the card between his hands was enveloped in a glowing magical circle. When the process was complete, Ming, breathing heavily, slowly parted his hands to inspect the result. It had worked. He marveled at the new print on the card, calling it a work of art. The two bull abilities had successfully fused into a single card. Looking towards where the cat usually was, Ming smiled. "Well now, this is getting interesting." He recognized this as a genuine gift and silently thanked the creature. Miles away, the cat let out a sudden sneeze. Meanwhile, our hero's focus returned, his brow furrowing in deep thought. He understood now each segment of the card represented a unique ability. This meant his original card could absorb up to 7 different powers. Since the cat had split the front into 7 sections, he stared intently at the card, and then the full implication hit him. He grabbed the stack of cards he'd made earlier and began the process again and again, sealing each one onto his original card, one by one, the segments filled in. Once the final piece was in place, the entire card erupted in a brilliant magical light. Ming gasped in awe, seeing that after absorbing all the bull cards, the pattern had fully merged. This was the very first unique card he'd ever crafted. As the light faded, he examined the bull's image. It had changed completely, now looking significantly less intimidating. Ming stared, confused and frozen. Did something go wrong? He wondered. He couldn't make sense of it, asking himself why the bull now looked like a total goofball. His first thought was that the fusion must have failed, but a closer look at the card's stats revealed it required a staggering 300 energy points to activate. He was nowhere near powerful enough to use it yet, but then he recalled that just the process of making it. had boosted his energy capacity. Plus, its cultivation speed was 100 times faster than the watermelon ninja. He had no clue what this goofy bull could do, but it demanded a massive 300 energy points. Despite being just a 1-star card, all he needed to do now, he figured, was get his energy up. To 300. Sidetracked for a second. He thought about what to name his creation. He settled on the Thunderous Bull, a smile spreading across his face as he held the card up to the light. Sometime later, a bus was making its way toward the Anman mine. This mine was situated in the southern region of Chimying City, perched at an altitude of 4,800 meters above sea level, in an area called the Qingming Laurel, home to over 300 other mines. Before long, the bus arrived at the Resi Energy Ore Plant, and an announcement came over the speaker. This is the site for the student internship. Everyone, gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. Stepping off the bus, the students were buzzing with excitement. For many, it was their first time at a real plant, and they were eager to get started. One student took a deep breath of the mountain air, mentioning he'd packed plenty of snacks. For a picnic, he declared. Overhearing this, another student nudged a girl named Anne, saying, "Get a load of this guy. Is he here for an internship or a buffet?" Just then, someone else shouted, "You think that's bad? Did anyone else spot the game console in his bag?" At last, their 3-star elemental teacher, a 25-year-old woman, 175 centimeters tall, flashed a smile. She held up a finger, giving them a final warning: put away all the snacks and game consoles, or she'd confiscate them herself. One of the boys gazed at her, starstruck, and confessed he'd heard rumors about high-class entertainment and recreation facilities on site, and he eagerly asked if they were true. With her eyes closed, she conceded it was possible, admitting this was her first time here as well. The students immediately started fantasizing about the possibilities, figuring such perks wouldn't come cheap and noting that it was a mystery for now, but they'd discover the truth during their recreation time. As she led the group toward the factory's main building, Chan Liang, still on the bus, watched them go with a fond, slightly bashful expression, right behind him. Ming stood, mirroring that exact look while whispering how much he adored Li Yang. Hearing a voice so close, Li Yang yelped in surprise, his eyes flying open. He whipped around to find Ming, his face instantly filled with outrage. Ming just closed his eyes and gave a casual wave, but Li Yang's glare was pure fire as he looked at him furiously, demanding what he wanted. Ming's brow furrowed. Our protagonist, breaking out in a nervous sweat from the intense mood, was a little intimidated by this reaction and mentally insisted he was only kidding around. He slipped a hand into his pocket, fingers closing around a card. But before he could do anything, another student approached them, asking if he could interrupt and find out what they were still doing there. He explained that dorm assignments were about to happen, and the teacher wanted both of them to get ready and head over. Both Ming and Li Yang flinched, finally noticing Ku, who had gotten right up close. After getting off the bus, Li Yang immediately stormed off, to join the other students. Ming, however, paused in front of Ku, running a hand through his hair with a relieved sigh. "Man, that was lucky," he said, thanking him for the save. Ku brushed it off, saying thanks weren't necessary, but he did warn the protagonist to stay away from Li Yang. "That guy's seriously vicious," he added. "Even I steer clear of him." Ku was a 17-year-old archer, standing at 175 centimeters tall. Ming let out a gasp of excitement, his eyes glued to the bow Ku was carrying. He couldn't help but notice the single arrow in the quiver, wondering about it for a second before shaking it off and asking for the guy's name. When Ku mentioned Li Yang's name, he tried making a mental connection to remember it. Chang sounds like Fang, and Li Yang is like Liang Wang, he mused. Ming paused to process that for a moment, then burst out laughing, admitting it was a pretty interesting way to remember things. He then introduced himself, saying he was a sophomore. Q introduced himself in turn, explaining he was a freshman specializing as an archer, just as our protagonist was about to reveal his own specialty. Q cut him off, his eyes landing on the stack of cards in Ming's hands. "Let me guess," he said. "You're a card maker." Ming was floored that he had already figured it out. A short while later, they rejoined the rest of the students, who were gaping in awe at a massive food display. They pointed out to each other how the dishes were meticulously organized by type. There was even legendary cultivation food meals, prepared with the meat of powerful beasts that contained potent energy, served with spirit grass as a side. Eating something like that would be a huge boost to their training. The students stared, practically drooling, desperate for even a single bite. After gawking at the food, they began exploring the facility, discovering that the dorms were tiered into different levels. The highest level could even be traded for access to a private training chamber, a room specifically designed for cultivation. The energy concentration inside was off the charts, allowing for incredibly rapid progress. On top of that, there was premium equipment for virtual fantasy cards, which some said was the best you could get. It was a fully immersive gaming setup. And the students whispered excitedly, having heard that these realistic games had everything you could possibly imagine, including those legendary beautiful girls. Suddenly, a sharp snap of fingers cut through the chatter, drawing everyone's attention. A company representative stepped forward, announcing that their factory strived for a humanized management style. To enjoy all the perks, they just had to trade in the energy stones they mined during their internship. For every 100 grams, they would receive special points redeemable for all the entertainment they could want. The more they worked, the more they'd earn, and the employee stressed that there was absolutely no limit. While the other students' faces lit up with excitement, Ku and Ming exchanged more serious glances. The representative grinned and gestured toward the entrance, telling them to be careful and reminding them that as long as they had enough points, they could enjoy anything. Smiling invitingly, one of the students asked, "Is it really that easy?" The others could hardly believe it themselves. All they had to do was dig. One even joked about blowing up the whole cave to get every last bit of ore. Our protagonist stroked his chin and chuckled, asking, "What is this, a field trip for rookies?" Ku shot him a surprised look. Noticing how composed Ming was, he asked, "Have you been here before?" Ming feigned a gasp of shock before breaking into a laugh. "You caught me," he admitted, explaining he'd visited once as a freshman. He then turned it back on Ku, pointing out that he seemed pretty calm himself. Ku closed his eyes, confessing, "I'm just faking it. On the inside, my heart's pounding like a drum." He then recalled something his grandfather used to say, "A true man stands tall, even if Mount Tai crumbles before him." Our protagonist gave him a confused look, followed by a weary frown, and, even though he had no clue what Ku was rambling on about, he figured the guy had some sharp instincts. Deciding it was best to keep his distance, he started to walk away. Ku just watched him go with a puzzled expression, but didn't follow. Meanwhile, Ming made a mental note nobody could find out about his intention: to steal the mine. Otherwise, the entire plan would go up in smoke. The next day, an instructor got the students' attention, announcing that the first day of mining practice was about to kick off. He asked them for their motto, and the students, some already gripping their tools, raised their fists and shouted that their goal was to dig the mine and push forward. After, they rode in special vehicles to the designated mine. The mine itself was split into two areas, an outer zone for general mining, and an inner zone filled with a complex, tangled web of tunnels. Deeper still lay the primary mining zone, which remained completely untouched. Once the students were dropped off, they immediately got to work, chipping away at the rock face. Gripping a fresh piece of ore, Liang laughed, knowing he'd just earned another point. The guy working beside him was amazed, remarking that it was incredible since he had already filled a whole bag with energy stones in just one morning. He wondered aloud if mining required a special talent. Liang gestured with his chin, pointing out that his friend wasn't doing too poorly himself, and nodded toward an untouched section of the wall. He then scoffed that the second-year students on this trip, for practical training, were completely useless. His gaze landed on Ming, who was sitting off to the side, casually eating a cup of instant noodles he'd prepared. The other students were baffled as to why he brought them, asking if he was that worried he wouldn't be able to earn enough for food with the rocks he mined. They glanced at his collection bucket, which was completely empty. Someone asked if he really hadn't found a single thing. Another student snickered, suggesting our protagonist was insane, since he'd watched him futz around with a single chunk of ore for 2 hours and gotten absolutely no results. Finally, with his own bucket full, Liang decided to head out, confident he had collected enough power stones for a proper cultivation meal. The others followed suit, while they weren't expecting the high-end food. They figured they should at least have enough for a big portion of regular chow. It wasn't like it mattered much to them. If someone didn't mine a single stone, they'd just lose out for the night. The students snickered at the thought, but Ming ignored them and just kept eating. He was suddenly distracted when Sina approached, looking surprised that he truly hadn't managed to find a single piece. Our protagonist glanced up at her, then laughed sheepishly and closed his eyes. "It's embarrassing to admit," he said, "but I haven't quite gotten the hang of this yet." Closing her eyes, Sina guessed that if his hand struggled to control power in sync with the stone's energy, it always caused interruptions in the energy supply, and asked if that was it. She admitted she was the same way at first. The more she worried, the more she failed. She noted that if Ming could calm down, he'd be able to concentrate. She suggested that he start by thinking of something positive to relax, and he looked up at her, surprised by such kind advice. Meanwhile, she pulled out 2 pieces of ore and offered them to him, advising him to go get something to eat. Ming thanked her, and as Sina walked away, she told him to try harder tomorrow, confident that he could do it. Our protagonist set down his noodle cup and placed the stones Senior had given him beside him. Getting to his feet, he stretched, happy that everyone was finally gone. His next move was going to be his big performance. His expression hardened as he began to execute his plan, deciding it was time to start. He ran forward, grasping an energy stone, placing his palm on the nearest crystal. He had a breakthrough. He'd figured it out this morning. Why bother digging when all he needed to do was touch the stone to draw out its power? He began absorbing the energy, knowing that the next step was to channel it into creating a basic energy card. He pulled out a blank card, propped it on his leg for support, and got to work, sketching out one energy card after another. After stockpiling a decent amount, he could move on to the next phase, absorbing them to fuel his own energy reserves, which he would then use to draw the intricate patterns of a thunderbolt. The entire process was a cycle: absorb raw energy to make simple cards, then consume those cards to gain enough power to create the powerful thunderbolt cards. He repeated this routine, moving from one crystal vein to the next, until he finally sighed, staring at the stack in his hands and marveling at his amazing progress. He had crafted so many in just a few hours. Glancing around, Ming saw the now drained energy crystals, then checked his status. His core energy had shot up by more than 30 points. Laughing, he stretched his arms wide to savor the moment, but the sound of footsteps down the corridor cut his celebration short. He froze on the spot, his surprise quickly turning to panic as a group of miners appeared in the tunnel. A wave of horror washed over him. He was sure he had been caught, but the miners just trudged past without a second glance, tools in hand, completely ignoring him. Ming watched them go, still on edge, his gaze shifting to the two figures following the group, the girl and Fu Hongming. Both wore serious expressions, staring straight ahead. For a split second, the girl's eyes flicked toward him, but her face remained blank as she continued on with her companion. Trailing the miners, once they were gone, the protagonist wondered what they were doing here. Weren't they supposed to be in charge of mining, and shouldn't everyone be resting right now? Something didn't add up. The more he thought about it, the more he realized those last two didn't look like regular miners at all. Especially the girl, she had a strange vibe, cursing under his breath. A horrifying thought struck him. Could they be here for the same reason he was? Secretly draining the mines. He froze for a second, running a hand through his hair. After calming his nerves, he grabbed his backpack, deciding it didn't really matter. The important thing was they hadn't reported him. As Ming made his way out of that section of the cave, he let out a deep sigh, exclaiming that he was completely exhausted and just wanted to crash. He decided it was best to find a place to rest and pick things up again at sunrise. When dawn broke on the second day of the internship, the students trudged back into the cave, grumbling that this whole thing was a scam. All those fancy entertainment centers were clearly just for show. They griped to each other, wondering how anyone could still be thinking about having fun. The problem was that the cheapest meal box cost 5 points. At their current pace, they had to grind for 10 hours a day just to afford to eat. As they complained, the grim reality set in. They couldn't even manage basic food, let alone training meals or access to training halls. They agreed to complain about the factory as soon as they got back to school. It suddenly made sense why that second-year student had brought a stash of instant noodles. He must have known how bad it would be. Another student, speaking in a hushed tone, urged the others not to dwell on it. He argued that it was only the first day, and it wasn't that bad. His friend just closed his eyes, utterly defeated. Suddenly, a voice called out to them. They turned to see Anne walking over, telling them not to lose heart and declaring that the purpose of their internship was to practice, learn, and gain some real-world experience. She urged the students to get back to it. Frowning, Leon decisively shouted that she was right. He announced that they were here to train, not to vacation, and ordered everyone to cheer up and press onward. He repeated the command in a louder voice. For a moment, all the students just stared at him in silence. But soon, they began raising their fists in the air, agreeing that Leon had a point. They started encouraging each other to get to work, to push forward, because it was necessary to work even harder. Fired up, they marched toward the mining site, but when they saw the completely dull crystals, they froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. They couldn't understand what had happened here, asking each other where all the energy had gone as they stared at the lifeless stones. A safe distance away, Ming sighed in relief. He had already cleared out 2 spots in the cave, and his energy had jumped by dozens of points. At this rate, he would surely surpass the 300-point mark before the internship ended. And then he would finally be able to use that card. He grinned as he looked at the Thunderbolt card, unable to contain his excitement. But his celebration was cut short by a warning sign up ahead, and he gasped when he saw it. He stopped in front of a new corridor that led deeper into the cave, admitting to himself he hadn't even realized he'd wandered this far. The sign clearly read that it was dangerous and forbidden to enter. He wondered if that meant there were more minerals inside. As for the threat, the biggest danger in these mines was a cave-in, and the probability of that happening in an unstable area was much higher. Regarding any other dangers, Ming figured he could just pop in for a quick look. Still, he hesitated, wondering if he should just head back. He stood there for a long moment before taking a decisive step toward the restricted mine, ignoring the warnings. He decided he would just go in and take a quick peek. As he ventured deeper, he noticed drops of water falling from the ceiling. He noted that this part of the mine was a bit creepy, to avoid any miners. His only option was to use the various crossroads instead of the main road. He didn't know how far he had gone, but he still hadn't stumbled upon any energy stone veins. He was unsure of what to do and figured he should just return to the main mining area. But suddenly, he froze. His lips pressed into a thin line, his eyes widened, and beads of sweat formed on his face. He whipped his head around, spotting a tent off to the side, and tried not to move, hoping not to attract any attention while mentally cursing. The protagonist asked himself why on earth a tent would be here. He guessed it might belong to people like him, who planned ahead and seized opportunities. Still, he hesitated before creeping closer to the tent and calling out, "Who's in there?" He reached out his hand to the zipper that sealed the tent's entrance and pulled it open. The next moment, he was startled, his eyes flying wide open as he let out a gasp of surprise. He saw Signer sleeping inside the tent with Shawang lying right next to her. They were both sleeping under the same blanket, and Ming looked at them in complete shock. Hearing his cry, Shawang woke up, slowly opening his eyes and shouting Ming's name in surprise. The protagonist simply replied that it was him. Shawang didn't know what to say, so Ming asked if he had a thing for a girl named Signer. Shawang smiled awkwardly and admitted that it was true, but explained that he knew that this internship was very tough, so he was just there to comfort the frustrated students. He also added that Ming could buy Signer, and Ming cried out in amazement as he looked at her, reaching out his hand towards Signer. Ming touched her cheek, remembering how he had consoled the other student. He admitted that he didn't think it was that simple. Smiling, he commented that Xiaowang had made a really beautiful doll. Xiaowang cried out, "How could you know?" He insisted that it was just a doll and that he hadn't done anything to it. The protagonist, interrupting his frantic cries, asked where he was rushing to. He reminded Xiaowang that he hadn't said anything like that yet. Suddenly, Xiaowang closed his eyes, lowered his head with a palm on his chest, and honestly admitted that he really liked Signer, but was too afraid to approach her. That was why he came up with this method, to fill the long, lonely nights. He wanted to say more about his feelings, but he fell silent as tears welled in his eyes, a single tear burning a path down his face. After calming down a bit, Xiaowang asked if Ming understood everything now. The main hero simply put a palm on his shoulder and exclaimed that he was going to make a new card later, noting that he needed an illusionist, so Xiaowang could help him. Xiaowang clenched his t-shirt in his fist and was silent for a moment. Then, he exclaimed in frustration that he had just poured out his heart to Ming, asking how he could be so heartless. The protagonist asked if Xiaowang wanted him to tell Signer about this. He suggested that he could tell her how much he liked her and how he made a doll of her to sleep with. Xiaowang said that there was no need to do that, and with a sudden change in his mood, he smiled, exclaiming that it was just an illusion. So there was no problem in helping him. He was confident he could assist. Ming, however, pretended to be offended, closing his eyes and turning his back to Xiaowang, asking what the price was. Sweating with excitement, Xiaowang exclaimed that it would be free since they were friends. At this, Ming smiled contentedly. Sure, he was right. Then he recalled something else and asked if Xiaopeng knew the layout of the mining area. He needed to know where the bigger veins were. Xiaopeng thought for a moment, then led Ming into a cave practically overflowing with energy stones. He stood back and watched. The hero's explosive reaction? Ming frowned in disbelief and yelled that this was a blessed land. There were just so many minerals. Xiaopeng asked how he could get so excited over this. Ming just laughed, shouting that it was amazing. He could sense the energy in here was 10 times purer than outside. This was perfect. He ran forward, placing a hand on one of the rocks, feeling the surge of power filling the cavern. With this much ore, he could reach his goal of 300 points in less than 2 days. He declared that from this moment on, he would live here making cards, eating, drinking, and even using the toilet. He was positive no one would bother him. Just then, Xiaopeng snapped him out of his triumphant fantasy, warning him to be careful not to get found by the miners. Ming gave him a confused look, so he explained that they were extremely close to the next mining site. The workers there operate 24 hours a day, so Ming had to be stealthy. Our hero agreed. Meanwhile, in another location, Workers were using special drills to bore a deep hole into the rock face. Hong Ming and his sister stood on a nearby hill, observing them. After a while, one of the workers monitoring the equipment readings suddenly ordered the others to stop, waving his hand to get their attention. He climbed up the hill to where the girl and Hong Ming were waiting and announced that they had drilled to the specified coordinates. But there was nothing there. The girl pondered for a moment, then stepped toward the man and told them to keep digging. He asked again, shocked, explaining that they had already reached the safe mining zone's limit. Digging any further could destabilize the mine's support points, creating a high. He argued it was far too risky, that the whole tunnel could collapse, and if an accident happened, he'd have no way to explain it to the company. Listening to him drone on, the girl simply closed her eyes in irritation, then turned and declared that if the workers weren't going to finish, they wouldn't see a pandianese, single cent. The man was flabbergasted, demanding to know why. He reminded her they had an agreement, pointing out that he and his crew were the ones taking the risks. She just pressed her palm to her head and stated that the risk justified the investment. Then, taking off her helmet, she stared him down, promising she would pay 5 times the agreed amount if they just kept digging. He was frozen, his brow furrowed in complete disbelief. Meanwhile, on the 4th day of training in the mine, students were tossing their gear aside and collapsing from exhaustion and hunger. This was, by all accounts, the lowest point of their lives. One of the guys knelt, his head hung low as he cursed the entire exercise. Some hadn't had a bite to eat in 3 days, while others just bickered. Suddenly, a girl cut through the noise, asking if anyone had seen Ming. One of the guys shook his head, saying no one had seen him all day, and another asked if she was talking about that second year who was scarfing down noodles a few days ago. He figured Ming had probably just ditched them. The girl closed her eyes and covered her face, convinced it was all her fault. It was her first time leading a training session, and she couldn't figure out why everything was so difficult. As they were talking, Yu strode forward with purpose. Liang hurried after him, pleading, I already told you, this mining area is off limits. Do you honestly think Ming is in here? Yu admitted he wasn't completely certain, and hearing this, Liang's eyes widened in alarm. Yu, however, stayed perfectly calm. He glanced at his companion and explained, We've checked everywhere else. If my hunch is right, he has to be here. Liang begged him not to lie, insisting he didn't want to get tangled up in his trouble. At that very moment, Ming was sitting deep within a cave, counting the cards he'd crafted as he finished the very last one. He'd made a total of 300 cards. As the final pattern began to glow, Ming triumphantly held it high, shouting that he was finished. It had taken him 4 days, but he'd finally hit the 300-point mark. He was a certified genius. The cards he'd made were scattered all around him. Staring at the image on his newest creation, the protagonist felt a surge of excitement, knowing he could finally use his Thunderbolt card. He grinned with genuine admiration, raising the card high, his face a mask of intense concentration as he prepared to activate it. But suddenly, he froze mid-motion, shuddering as Yu and Liang appeared at the cave's entrance. Liang shot him a serious glare, while Yu just smiled and waved hello. The protagonist was caught red-handed, the card still poised over his head. Liang's face contorted in rage as he pointed a finger and declared that he knew it all along. Ming was a rotten person. Are you actually trying to steal the ore stones? He demanded. Yu just frowned, unimpressed with the dramatic outburst. Ming felt like it was all over, but then he let out a laugh, grabbing his hair. Well, isn't this a huge coincidence? Running into you two, he said, trying to play it off. I got lost. Are you guys lost, too? Liang, still fuming, told him to shut his mouth and cut the act, screaming that Ming was a thief. He tried to quote section 1356 of the Mineral Code, but he had completely forgotten the wording. He gave Yu a slight nudge, silently asking for help. After a beat, Yu announced calmly, Section 1356 stipulates that all energy mines are state property. Any individual who mines or steals them without authorization is committing the crime of stealing state property, which is punishable regardless of the quantity stolen. Liang confirmed it, shouting that Ming was a criminal. Ming just closed his eyes and asked what on earth they were talking about. He wanted to know what evidence they had. Yu simply put a hand in his pocket and told the protagonist not to worry, declaring that he had all the proof he needed. He pulled out his phone with a smirk, explaining that he'd recorded Ming's entire process of stealing stones and crafting cards from a distance, noting that it was all captured in high definition. Staring at the phone, Ming cursed under his breath, his jaw tight. He frowned, unable to believe that these two, the most troublesome guys he knew, had actually caught him. How did you know? He finally asked. He knew they couldn't have just stumbled upon him by chance. Yu revealed, "I've been following you since the very first day we got here." After listening, to him, Ming realized Yu had been onto him from the start. His immediate disappearance had naturally drawn Yu's suspicion. As Ming listened to the explanation, Yu stated that he had a very sharp intuition. He continued, saying that later, while mining, he noticed the outer dig sites were mostly waste or around 15%. He admitted the protagonist was smart, since such a small amount wouldn't be very noticeable. However, the deeper they went, the percentage of waste ore got higher and higher, in some spots reaching 50%. Yu guessed that Ming never expected anyone would dig that deep. He also pointed out that he found empty instant noodle boxes in all those locations. After putting it all together, he was almost positive that Ming, the mysterious second-year student, was behind everything. The protagonist clenched his jaw, frowning as he realized that it was impossible to shake a guy like Yu, who was a true thorn in his side. All of Ming's reserve cards were gone, and his base energy of 300 points was only enough to summon the Thunderbolt card a single time. Cursing his luck, he knew that one mistake would land him in prison. He decided he had to grab that phone from Yu and destroy the Semhedate video. He gripped the card, ready to activate it, about to shout its name. But just then, Yu unlocked his phone. He tapped the screen a few times, deleting the video, then calmly turned the screen to Ming to prove it was gone. "I've deleted it all," he announced. Liang, who stood beside him, was in shock. "What does that mean?" he sputtered, his eyes wide with astonishment. Even the protagonist was stunned into confused silence. "Why did you delete the evidence?" Liang demanded. Yu explained that he simply wanted to test his intuition, since it had never steered him wrong. "Are you a complete fool?" Liang shouted. "That's why you deleted it." He called him stupid again, but you just said they shouldn't send Ming to prison. The protagonist stood there, just watching them argue, as Liang screamed that Yu was making a huge mistake, promising that he would report everything. He turned to storm off, and Yu warned him that he had no evidence. Liang didn't care and kept walking. But before he could even leave the cave, the ground suddenly shook violently. Looking around in terror, he broke out in a cold sweat from the tension. His brow furrowed as he asked, "What is this?" Raising his head, Yu also tensed up. Looking carefully at the ceiling and assuming this might be it, though he didn't finish his sentence, Ming screamed, his face scrunching up as he covered his mouth. "Don't tell me it's really happening." With a sharp movement, he grabbed his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and barked at Yu and Liang to move it. This was an emergency zone, and Ming guessed a cave-in had just started. As he broke into a sprint, he shot a glare back, demanding to know why Leon and Yu were just standing there like statues. He yelled at them to get going, and snapping out of their shock, Yu and Liang bolted after him. They frantically scanned their surroundings, trying to dodge the chunks of rock raining down from the ceiling. Stones of all sizes were plummeting around them, and they shouted warnings to each other to watch their step and pick up the pace. The tremor was immense. It was so powerful that even the surface building was rattling. Workers in their offices stumbled around in confusion, asking each other what was happening. As they searched for the source of the chaos, a miner's voice crackled over a walkie-talkie, his tone grim as he warned everyone that the entire mine was about to come down. Every miner below ground froze, staring up at the cascading rock and debris. A few of the men couldn't get out of the way in time and were buried under the rubble, either killed instantly or slowly being crushed. One miner scrambled toward his boss, yelling that they'd already lost 2 men, but the boss wasn't listening. Instead, his eyes were locked on their discovery, finally understanding what the girl and Hong Ming were really after. Down below, Hong Ming and the girl leaped into the chasm, landing right in front of the glowing object. After a careful inspection, the girl knew this was the exact spot she'd been searching for. Realizing she was truly here, a wave of relief washed over her. They'd found it at last. While she and her partner examined the structure that had been unearthed, the miner beside the boss finally saw it too, recognizing it as some kind of gate. At the same time, Ming, Yu, and Leon were still running for their lives, urging each other on. They had to get out of the mine before it completely collapsed. As they dodged more falling stones, Liang, his face contorted in anger, snapped that he knew this place was unstable. He accused Ming of causing the cave-in by trying to steal ore, but Ming shot back, asking what that had to do with him. He declared he hadn't even touched a pickaxe, but Leon wasn't interested in his excuses. He told Ming they'd settle this later, promising a full explanation once they met up again. The protagonist just grunted in agreement, suggesting they focus on reaching safety first. A scowl formed on his face as he clenched his teeth, wondering if the blackmail video was actually deleted, or if it was all just a bluff. He knew Yu was a wild card and prayed he wouldn't pull something at the worst possible moment. Yu, for his part, just kept running, his gaze fixed straight ahead, laser focused on not getting hit. Back at the gate, The mining crew's boss glanced at his phone. A notification for a large money transfer popped onto the screen, and a greedy smile spread across his face. He stroked his chin and said that now that the payment had arrived, it was time to discuss how they were going to split the treasure. The girl just frowned. She asked him to repeat himself, clearly confused. The man pointed out they'd never agreed to let them just take the treasure, adding that 2 of his men were now dead. The girl calmly explained that it wasn't a treasure and that whatever was inside held no value for miners like them. The man just laughed, asking how she could possibly know that, since the gate hadn't even been opened yet. He suggested they'd have to cooperate. Otherwise, he could just post online that someone found a hidden treasure here, and he was certain that would attract a lot of unwanted attention. The girl simply closed her eyes, sighed, and turned her back to him. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she told him to go ahead and post it. The boss cried out, asking if she was joking. He swore he'd actually do it, his expression deadly serious. Hong Ming glanced at her, confused, and asked if she was really going to let them get away with that. She paused, and with a cold frown, told him to kill everyone. He scowled for a moment, then a wicked, insane grin stretched across his face. "Now that's more like it," he declared, his voice filled with glee. He started stalking toward the miners, whose boss shouted at him, asking what the hell he was doing. He reminded him that they were outnumbered, but Hong Ming paid him no mind, closing the distance between them. In a flash, he grabbed the boss's head with one hand. The man's phone slipped from his grasp, shattering on the rocky floor. As Hong Ming lifted the miner clean off his feet, the man desperately clawed at his arm, repeating over and over that he wouldn't do anything and begging to be let go. In response, Hong Ming just tightened his grip. The helmet on the man's head exploded into 1,000 tiny pieces. The other miners cried out in terror at the gruesome sight. Hong Ming glanced at their horrified faces and sneered. "Weren't there supposed to be more of you?" As the slaughter began, the girl approached the gate and placed her palm against it. She yanked her hand back instantly as a jolt of magical energy surged through her. Crying out in pain, she quickly recovered, her eyes fixed on the gate as she realized it was enchanted. This thing wasn't going to be easy to open. She figured it would require an immense amount of power. She frowned in concentration. "How am I supposed to open this?" she muttered to herself. Meanwhile, Hong Ming was making short work of the miners. He sent one of them flying with a powerful kick, launching him with such force that the man's body rocketed past the girl and slammed into the far wall, sending a shower of stone shards everywhere. The girl didn't even flinch. She stood her ground, not the least bit scared by the man who had just flown past her at lethal speed. With a slight frown, she cast a disdainful look at the dead miner. Hong Ming planted his foot on another crumpled body and sighed in disappointment, complaining that there wasn't a worthy opponent among them. He called the man pathetic and weak. He paused for a moment, then declared that these men were only good for digging holes. He was holding the severed head of another miner, which he tossed aside like a piece of trash. Then he raised his leg, preparing to finish off one of the last men cowering beside him, who screamed and cursed, knowing what was coming. Suddenly, Hong Ming let out a chuckle and turned around. "There's always one little fish that slips through the net," he noted. He started walking toward a pile of rock chests, calling out to the cowardly person hiding there, behind the rocks. Xiao Wang was sweating profusely, biting his lip to keep from screaming. He pressed his hands together in a prayer, but it was no use. Hong Ming reached the rocks, peered over the top, and locked eyes with Xiao Wang, who flinched violently. He unclasped his hands and awkwardly raised a palm, looking at Hong Ming with pure terror. "Hi," he stammered before asking. "Who are you?" In the next moment, Hong Ming had already dragged Xiao Wang out from his hiding spot and thrown him onto the ground. Xiao Wang squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, begging them not to hurt him. Hong Ming called out to the girl, announcing that he'd found a guy who claimed to be a student. He casually asked what she wanted to do with him. The girl replied that there was some kind of barrier on the gate she'd never encountered before, and it was going to take some time to figure out. Xiao Wang lifted his head, staring at her in horror. She ordered Hong Ming to get rid of the workers' bodies first, telling him to make it look like they were victims of the mine collapse. She didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. Her expression was flat and bored as she added, "As for our uninvited guest, just bury him with the others." This sent a fresh wave of terror through Xiao Wang. Hong Ming flashed a thumbs up and grinned, agreeing to her every word. He grabbed Xiao Wang's leg and started dragging him away. The boy screamed, kicking his free leg wildly in the air, trying to resist. He reached a hand out toward the girl, desperately shouting through his tears that he was an illusionist and he knew the spell on the gate. He claimed he'd read about it once. It was in an ancient book called Heaven's Gate of Paradise, he explained, and the spell was called Hades. He insisted he knew how to break it. The girl's expression shifted to one of mild interest. Hong Ming squinted skeptically but stopped dragging him. Kneeling on the ground, Xiao Wang explained what the spell's name meant. It means doing everything for oneself, he said, noting that while normal spells have codes, keys, and calculations, this one was completely different. The master who created it loved being original, making it impossible for any ordinary person to crack. The girl let out a small gasp of surprise as she listened. Finally, she told Xiaoying to explain how to break the spell. She promised that if he helped her open the gate, not only would she spare his life, but she'd also cut him a deal. He could take anything he wanted from inside, except for one specific item, or she could just pay him in cash. Xiaoying looked at her, bewildered, and asked if she was telling the truth. Hongming leaned in close with a smile and told him not to worry, saying his sister always kept her word. Xiaowang didn't argue any further. In that case, listen closely, he said, then frowned and pointed a finger forward, declaring decisively that nothing would break the spell except for a strong attack. He explained that the person who first broke it only succeeded because after all his complex methods failed. He got frustrated, used brute force, and just hit the spell and it shattered. The girl's eyes went wide in disbelief when she heard this, and Hongming repeated Xiaowang's words. A strong attack, he mused. The girl turned to him and said, Give it a try. A wide smile spread across Hongming's face. With pleasure, he exclaimed. Brute force is my specialty. He balled his hand into a fist so tightly that the veins bulged on his arm, and with a focused scowl, he charged forward, winding up for a massive swing. He unleashed a devastating blow against the gate, and a brilliant flash lit up the cavern. When the light faded, however, everyone saw that the shimmering barrier protecting the gate was completely unscathed. Nothing had worked. Leaning in to inspect it, Hongming paused for a moment and thought. It's no use, he declared, certain that Xiaopang had deceived them. But Xiaopang leapt up, frantically waving his hands. No, it's not a lie. I swear, just listen to me. Closing his eyes, he forced a nervous smile. You're strong, sure, but this requires teamwork. It's like a drum, you need a sense of rhythm, he explained, starting to tap his foot. It has to be just like this. He began humming an old folk song, counting out the beat before triumphantly declaring, See, I've got the rhythm. Hongming just stared back, his frown deepening, but he remained silent. Finally, Xiaopang stopped his performance. My classmates are here, lots of them. They might not be super strong, but altogether, we can definitely open this gate. Hongming was convinced Xiaopang was just stalling. Let's just kill him, he suggested, but the girl's mind was racing. The heavenly gate of paradise. Her master had spoken of it once. The legends were real. She fixed Xiaopang with an intense gaze and finally announced, Fine, we'll believe you. But, she warned, her voice like ice, if you try to run, we'll kill you first, then every last one of your friends. Softening slightly, she repeated, I'll trust you. Xiaopang promised he wouldn't escape, insisting he wasn't lying. As he touched his face, a wave of relief washed over him. A single drop of sweat trickled down his cheek, but he ignored it, a smirk spreading across his face. Of course it's a lie, he thought. But it was so good. I almost believed it myself. Once he regrouped with his classmates, he knew he'd be safe. They weren't powerful, but Anne was different. Even though she looked weak, she was a 3-star master. She could at least buy them enough time to call for help. If things went south, Hongming and the girl would be too busy escaping to worry about killing him. He grinned to himself, feeling like a genius. They say you become like the people you hang around, and after spending so much time with Ming, his strategic thinking had clearly leveled up. Just as he was about to search for his classmates, he froze. He watched as Hongming and the girl began methodically clearing away the corpses, deciding to dispose of the evidence by burying them beneath the rocks. Meanwhile, Yu, Liang, and Ming finally found the other students gathered in a large cavern. Liang shouted An's name, about to explain what Ming had done, but he trailed off as the protagonist's jaw dropped. Ming's eyes widened, a shiver running down his spine. Ling and Yu had the exact same stunned reaction. They stood frozen, completely bewildered by the sight before them. It didn't make any sense. Someone finally explained the situation. Their only way out was completely sealed by a massive rockfall. Noticing Ming, Liang, and Yu standing there, a student called out to An, letting her know they had arrived. With the entrance blocked by a wall of enormous boulders, Sinner was trying to get a signal on her phone to alert someone on the outside. But there was no service. Just the frustrating beep of a device searching for a network. She stared at the screen with a worried expression before turning to the others. It's no good, she said, shaking her head. I can't get a signal. We're completely cut off from the outside. With no way to contact anyone, a sense of helplessness began to spread, and calmly told them not to panic, pointing out that the people topside would definitely know something was wrong. If they can't reach us, they'll send a rescue team, she reasoned. The good news is, there are no casualties and we have plenty of supplies. All we can do is be patient and wait. The students listened intently as Yu, stopping beside Liang, expressed his hope that nothing else would go wrong. Liang, suddenly furious, whirled on him. "Shut your mouth, you jinx!" he snapped, standing off to the side with his arms crossed. Ming watched them in silence. Yu simply ignored Liang's outburst, picked up a bottle of water, and walked a few paces away to take a sip. The protagonist's brow furrowed in concentration as he considered how their good fortune had soured so quickly. He figured they wouldn't be reported missing for a while yet, but an unshakable sense of anxiety crept over him. Why? After a moment of self-analysis, he identified the feeling. It was the nagging sensation that he had overlooked something crucial. And then, it hit him like a lightning bolt, his eyes flying open in realization. Xiaopeng. He frantically scanned the crowd, his frown deepening. He wasn't there. He remembered now that he hadn't been with them when they found the others. Just then, a bobbing light appeared in the darkness, and he turned with a startled gasp. Walking toward them was Xiaopeng, lighting the path with a lantern, followed by Hongming and the girl. "Xiaopeng!" Ming shouted joyfully, a huge grin spreading across his face. "I was just thinking about you. And here you are, you absolute legend." In shock, Xiaopeng could only stammer Ming's name. Ming rushed over, throwing an arm around his friend's shoulders, still beaming. "You son of a gun!" he laughed playfully. "I seriously thought you were dead." Xiaopeng winced and asked him not to joke like that, but Ming just chuckled and demanded to hear what had happened. He rested his hand on his face, waiting for the tale. Xiaopeng looked away awkwardly, unsure where to even begin. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed. "It's a really long story," he started. "But I met these two miners." He gestured vaguely toward Hongming and the girl standing behind him. Ming's attention was drawn to the two strangers. By the time Xiaopeng finished his tale, the students were buzzing with astonishment. "Are you talking about a secret world?" some asked in disbelief. Others called him incredibly lucky, suggesting that explained why the mine had collapsed so catastrophically. They swarmed Xiaopeng from all sides, bombarding him with questions. "Where is this secret world?" With a nervous but excited grin, he told them all to calm down and let him explain everything. A little ways off, Sinner urgently tried to get Anne's attention, but Anne was focused intently on the two strangers, her expression unreadable. Liang and Yu also frowned, eyeing the girl and Hongming with suspicion, not quite sure if the story was real. Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. His mind raced as he recalled information from the original Ming's memories, which described secret worlds as legendary places. A so-called secret world was actually an ancient tomb or a gateway to another realm. They were essentially pocket dimensions, powerful domains crafted by ancient monks for their cultivation. Over countless years, these caves absorbed immense energy, evolving into treasure troves that became known as secret worlds. However, most of them that were discovered were riddled with deadly charms and traps. But to claim the incredible treasures and forgotten secrets left behind by their predecessors, countless people braved these dangerous places. Every time a new secret world was discovered, it sent shockwaves through the cultivation community, driving them into a frenzy. The protagonist imagined adventurers battling monsters in one such realm. He frowned, noting that while Xiaopeng should be thrilled to have found such a place, his expression told a completely different story. He tuned back into the conversation just as a student asked in a hushed, fearful voice, "Did you say charms?" Xiaopeng looked away uncomfortably and confirmed it. That's why we need everyone's help," he explained. The students, however, were ecstatic. "That's no problem," they exclaimed, promising their full support. "Great," Xiaopeng replied, sighing internally. He hadn't expected the exit to be blocked. Narrowing his eyes, he realized he needed a new plan. He decided to just wait and see what happened next. But suddenly, Ming took a sharp, deliberate sniff of the air. Hearing the sound behind him, Xiaopeng turned around. The next second, he was drenched in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with pure terror as he froze in place. The girl looked at the protagonist, puzzled, as he leaned toward her, sniffing the air. "What are you doing, man?" she demanded. Ming casually replied, "Nothing special. I just have a unique ability that enhances my senses, including a very keen sense of smell." Xiaopeng grew more horrified with every word. He shoved his fingers into his mouth and bit down hard, trying to stifle his panic. Ming closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips as he held his chin. "I can smell a faint floral scent on you," he said. "A little like cinnamon." He paused for a moment. "What an excellent fragrance. But besides that," he continued, drawing out the silence, "I smell something else." His eyes snapped open in mock surprise. "Ah, I know that smell. It's the smell of blood." Hearing this, the girl's frown deepened, and she stared at Ming with deadly seriousness. His words sent a wave of fear through the students. Did he say blood? They whispered nervously. They looked at the girl with growing terror. Why does she smell like blood? Some asked, while others wondered. And why can't we smell it? One of them looked at the protagonist with a mixture of awe and fear, scoffed, asking if the guy had the nose of a bloodhound. Then again, since all the miners with them had been crushed to death, it was hardly surprising they smelled of blood. One student, however, pointed out that the girl herself was completely clean, and Xiao. Ping, overhearing all of this, was on the verge of tears. He mentally pleaded with Ming, wondering if he was actually trying to get them killed. The other students kept murmuring, pointing out how strange it was that all the workers died while these two were perfectly fine. It was incredibly suspicious. They shouted. Our protagonist couldn't agree more. He called the girl out, complimenting her looks before demanding she explain exactly why she reeked of blood. Her fists trembled with rage, and in the next moment, Ming's eyes went wide. She was glaring at him with pure fury, but then she suddenly bowed, which only threw our hero for an even bigger loop. After freezing in that position for a moment, she apologized, claiming she was on her period. Still reeling. The protagonist's eyes bugged out as he muttered in disbelief. The other students, equally baffled, asked if he had really mentioned enhanced perception. Their surprise quickly soured into anger. I knew this guy was a total fraud, one of them spat, and his buddy agreed it was a complete waste of time. Deciding they had a lot of digging to do, they started running down the corridor, back the way Xiaopeng and his crew had come from. He tried to stop them, shouting for everyone to hold on, warning that it was too soon to know what dangers lay ahead and that they needed to wait for backup. But the students just kept running, yelling back that by the time help arrived, the secret world would be carved up by the leaders, leaving nothing for them. They figured they had to find it fast and kept sprinting ahead, telling the others to wait if they wanted. She could only watch them go, helplessly throwing up her hands. Soon, only she, Yu, and Ming remained. Yu looked at the protagonist, stunned, repeating his words about enhanced senses. He asked why he'd never heard of anything like that before and what exactly it was. Ming just closed his eyes and chuckled, admitting he'd never heard of it either because he totally made it up. He just wanted to provoke the girl and figure out what was really going on. Yu let out a gasp of surprise, then stroked his chin, impressed. Good one, he said, before asking Ming if he'd figured anything out yet. Ming confessed he wasn't certain, but he had a strong gut feeling that something wasn't right, and that those two were definitely hiding something. He turned to Yu, asking for his take on the situation. Yu closed his eyes in thought before declaring that his keen archer's instincts were screaming at him that it was time to hurry up and follow the group. The second he finished his sentence, he bolted. Ming watched him go, rolling his eyes in frustration. It wasn't long before the students reached a massive gate shimmering with a protective barrier. They stared in shock, asking, Is this really the secret world? Some gasped in wonder while others cursed, admitting it was absolutely incredible. It was the first time they had ever witnessed something so amazing, so their awestruck reaction was understandable. Finally, one of the students couldn't take the waiting anymore and yelled, What are you guys standing around for? Another urged them to hold on, pointing out that the gate seemed to be sealed and would probably need to be attacked to open. Hearing that, someone else clenched their fists decisively and asked what they were waiting for. Let's get started, he urged. But just then, Xiaopeng held up his hands, smoothly telling everyone to calm down and pay attention to his hand gestures. He instructed the others to follow his lead, get into the rhythm, and start a coordinated attack. He declared that they would open the gate with a beautiful melody. The students just stared at him, their mouths hanging open in utter shock as they froze in place. Xiaopeng, completely ignoring the dozens of eyes on him, continued to wave his arms, calling out musical notes in sequence. He started moving his whole body, his arms and legs flowing in a strange dance, all while keeping his eyes shut. After a few moments of this performance, he finished listing the notes, snapped his eyes open with a fierce frown, and yelled for them to begin the ultimate attack. He ordered his comrades to open this gate to untold treasures, for the best of the best. With a battle cry, the students began clenching their fists, shouting their resolve as they started to perfectly mimic the movements Xiaopeng had just shown them. One student summoned lightning. Another conjured 5 whips, while the others took their positions and unleashed their own attacks. Water balls, rock strikes, airwave beams, Zan Yuna, Zahu, a whole barrage of skills was hurled at the gate. As the concentrated magic slammed into the barrier, it kicked up a massive cloud of dust and a blinding flash of light. But when the smoke cleared, Xiaopeng stood frozen in shock. Well, that plan was a total bust, he thought with resignation. Lowering his head, he knew he had to think of something else. He mentally called out to Ming, his eyes squeezed shut and jaw clenched in a silent, tearful plea for help. A few students were still pouring out their magic, but suddenly one of them screamed, shuddered, and collapsed, saying he was completely drained. The others quickly chimed in, confirming they were out of juice too. They told each other to stop, figuring the gate had to be close to breaking. But as the dust settled, the students stared in disbelief at the perfectly intact gate. They couldn't understand what went wrong or how this was even possible, especially since they'd given it everything they had. One of the guys suggested their rhythm must have been off, which immediately sparked a fit of rage. "Who screwed up the rhythm?" someone shouted, cursing. Another student echoed the question, grumbling that the whole thing was a waste of time. Another kid swore, furious that he'd wasted all his energy. Then, another student looked directly at Xiaopeng and demanded to know what they should do now. He just stood there, frowning and hesitating, unsure what to say. Finally, he declared that it was perfectly normal for the gate not to open and that they should listen up. He then dropped to his knees, yelling that he had lied to them all and was truly sorry. The truth was, he never had a clue how to open the gate. The students stared at him, dumbfounded, before calling him every name in the book. "How dare you lie to us?" they roared. "Do you have any idea what you've just unleashed?" Xiaopeng, sobbing, begged them to listen, insisting that he never meant to deceive them. He tried to explain his reasons, but the others weren't having it. They started screaming that all their effort was for nothing, shouting him down and telling him to shut up. They rushed him, started beating him down, and all he could do was cry out, completely unable to fight back. Hong Ming, watching, with his arms crossed, turned to the girl and remarked that Xiaopeng had really led them on a wild goose chase. He asked her what the plan was now. The girl lowered her head slightly and promised she would figure out a way to open the gate. Turning her back to Hong Ming, she told him he could deal with the others, but gave him one strict warning. "Don't touch the one named Ming." She explained that she needed him alive to take him home when this was all over. Hong Ming jolted in surprise, repeating her words about taking the protagonist home, stuttering in shock. He guessed that Ming must be her type, but she furiously shot back. "What are you talking about?" Frowning, she promised she would chop off his limbs, gouge out his eyes, and rip out his tongue. Then, she'd put what was left of him in a vase and watch him slowly wither away. As she was making these gruesome threats, Ming casually walked up to the gate and placed his palm on the barrier, his focus entirely on the glowing lines, while Hong Ming just frowned, listening to the girl's chilling words. The protagonist studied the barrier intently. Yu came up behind him and asked if he actually had a way to open it. Ming closed his eyes, a proud smirk on his face, and said that for him, it was a piece of cake. Yu frowned, giving him a look of disbelief, but the protagonist just warned that he could believe, it or not. But while the gate's seal might look complicated to him, to Ming, it was as simple and straightforward as a math problem. Yu, still bewildered, asked if he was being serious. But instead of answering, the protagonist touched the gate again with his palm. He mused that everything in the world follows a set of rules, and as long as you can figure out those rules, you can find the solution. His plan was to let his body's energy seep into the seal and trace its pathways to map out the entire structure. In his mind, the seal in front of him wasn't so much a magical charm as it was a complex set of data. And for an experienced programmer like him, this data, which appeared as numbers in his head, was nothing more than a simple riddle. It didn't take him long to find the answer, and he pushed himself to figure out the next step. Suddenly, who had looked away for just a second, was startled by a flash of light off to the side. He whipped his head around, wondering what was going on. His eyes widened when he realized the spot where Ming had just been standing was now empty. Where did he go? He panicked, totally confused. One moment he was there, and the next, he vanished. He reappeared in a different dimension, collapsing to his knees with his head bowed, fighting to catch his breath. After gathering himself, he surveyed his new surroundings and gasped in shock. Scrambling to his feet, he wondered aloud what had just happened, his eyes widening in pure dread. He couldn't comprehend his location, finding himself hemmed in by towering walls on either side. He paused for a beat, then took a few hesitant steps forward, a thought striking him. Was that so-called charm actually a portal? He must have triggered it, teleporting himself into this secret realm. At this dawning realization, a massive grin spread across his face. If this was true, it meant he was completely alone here, overcome with awe. He realized that all the treasures of this secret zone were his for the taking, imagining the immense wealth he was about to acquire. He did a little victory dance and declared that this was the best New Year's Day of his life. Marching forward, he yelled for an imaginary parade to bang the gongs and beat the drums in his honor. Unable to contain his elation, he leaped into the air, feeling like his life finally had a perfect rhythm. He continued to shout with glee as he ventured deeper, completely oblivious to the fact that the colossal walls surrounding him were forming a massive labyrinth. A short while later, once his excitement had subsided, Ming finally noticed the towering walls that seemed to stretch on forever. He couldn't figure out why a secret world would be designed like a maze. As he rounded another corner, he let out a startled cry, freezing in his tracks with wide eyes. Then, he let out a triumphant scream and charged forward. He'd spotted a treasure chest. Kneeling beside it, he threw open the lid with an eager smile, but his expression instantly fell. "Are you kidding me? Is this just a piece of paper?" he asked, utterly disappointed as he cursed his luck. He snatched up the single sheet and began to read. The note congratulated the lucky finder on reaching the barrier gate. It explained that this place was the labyrinth of fantasy, and to pass through the gate of enchantment, Ming had to find the exit. The author of the letter urged him to hurry and claim the treasures within, warning him that the maze contained no food or essential supplies. The only way out was to solve the endless labyrinth before his life gave out. Upon reading this, our hero froze, the full weight of the situation crashing down on him. "What kind of twisted joke is this?" he muttered, finally processing the information. He understood now that this wasn't a secret world filled with riches, but a deadly illusion. Stroking his chin, he admitted this was a major problem. He never expected things to take such a turn. The only way to open the gate of enchantment was by escaping the labyrinth first. It finally dawned on him that he'd thought this would all be too easy. As he scanned the letter one more time, his eyes caught a horrifying detail. The labyrinth was described as endless. He repeated the word a few times, then suddenly froze. A cold sweat breaking out across his brow. His eyes shot open in terror as he whispered it again. "This labyrinth is endless." He crumpled the paper in his fist. An endless maze was something out of a video game, something that shouldn't exist in reality. But in this world, he knew, a powerful enough illusion could make it possible. Theoretically, you could solve an infinite maze by expanding your search from a single point. As the search area grows in a circle, it's bound to eventually find the exit. The time required would depend entirely on how far the starting point was from the way out. But if that starting point was on the opposite side of infinity, the search would truly be endless. The protagonist realized this would be a death sentence, and his eyes widened in horror. Suddenly, he flinched and let out a scream as, in the next instant, he coughed up something and a cat leaped out of his mouth. The feline stood there for a second, clutching Ming's original card firmly between its teeth. Recognizing the cat, he cursed under his breath, noting that its injuries had healed. It even looked much stronger than the last time he'd seen it. But his thoughts were abruptly cut short when he saw his original card, clamped in the cat's jaws. Without warning, the cat sprang forward and took off running. Ming immediately gave chase, yelling, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" He was furious. "Are you just going to ditch me now that I'm in trouble? Have you already forgotten the night we first met?" He couldn't believe the audacity of this creature. As he sprinted after it, he shouted, "Fine, you can leave, but give me back my card. My life depends on that thing." Meanwhile, back in the cave, the girl and the others stood frozen, their faces etched with concern. She suspected the gate concealed a trap, and out of respect for its legendary creator, she hesitated to enter without a proper strategy. But then, Ming had suddenly vanished, leading her to believe he had sprung the trap himself. The full-force attack that Xiaopeng had proposed was technically the best way to shatter the barrier. But the girl knew the students lacked the necessary power. After all, they were up against a creation of a true legend. Musing over her options, she reached out and placed her palm on the gate's surface. She was at a loss for what to do next. Should I risk walking into this trap, she wondered? Just then, the gate beneath her hand began to vibrate. Both she and the young man beside her stared at it, completely baffled. Elsewhere, Xiaopeng was on the ground, clutching his head in his hands, nearly in tears. "You have to listen to me," he pleaded, trying to explain that he had been forced. The other students, still seething with anger, surrounded him. "Forced by who?" one of them sneered. They weren't buying his excuses, shouting about how all their energy had been wasted because of him. Suddenly, a shadow fell over Xiaopeng. He looked up and gasped. It was Hing, standing over him with clenched fists and a dangerously tight expression. He looked on with dread at Hing's threatening glare. But just then, another student pointed off to the side, yelling and grabbing everyone's attention. "Look, the gate is opening!" Xiaopeng's face twisted in confusion, his mouth falling open in astonishment. Everyone else was equally stunned, staring as the gate the girl had touched slowly swung inward. The students immediately formed a line, ready for a running start. "Let's go! Run!" they yelled to one another, blasting off toward the entrance as fast as they could. With determined looks, they bolted for the gate, completely ignoring the girl who stood right in front of it. They streamed inside, feeling like their long internship had finally paid off. They were certain that surprises, dangers, and treasures awaited them inside. As they disappeared, the girl stared at the gate, frowning. She couldn't understand why it had opened so suddenly. "Don't tell me Ming was responsible for this," she muttered. At that very moment, Ming was puckering his lips, pretending to give the cat a kiss and calling it beautiful. He leaned in with his eyes closed, but the cat, looking thoroughly annoyed, simply shoved his face away with its paw. Kneeling before the creature, the protagonist admitted he thought it was abandoning him, but now he saw it was all a big misunderstanding. With a wide smile, he asked, "How did you know the exit was here?" He guessed the cat had been here before, but it just shut its eyes, refusing to answer. "All right, we can talk about it later," Ming said. "But can you give me my card back?" He promised to buy it fish later, adding that he could also get canned food and catnip. "In fact," he declared, "I'll buy you whatever you want. I'll even get you a little kitten companion to keep you company." He grinned, closing his eyes in delight. But the cat was not amused. Its eyes narrowed into slits and, with a sharp flick of its tail, it slapped the protagonist so hard across the cheek that he screamed and went flying backward. At the same time, the students, who had rushed into the secret world, slowed to a halt, gazing around in awe. "Is this really the secret world?" one of them wondered aloud. The others cursed. It was pitch black, and they could barely see a thing. As they ventured deeper into the chamber before them, they asked, "What kind of secret world is this?" The guys were baffled by how small it was. "This is just a tiny secret room. There can't be anything in here," they yelled. But even as they complained, they felt a thrill of excitement. Suddenly, the tops of the pillars in the room began to slide open with a grinding sound. The noise made one of the students look up, and he cried out in surprise when he saw a glowing core revealed inside the pillar. The same thing was happening to all the other pillars. Seeing this, the students started shouting, "What in the world is going on?" Then, at the far end of the room, a blinding flash of light erupted. The students shielded their eyes from the intense glare, cursing at how bright it was. Once their vision adjusted, they stared with wide eyes at what was revealed. At the back of the chamber, resting on a stand that resembled a clawed paw, was a faintly shimmering card. Peering closer, the students gathered around the pedestal, completely surrounding it, confirming that it was, in fact, a card. One of them remarked that it had to be something special. His friend standing beside him stroked his chin thoughtfully. He figured a card stashed away in a secret room like this had to be something special. There had to be more to it. Running his fingers over the surface, he realized he'd never seen a design like it. The color, the feel, everything about it screamed rare. Could this be a legendary card? None of them knew for sure, but one thing was certain. This thing had to be worth a fortune. One of the guys clapped his friend on the shoulder and said, "Quit gawking. Let's just grab it and go. We'll sell it as soon as we're out of here." They agreed. "And split the cash evenly. Consider it our bonus for this crappy mine internship." The student holding the card nodded, but suddenly he gasped and froze solid as a hand clamped down on his head. In a flash, Ho Ming yanked the kid forward and slammed his face into the stone floor with enough force to crack his helmet. With a cold glare, Ho Ming growled that he was sorry, but the kid had no right to lay a finger on that card. The students could only scream in shock, completely powerless. His friends stared in horror, demanding to know what was happening. One of them recognized the attacker. Ho Ming slowly stood up, brushing himself off. "The name's Ho Ming," he announced. "A 3-star energy warrior. And that card is mine." He shot them a look that promised pain. "Get out of here if you value your lives," he threatened, his gaze lingering on the boy he'd just crushed. The students whispered the words in terror, "A 3-star warrior." One of them grimaced, pointing out that they were all just 1-star cultivators. And even with Ning Yu and Chan Liang, they were still only 1 star. The gap between 1 and 3 stars wasn't just big, it was a chasm. It finally sank in, Ho Ming was a wolf, and they were a flock of cornered sheep. A terrifying image of a predator staring down its helpless prey filled their minds, leaving them paralyzed. The students exchanged panicked glances until one of them had a crazy idea teamwork. With a determined scowl, he charged forward, shouting some nonsense about a group of 1-stars being the brightest star in the night sky and something about the taste of a bloody king. Ho Ming just arched an eyebrow, more amused than threatened. The kid struck a pose, hand raised, but then he froze. He glanced back at his friends, who hadn't moved an inch. "What are you guys doing?" he yelled, confused. "Why are you so scared? There's a ton of us." "Are you an idiot?" one of them shot back. "He's 2 whole stars above us. We can't win." Another shuddered. "Don't even say that. Remember what that 2-star cultivator did to us back at school? This guy is a 3-star. But the charging student wasn't backing down." Pointing a finger at Homing, he argued. "We don't even know if he's the real deal. How can a miner be a 3-star warrior?" Just then, a voice cut through the tension. "They aren't miners at all." The students spun around to see Yin, who calmly explained that Homing and the girl were here specifically for this card. Flanked by Liang, Yu Len, and Xia Pang, she strode into the chamber, her expression grim. "Yin!" the students cried out, rushing towards her, knowing she was a genuine 3-star elementalist. "He's trying to steal the card," one of them yelled. "And he's hurting our classmates." Yin held out a hand, gesturing for them to stand back. "I'll handle this," she promised. Across the room, Homing let out a dramatic sigh, burying his face in his hand. He confessed he'd gotten sloppy. He never imagined there'd be another 3-star elementalist down here. Taking a step forward, she announced that she'd discovered the bodies of miners. "It looked like an accident," she said, "but their injuries told a different story. They died in a fight." She leveled her gaze at Homing. "I'm guessing that was your doing, wasn't it? Removing her glasses?" She noted that this was a matter for specialized investigators. "Normally, this would be out of my hands," she continued. "But you kidnapped and threatened my students. And for that, there is no forgiveness." Her skill flared to life, eyes glowing and arcane markings spreading across her face. She glared at Homing, who just seemed bored by the display. He closed his eyes, sighed, and then cracked his knuckles. "You know," he said, "my original plan was simple. You open the gate, I take the card, and we all go home. But now you're in my way, which means I have to do this differently." Without finishing, he dug his feet into the ground, the stone beneath him beginning to crack. Then, with a powerful push, he launched himself at her, declaring, "I'll have to kill you all." Yin watched him, completely focused. The instant he was within range, she leaped aside, expertly dodging the strike. Homing slammed his hands into the floor where she'd just been, landing on one knee. As the dust from his impact settled, he looked over at Yin, his eyes narrowing. "Nice dodge," he admitted. He rose to his feet, ready for round 2. Yin began waving her arms, summoning gusts of wind that swirled around her. Seeing this, Homing tensed up, his expression turning serious as he watched her. She poured more and more power into her spell, her eyes widening as she focused the raging currents into a single point. With a final gesture, she unleashed her wind shot. The backlash from the sheer energy concentration was so immense, it blasted her back into the air as the powerful stream shot forward. The concentrated gales slammed directly into Homing. He screamed, completely overwhelmed by the force, tears flying from his eyes as he was violently thrown backward. He hit the ground so hard a pillar of dust erupted into the sky, sending stone shrapnel everywhere. The students watched, their jaws on the floor, their eyes bulged in disbelief. "That was incredible," they shouted. "Is that really Yin Argental's kind teacher?" It was impossible to process. They hailed her as a goddess descended to earth. Meanwhile, Yin stood panting, trying to catch her breath after unleashing such a powerful attack. But as she tried to recover, she suddenly froze, a silhouette visible through the settling dust. Homing emerged, his expression serious. "I'll admit," he said, "your power and momentum are impressive. However," he regretfully added, "there's a world of difference between your 3 stars and mine." He stood there completely unharmed, a wicked grin on his face, enveloped in a shimmering shield of energy. "I'm a true 3-star warrior," he declared, "forged in the heat of 1,000 battles, not some sheltered university teacher." Yin stared at the defense covering his entire body. Her mind raced. "Is that energy armor?" Her jaw dropped in utter shock. It couldn't be. How was this possible? She couldn't believe Homing had actually mastered energy armor. Recalling that an ordinary energy warrior could only combine their energy in one spot to form a simple defensive shield. But energy armor was on a whole other level. It was an advanced evolution of that basic skill, an ability that could only be refined through countless applications. The armor covered his entire body, providing total protection, making it nearly impossible to deal real damage. Not without a single, incredibly powerful, focused strike. A bead of sweat trickled down Yin's face. She realized her wide-area attack was the wrong type entirely. This is bad, she thought, but still, she held her ground, defiantly pursing her lips and staring Homing down. Even with skilled attackers like Yu among her students, none of them had the power to even scratch Homing. She was out of options, with no way to protect them. And while her mind was racing, Homing lunged, abruptly grabbing her head with both of his hands. She screamed, her eyes wide with terror, her hands flying up to claw at his. But he just squeezed harder, his fingers digging into her skin, pulling at her eyelids. Powerless, she could only scream as he lifted her clean off her feet. A spray of blood flew from her mouth as Lu Ming sneered. He frowned and yelled that on the battlefield. Your fate can turn in an instant, it's either kill or be killed. Your head is mine, he roared, declaring he was about to rip it clean off. The students watched in abject horror, their eyes bulging. Zinir covered her mouth in fear, and even Yu and Lu Ming looked on. But then, Liang stepped forward. Let her go, he demanded. Lu Ming glanced over, confused. Liang's face was a mask of fury as he began to speak. When I first came to school, everyone made fun of how I looked. I was depressed. I felt worthless. But Yin, she just patted my head and kindly told me not to worry about what other people think. As he spoke, he touched his own hair, remembering her words. She told him that if he became strong enough, no one would ever laugh at him again. Instead, everyone would value him and want to be his friend. That was what Yin had told him, inspiring him. She was the reason he kept training, the reason he became one of the top students in their class. With a sudden movement, he ripped the hair from his head. It was a wig and threw it to the ground. How dare you treat her like that in front of me, he roared. Lu Ming casually tossed Yin aside and called out to Liang, and demanded to know if Leon had lost his mind for ignoring his warning. But Leon, with tears of pure rage welling in his eyes, simply took a fighting stance. His face twisted in a snarl as he ordered Lu Ming to die, hurling insults at him. The other students, seeing this, cursed under their breath, realizing Leon had snapped. Some turned to flee while others were frozen in terror, squeezing their eyes shut. Yu, however, coolly put on a pair of dark sunglasses and glanced at Xiaopeng, who looked completely bewildered. He ordered the boy not to ask questions and to just close his eyes immediately. Xiaopeng, though confused, obeyed, pressing his lips together as he covered his eyes with his hands. Just then, Leon let out a roar, his face a mask of concentration as flashes of brilliant light erupted from his eyes and mouth. Lu Ming frowned, confused by the spectacle, while Yu shielded his own eyes, thinking that when Leon gets this angry, he enters a berserker state he can't control. In that unconscious rage, he could do something truly awful. It was the genetic inheritance of the Liang family's light element, a power that had once sent a master to the hospital. He knew what was coming, but he had no time to prepare as Leon finally unleashed his special ability. A blinding flash of light called the power of imagination exploded from his body, engulfing the entire room in a searing white radiance. After a few moments, the light began to fade, and the room's features slowly came back into view. Having unleashed his ultimate spell, Leon stood there panting heavily before collapsing to the ground, completely drained. The students, still hiding with their eyes closed, timidly began to whisper. One of them asked if it was over yet. Another guessed that it probably was, which led to a third student demanding someone open their eyes and check. The guy next to him shot back, asking why he didn't do it himself. Ultimately, the first person to look was Yu. He lowered his glasses, raised his eyebrows, and scanned the aftermath. He acknowledged that Leon's technique was incredibly potent, but it had a fatal flaw. It did 0 damage if a person just closed their eyes. That was the crucial difference that made Yu number 1 and Leon only number 2. The others still had their eyes shut. But Yu looked at Lu Ming and knew he hadn't figured it out in time. He hadn't closed his eyes during the attack. The warrior was now clenching his jaw, holding his palms to his face as blood streamed from between his fingers. Yet, Lu Ming's eyes were somehow still intact. Seeing this, Yu's own eyes widened in sheer astonishment as he thought, did it really not work? Spitting out a thick clot of blood. Lu Ming coughed and cursed, demanding to know what kind of trick that was. The light had somehow pierced his armor and struck him directly. He was just thankful he'd managed to shield most of his organs with energy. Otherwise, his brain and everything else would have been cooked. Seizing the opportunity, Yu snatched an arrow from his quiver. He knocked it, drew the bowstring, and took aim. His expression locked in concentration. He reasoned that Lu Ming must have suffered a severe internal injury, weakening his energy armor's defenses. This was the perfect moment to strike. He released the string, and the arrow flew true, heading straight for Lu Ming, who froze. His brow furrowed as he saw it coming. In that instant, Yu's mind flashed back to his grandfather, who once told him that in battle, the true opponent isn't the enemy, but yourself. As a child, he hadn't understood what that meant, so he had asked him to explain. His grandfather said it was like a perfectly clear lake that reflects everything like a mirror. Still just a young boy, Yu was bewildered. So his grandfather clarified that when facing a formidable foe, victory or defeat, life or death, is decided in a fraction of a second. That's why, beyond just skill, one needs a calm mind. A tranquil mind lets you wait patiently for the perfect moment, and when it arrives, allows you to focus your entire being into a single, decisive action. In that one step, a man could win. As he spoke, the grandfather had thrust his hand out, swatting a fly from the air. Stunned, the insect tumbled to the ground. He then asked if you understood. At first, the boy nodded, but then admitted he was still lost. The grandfather just laughed, telling him not to worry, assuring him that he would understand when the time was right. The fly, with a broken wing, buzzed helplessly on the grass. Back in the present, you thought about how his bow and arrow were the most precious gifts his grandfather left him? And though he only had one arrow, it possessed two extremely special abilities. The first was that the arrow was incredibly expensive. You pictured a mountain of gold with the arrow resting on top. He then considered its second ability as he watched his weapon fly toward Hong Ming, colliding with his energy armor. The warrior lowered his head to look at the arrow, then smirked, admitting he was impressed that these kids could attack one after another. He feigned disappointment, saying he'd taken so many arrow wounds he couldn't even feel them anymore. But in the next moment, a powerful magical energy began to pulse from the arrow embedded in his armor, transforming into a crust of ice that spread across Hong Ming's body. His smirk vanished, replaced by a confused frown. He noticed his entire arm was already encased in ice. His eyes widened in alarm as he yelled, "What is this?" The ice had already consumed his limb, and the other students, who noticed this, gasped in shock. Yu, however, remained calm, his lips pressed into a thin line. He watched Hong Ming intently, then snapped his fingers. The power of the ice was so immense that Hong Ming's hand had been frozen solid. And Yu's snap sent cracks spiderwebbing through the ice, and his hand along with it. Hong Ming watched in horrified disbelief, and the disciples' eyes widened in astonishment, equally shocked by what they had just witnessed. Yu remained calm, but serious. One of the students, seeing Hong Ming's hand frozen and shattered, stammered, Did they actually defeat a 3-star warrior?" Meanwhile, Hong Ming screamed in agony and clutched the stump where his hand had just been, calling the students a bunch of worthless insects. Seeing his rage, Xiaopeng turned to Yu, urging him to shoot again quickly, but Yu, closing his eyes, simply apologized, explaining that he could only use that arrow once a day. Xiaopeng raised an eyebrow, completely puzzled. Hong Ming charged forward, screaming that he was a 3-star warrior who had survived countless battles. He roared, asking how he could possibly lose to a bunch of brats, vowing to tear them all to pieces. The students stared in horror, unable to believe he was still a threat without an arm. They knew they had to run, but wondered who could possibly stop him. They turned to flee, but at that exact moment, Ming stepped forward, raising a hand that clutched a card. He ordered everyone to get back, planting his feet firmly and telling the others to let him handle this. The students stared at him in confusion as the protagonist activated the thunderous bulls. The students watched nervously, while Xiaopeng shouted his name in recognition. Ming repeated his command for everyone to move aside and thrust the card forward. Realizing that they truly needed to get clear, the students began to scatter. A stampede of bulls, summoned by the card, thundered forward, heading directly for Hong Ming. He was stunned by the sudden appearance of the monsters, but had no time to react as the bulls, their mouths filled with fangs, crashed into him, and he screamed in pain and horror. The platform the card was on was obliterated by the charge, sending the card flying through the air. The monsters continued their relentless rampage, leaving a trail of shattered stone behind them. The card fell back to the ground, but no one noticed it. All eyes were fixed on the gaping hole in the wall and the massive cloud of dust from the destruction the bulls had caused. Xiaopeng, frowning in shock, asked aloud how Ming had done that. Gradually, through the clearing dust, Hong Ming's lifelight became visible, and then it flickered out. Xiaopeng and the other students erupted into cheers, throwing their hands in the air. Realizing that Ming had done it, he had killed Hong Ming. Overjoyed by their victory, they rushed to the protagonist, shouting that he was an incredible master. As they surrounded him, the students asked in confusion what those 7 bulls were. It all seemed impossible. They kept asking about the card, having never seen a 7 bulls charge before. Ming, sensing their interest, explained that it was an improved version of a wild charge that he had personally developed, called Thundering Bulls. He showed them the cards he had and said that if anyone wanted to, they could buy them now. If they bought 2 cards, they would get 1 free. If they bought 3, they'd get 2 free. And he'd even give a 20% discount for an order of 10 cards. While he was talking to the other students, you walked up to the eyes card and bent down to pick it up from the ground. The students, after hearing Ming's offer, were excitedly chattering about the improved version. However, when they learned it required 300 points of energy to use, they realized they didn't have nearly enough. At that moment, you paused. He was intently studying the card when a sudden presence behind him made him jump with a startled cry. Whirling around to face the girl, he immediately yelled for Ming, catching his eye and shouting, "Catch!" as he tossed a card his way. A split second later, the girl's leg swung around and connected with a brutally powerful kick. Even as he was sent flying, he managed to get the card off, sending it spinning through the air. The next thing he knew, he was screaming as he slammed into a pile of stone rubble. Against all odds, the protagonist snatched the card out of the air, his eyes widening in shock as he stared at it. The other students were just as stunned, frozen for a moment before they turned. Their eyes landed on the girl, and they instantly recognized her, realizing she was with Hong Ming. They jumped to the conclusion that he must be working for her and were filled with terror. With a single blow, this girl had completely flattened their classmate, who was now lying on the ground, crying out in agony but unable to move. After a moment, the student's gaze shifted back to her. They took in her appearance and noticed she'd become utterly terrifying. Surrounded by a menacing magical aura, she looked absolutely frightening. Still, the students tried to keep their composure, telling each other not to panic. They knew the protagonist had an entire backpack loaded with cards. Turning to Xiaopang, Ming got his attention. "What is this card?" he asked. Xiaopang explained that it was the one and only treasure hidden in this secret room. He shouted that the girl and Hong Ming had been posing as minors just so they could dig it up. It all clicked for the protagonist. That had to be the truth. Looking closer at the card, he saw that it was truly unique. The intricate pattern on the back especially caught his eye. He stared at it for a few moments before his gaze lifted to the girl. "I'll handle this," he promised, then told Xiaopang to get the injured guy out of there and come back for him. Xiaopang agreed without hesitation and started leading the other students away. The girl, her brow furrowed in anger, charged forward to attack. Ming, however, simply stood his ground, held up a palm toward her, and told her to wait, caught off guard by his reaction. She skidded to a halt. The protagonist offered a slight smile, remarking that from what he understood, cardmasters had a pretty straightforward fighting style. They just overwhelmed their opponents with a massive number of cards, wearing them down until they could be defeated. He warned her that they could skip all that. He then revealed his Thunderbolt cards, suggesting she'd already witnessed what his cards could do. He casually mentioned that he had a whole backpack full of them, but added that he was a businessman. And of course, businessmen value peace and prosperity, so they always try to resolve things peacefully when possible. The girl's face tightened in concentration as she looked at him, deciding to hear him out. Ming, closing his eyes, reminded her of the saying that every path leads to a different destination. He proposed they try something new. He promised to give her the card if she let him take his classmates and leave. "Do we have a deal?" he asked. The girl stood there for a moment, frowning in thought, before her posture relaxed. Closing her eyes, she agreed, calling the protagonist smart. Despite her agreement, he was sweating bullets and nervously swallowed. He was thinking that while he had managed to raise his maximum points to 300 to use the card, he didn't have a single energy card to replenish his power. Without energy, he couldn't even activate the Wild Dash card. He knew he couldn't possibly outrun the students behind him. His expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he pressed his lips together. Finally, he tossed the card to the girl, announcing, "We'll meet again." As she moved to catch it, he spun around and ordered everyone, "Quick, follow me!" The students stared at him, confused, but started running anyway. Xiaopang, looking bewildered, asked Ming if he really just gave her the card. The protagonist shot back, "Less talking, more running." Meanwhile, the girl froze, looking down at the card she'd caught, and realized something. This wasn't the card she was after, it was a thunderous bull. Enraged by the deception, she crushed the card in her fist, her face twisting in fury as she screamed Ming's name. At the same time, Ming was thinking with a grim smirk that now that he'd tricked her and made a run for it, she would definitely chase him. That way, she wouldn't bother Xiaopang and the others. The mine's terrain was complex, so he figured he could just find a place to hide and wait for the rescue team. Best of all, Xiaopang and the others thought he'd actually sacrificed the real card for them, never guessing he'd kept it for himself. He mentally chuckled at his clever plan, but then stopped dead in his tracks. What's going on? He wondered. The gate ahead had slammed shut, and he had no idea when it happened. The students running toward him screamed his name in despair, while Xiaopang pointed frantically behind them. "She's coming," he warned, "and she looks like she wants to kill us." Ming's jaw clenched as he turned around and cursed under his breath. Trying to find some hope, the other students started yelling Ming's name, telling him to use his cards. They urged each other not to worry, since he had so many. "Hurry up and use them," they shouted, pressing him again and again to fight back. The protagonist just lowered his head and apologized. "I can't use any cards," he admitted. "I'm out of energy, and I didn't bring any energy cards with me," Xiaopeng was speechless with shock. The other students started to panic, saying it was insane for a card creator not to have any energy cards. "Does anyone have an energy card?" They desperately asked. "If you have one, give it to Ming." But some students pointed out the obvious who brings spare cards on an internship. The only card one of the guys had was the one he'd just used to open the gate. Now completely lost, the students didn't know what to do and looked to Ming. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, and a smile spread across his face as he remembered the cat. He mentally reached out to it, begging for help, pleading that its owner's life was on the line. Hearing his desperate call, the cat woke up, stretched, and started padding forward. It trotted up to the card, grabbed it with its teeth, and then did absolutely nothing. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, completely let down. Just then, he heard a desperate scream of his name. Distracted, his eyes flew open even wider as he saw the girl leap through the air and land right in front of him, dropping into a fighting stance. Ming was stunned by the massive surge of power that erupted from her. It looked like pure energy was pouring from her body, compressing the very air around her. He realized just how strong she really was. The girl held out her palms and shouted, "You have a lot of nerve! Ming, how dare you trick me over and over again?" She vowed to make him watch every single one of his classmates die before his eyes, promising that he would be next. Xiaopeng glanced at the protagonist and asked, "Were you really harassing her?" Ming, exasperated, yelled back, "This is not the time." Xiaopeng looked at him with desperation in his eyes and begged. "Then do something." The protagonist frowned and shot back. "What am I supposed to do, defeated?" Xiaopeng lowered his head and bit his lip, and then he burst into tears, screaming, "Why is this happening to me?" He pulled out a card and threw it to Ming, turning away as he said, "Just take it." Ming caught the card and saw that it was a charge card, cursing. He asked why Xiaopeng hadn't told him about it earlier. He confessed that he thought everything would be fine. "Do you have any idea how much this card is worth?" he sobbed, covering his eyes with his fist. "It took me years to fill this thing. You better pay me back for this." The protagonist yelled back that he'd do it. "No problem," and immediately activated the charge card, pressing it against his chest. As he did, he recalled that charge cards were a special type of 3-star energy card you could find in the store. The card itself held no energy. The owner had to constantly fill it themselves. Because of the massive losses incurred during regular training, most practitioners rarely bothered to charge their own cards. However, those at the bottom of the food chain would spend their time charging these cards and then selling them on the market for a massive profit once they were full. It was much more lucrative than just selling regular cards. To put it simply, they were disposable batteries for cultivation, making them an incredibly valuable treasure. At that moment, the card flared to life, shining brightly and unleashing a massive flood of energy. As it poured into him, the protagonist screamed, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. He threw his arms out to his sides as cards began to swirl around him. He declared it was like a river flowing into the sea, but immediately corrected himself, saying it was more like the sea flowing into a river, with massive waves, crashing one after another. It was an unbelievable feeling. Noticing this sudden transformation, the girl froze, her eyebrows shooting up and her eyes widening in pure amazement. Ming, gripping his cards in both hands, prepared to unleash his attack, shouting the card's name over and over again. In an instant, a massive stampede of bulls materialized from the activated cards, thundering forward and crushing everything in their path. The girl's eyes went wide with terror. She frowned and screamed, but had no time to get out of the way as one of the monstrous beasts bore down on her and crashed into her. A massive force slammed into her, dragging her along with it. She let out a desperate scream of pain as the charging bulls fanned out across the room, obliterating the pillars at its edges. Dust filled the air. Stone shards flew in every direction, and the already fractured walls began to crumble even faster, showering down small fragments. Without pause, the bulls charged the hole they'd already created, smashing into it and making it bigger, which caused even larger stones to rain down from the ceiling. One of the students, seeing this, screamed in sheer terror, realizing the entire chamber was collapsing. It was clear to everyone they had to run or be buried alive. Ming yelled for everyone to get back, warning them that he was about to smash through the gate, and got ready to activate another card. He turned to face the sealed passage but was distracted by Xiaopeng, who smiled, closed his eyes, and declared that the bulls would be the ones to break the gate. Not him. Ming glared at him, his eyes narrowing. and ordered him to shut his mouth and stay out of his way. Xiaopeng, still smiling, paid no mind to the sharp retort and said that with Ming around, he didn't have to worry about a thing. Ming didn't answer this time, though a slight smirk showed his approval. After that, he activated another card. And the bulls charged forward, shattering the gate and storming through to the other side. Seeing the exit was clear, the students urged each other on, preparing to flee the room and save themselves. They didn't stop once they cleared the secret world's boundary, continuing to sprint away from the danger zone, shouting for everyone to hurry up and not fall behind. More and more stones tumbled from the ceiling, and when Ming glanced back, his eyes widened in horror. He saw that huge boulders were piling up near the exit, sealing it off and blocking the way. Soon, the gate to the secret world was completely sealed. Seeing this, Ming's expression hardened as he paused, thinking that the girl was now buried alive. He knew her survival might have caused more problems, but he still felt a pang of sadness at her dying so young. Frowning, he closed his eyes in a moment of grief, and then carried on, thinking that the card, of course, was buried with her. A sinister grin spread across his face as he laughed to himself and sped up to rejoin his comrades. The students kept shouting encouragement, telling everyone not to stop until they reached out of the excavation site, since everything in this area would soon be rubble. At that very moment, the girl, trapped in the collapsing secret world, stood gasping for breath, clutching her injured hand. She cried out, doubling over in pain, but held her ground as massive stones crashed down all around her. One of these boulders fell right on top of her, pushing her and slamming her to the ground. Unable to fight back, she fell, cursing. She stretched her hand forward, her fingers grabbing the fabric of a nearby backpack. With all her strength, she pulled it toward her, moving only her hand, and managed to retrieve a device from inside, jabbing her finger into it. The card inside the device began to glow, and a moment later, it beeped, signaling the start of the card's teleportation sequence. Time was running out as a system began a countdown from 3 to 1, and at the exact moment the countdown started, a particularly enormous boulder broke free from the ceiling, plummeting straight for the girl. Seeing it, she turned her head with a frown, and just as the countdown hit 0, the stones slammed into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust in all directions. The students, at this time, were finally running out of the most dangerous area and slowed their pace, telling each other to hang on since they had almost reached the excavation site. Suddenly, they spotted a light in the distance, and their spirits lifted. When they got a little closer, they saw people up ahead. They froze at first, on high alert, but then they looked again, with hope, shocked to see it was a rescue team. The staff, dressed in special suits and carrying weapons, stood before them, no longer able to contain their emotions. The students ran forward, joyfully shouting that the rescuers were here. They couldn't hide their delight, that they had finally made it. Stopping beside the rescuers, they asked if they were the ones who had opened the passage. One of the men confirmed it, telling the students not to worry. Another staff member called out to the medical workers, ordering them to get the injured onto stretchers. Around the same time, in a remote area in the mountains, a bright flash of light appeared. The girl who had managed to teleport dropped to her knees, leaning on her hands and gasping for air. She was thankful she had a teleportation card with her. She knew that otherwise, she would have died back there. Taking off the mask she had been wearing the entire time, she whispered Ming's name. Her expression hardened, her jaw clenched, and she swore that she would find him and kill him. Sometime later, in the restroom of the mind management department, Xiaopeng was sitting with his chin resting sadly on his hands when the protagonist walked in and came up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. Feeling the touch, Xiaopeng turned to look at Ming and said his name. Ming, noticing his mood, said that he was lucky to be alive and asked why he was still sulking. Xiaopeng desperately begged Ming not to laugh at him, not understanding what could possibly be funny. And the protagonist, smiling, closed his eyes, guessing that Xiaopeng was still torn up about that card. He knew it was the energy he had saved up over years of training, recalling that he had planned to sell it for a lot of money. Xiaopeng lowered his head in defeat and admitted that it was true, explaining that he wanted to save up enough money to buy a house. Ming sputtered, asking in shock, and Xiaopeng looked at him and clarified that it was just a plan for the future. The protagonist was at a loss for words, simply freezing with narrowed eyes, thinking that he had no idea that the financial struggles of people in this world were so intense. Distracted by this, he handed Xiaopeng a folded piece of paper, telling him to take it. He sat on the bench next to him, threw an arm around his shoulders, and smirked, saying that it was for him. He looked at it in confusion, not understanding what the paper was, and figured it was some form of compensation. But when he took it and saw what was written on the sheet, his eyes widened in astonishment. He let out a shocked gasp, and his hands began to tremble when he saw that there was a number written on the sheet of paper, along with a signature. After the mine collapsed, the internship came to an end, and the next day, the students were bussed out of the mine to help soothe the students' nerves. The school compensated them with money, and by the protagonist's estimate, he could afford to skip classes for a long time. The school also gave special awards to him, Xiaopeng, Yu, and Liang for their courage in the mine. Looking at the paper that was handed to him, the protagonist asked indignantly, "The school really just gave us a certificate, and that's it." He couldn't believe what kind of nonsense this was and admitted that it was amazing how stingy a school could be. He didn't even want to look at it and tossed the certificate into the trash can with an angry scowl. After that, he collapsed onto his bed, breathing heavily. Soon, he calmed down and stared at the ceiling, recalling when he used to do projects, from requirement analysis to overhead design. For every module, even every function, he had to write numerous reports for his clueless boss. But it had also helped him develop the ability to analyze and summarize. He now understood that each of the Thunderbolt cards possessed an extremely high level of craftsmanship. And after making hundreds of these cards, he had become incredibly skilled at drawing the basic patterns. The practical experience from creating these cards was immense. And in the coming days, Ming planned to create more new decks, constantly increasing his energy recovery speed, and transportation speed. He was getting stronger. And while thinking about this, he just lay on the bed for a while. Suddenly, his phone started ringing, signaling an incoming call. After answering, the protagonist put the phone to his ear, said hello, and asked who the other person was and what they wanted so late at night. The person talking to him said that it was only noon. Ming recognized Xiaopeng's voice and then sat up. Xiaopeng suddenly asked how he planned to use his certificate. The protagonist asked again, confused, and Xiaopeng reminded him that he was talking about the award the school had given them. Ming closed his eyes and asked if it could actually be used. Xiaopeng shouted that of course it could be used, and declared with a smile that it was a big deal because it could be exchanged for vocational training or even a referral from the principal. After repeating the words about getting professional training and a referral from the director, Ming's eyes flew open in shock as he tried to process it. Xiaopeng said that the paper was extremely valuable. Cursing, the protagonist shot out of bed, admitting that he thought it was just trash, and Xiaopeng assumed he was joking. Ming, meanwhile, plunged his hand into the trash can, taking it out, pulling out a certificate. He mulled over the fact that some of the body's original skills hadn't fully carried over. He knew he'd have to investigate that mystery down the line, but for now, he needed to be on high alert. Just then, he called out to Xiaopeng, assuming his friend didn't just dial him up to ask what he planned to do with the award money. Xiaopeng immediately shot that down, explaining he had some good news and some bad news. When he asked which to share first, our protagonist opted to hear the bad news. With a sigh, Xiaopeng told him that, according to a reliable source, the school sent a team back to the mine yesterday, supposedly to look for missing students. Ming was baffled. Missing students? He asked. I thought everyone made it out okay. He clearly remembered doing a head count and couldn't figure out what went wrong. Exasperated, Xiaopeng asked why. He was being so dense. The students were safe, but the treasure from that hidden room was gone. He asked if it was true. It suddenly clicked for Ming. The school's real target was the card. He closed his eyes in frustration, realizing they were onto him and moaning that they'd just lost 100 million. Hearing that figure, Ming repeated it back, his voice trembling with a mix of shock and excitement. 100 million, is that card really worth so much? He asked, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Xiaopeng admitted he'd only heard from classmates that it wasn't just any card, but some kind of inheritance. He confessed he didn't know the exact details. Pulling the phone slightly away from his ear, our hero's eyes darted around. Remembering the card was stashed in his bag, he scrambled around his apartment looking for it while asking about the good news. Xiaopeng simply told him to take a guess, but Ming cursed and demanded he just spit it out, with a smug grin. Xiaopeng announced he had a date with Snark later that day. The next second, a beep from Ming's phone signaled the end of the call. He froze in sheer disappointment before glaring at his device, shouting that he should have asked Ming for some dating advice. Meanwhile, our protagonist finally located the bag and pulled out the card. He stared at it in awe, whispering to himself that it was worth 100 million. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He quickly dashed over to his desk, exclaiming that he should be able to find info on this card, online. He sat at his computer and typed "card with moon picture" into the search bar. The flood of results made him realize this thing was a huge deal. He clicked on one of the top links and began to read. It turned out there were only 7 of these Shadow Moon cards in existence, and Ming was holding one of them. The first was obtained by a 5th-star swordmaster from the First Academy named Wu Hong, who used it to create his own unique companion card. The mention of the First Academy caught his attention, as he recalled that the original owner's sister was a student there, but then he wondered, what did that last sentence about a companion card even mean? He decided he needed to learn everything he could about this card first. Opening another site, he read that its name was Shadow Moon, inheritance type, with a 7-month moon complexion. The card's number, however, was not specified. Realizing it was part of an inheritance set, Ming could hardly believe how valuable it was. What exactly is an inheritance card, he wondered. He quickly answered his own question, simply put. It was a card used to pass down knowledge to a successor. Typically, it was the ultimate legacy left behind by great masters, containing their life's work, experience, and wisdom, all entrusted to a master card maker. These cards held a vast amount of knowledge from their predecessors, and by inheriting one, a person could slowly absorb its teachings until they themselves grew into a true master. The set was a type of consciousness card technique, which Ming knew was terrifyingly complex. It required dividing a single pattern into multiple parts, while ensuring they remained a cohesive whole, without collapsing from instability. Each pattern then had to be sealed into an individual card, a process that made them incredibly valuable. Turning off his computer, our hero stood frozen, staring intently at the card in his hand. No wonder those two were so desperate to get this, he thought. This thing was worth at least 100 million, maybe even more. But keeping it was far too dangerous and a massive headache. Ming knew that if word got out that he possessed this card, he'd have a target on his back. He thought to himself that he would need all 7 cards from the set to complete it. But even a single one could spark a war. If one person managed to collect all 7, it would be a world-shaking event. On par with legendary techniques like the 7 Dragon Balls or the 9 Sun Sword Manual, he just didn't have the power, to compete for the other 6. The website said this card was the legacy of a swordmaster, which made Ming wonder if it was true. But a sword cultivator's legacy was useless to him, a card creator. He had no idea what to do with it, as he paced back and forth. He considered selling it, but immediately dismissed the idea. The moment someone knew he had it, he'd be a dead man. He wasn't strong enough to handle a sale like that. He stopped and stared at the card again, racking his brain for a solution when suddenly he gasped, his eyes widening in realization. Wait, he repeated. This is a sword cultivator's card. He couldn't use it, but he could give it to someone who could. He exclaimed that his sister, Sue, was not only at the First Academy, but was also a sword practitioner. From what little Ming remembered, his sister was an absolute monster in a fight, incredibly talented and known for finishing her enemies in a flash. The protagonist figured if he passed the card on to her, his problems would be solved. He grabbed a small piece of paper, scribbled a quick note, and decided he would send her the card as soon as possible. After packing it all securely in a box, he handed it off to a courier. Watching the delivery guy leave his shop, Ming let out a huge sigh of relief. He felt a massive weight lift off his shoulders, having avoided a potential death sentence. Still, a part of him regretted not being able to sell it, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, he'd earned some major brownie points for giving the card to his sister. Just then, he closed his eyes and sneezed, awkwardly running a hand through his hair. What was that? He wondered, guessing he'd either caught a cold or someone was talking about him. At that exact moment, in a restaurant, where a man played the violin, Xiaopeng, after saying Snurk's name, asked in confusion. Wait, what did you just say? He claimed he hadn't heard her correctly. She closed her eyes, speaking awkwardly as Xiaopeng's own eyes widened. Watching her intently, finally, Snurk confessed. I like Ming. Xiaopeng was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a girl stepped outside, leaning her hands against a translucent barrier. Gaon Lan approached, draping a cloak over her shoulders and asking if she wasn't afraid of catching a cold this late. She gave him a surprised look. Lan stopped beside her, placing his own hands on the barrier. Still upset about what happened? He asked gently. She apologized for failing to get the card for Lan, but he told her not to be foolish. You did everything you could, he insisted. So why are you blaming yourself? He added that some things are just left to fate. The girl's brow furrowed as she stubbornly argued that Ming was only a 1-star, so finding him should be easy. She was about to suggest a plan, but before she could finish, Lan shot the idea down, explaining that the problem wasn't the protagonist, but the person backing him. The one behind him, the girl repeated, confused. He confirmed her suspicion, clarifying that he was talking about Sue, Ming's sister. At the mention of Sue's name, The girl's eyes went wide with surprise. She whispered the name, recalling that Sue was the renowned genius swordsman of the First Academy, also known as the Demonic Sword, and Lan's own classmate. He confirmed it all. With a frown, she exclaimed, "So Ming is actually Sue's brother." Looking out at the glittering night city, Lan announced that a few one-star trainees had managed to defeat a seasoned three-star fighter, forcing his sister to use a teleportation card just to escape. He was certain it wasn't a simple fluke or a coincidence. "If my guess is right," he said gravely, "then Sue should already have the Shadow Moon card by now." The girl looked at Lan thoughtfully, pulling the cloak tighter around her shoulders as he turned to walk away. As he headed back inside, he told her not to worry, admitting the situation was beyond her control. He advised her to get some rest. She remained frozen, staring after him before calling out, "Are you really just going to give up on the card?" Lan stopped in his tracks, but didn't turn around. "The legacy of the Shadow, Moon predecessors, is every sword cultivator's dream," he declared. "There are 7 Shadow Moon cards, 7 inheritance marks, and 7 bearers all competing for the ultimate right of succession. Though the competition is bound to be brutal, we have yet to see who will emerge victorious." Bond fully expected that one of the 7 cards. With his hands balled into determined fists, he strode into the house, declaring that even if it meant bloodshed, he had to get that card. He was 18 years old, see? The young master of the Gao clan, a 5-star cultivator, and the chosen heir to the clan's sacred seal. Soon after, things started heating up at the First Academy, the single greatest institution of its kind in the world. With a legacy of excellence stretching back centuries, the most powerful faculty imaginable, and an incredible variety of disciplines, the academy attracted the top students from every corner of the globe. And right now, the school was in the middle of a special selection event, organized by Hong, the original owner of the Shadow Moon card, and a 5-star swordsman. The news spread like wildfire. Young hopefuls stared at their phones, reading that the entire point of the event was to find a card creator capable of helping complete the Shadow Moon card's legacy. Because the Dark Moon legacy was built on cards, it came with all sorts of restrictions, making a powerful creator absolutely essential. So, Hong organized the recruitment drive with 3 non-negotiable conditions the candidate needed to be famous, create outstanding cards, and have a recommendation from a member of the First Academy. After those 3 requirements were met, the final choice would come down to a popular vote. But since the conditions were so demanding, most people didn't stand a chance, as some students were catching up on the news. 2 others, too busy gawking at someone off to the side, didn't see each other until it was too late and crashed head-on. They yelled in surprise, immediately bowing their heads and apologizing to one another before their attention snapped back to Sue, who was striding confidently down the hall. Students everywhere recognized her, shouting her name and commenting on how stunning she was. One of the boys sighed that she was the bestest in the entire academy, while his friend just exclaimed how unbelievably beautiful Sue was. At that exact moment, elsewhere in the hall, Hong slammed his fist on a table with a loud crack. Cursing, he shot to his feet, trying to deny what had just happened. He was 18, a cadet at the First Academy, and a 5-star sword cultivator. And now his face was a mask of fury as he roared about being forced to team up with someone so worthless. He just knew this person would be the death of him, and declared he would never go along with it. The director of the Card Manufacturing Association mulled it over, noting that while the result was a bit of a surprise, it was still a binding decision. The head of the First Academy just closed his eyes and pressed a palm to his forehead, muttering about what a headache this all was. Suddenly, the doors flew open and Sue stormed in, demanding to know who said that person would be Hong's partner. Hong's brow furrowed as he saw her saying her name with a mix of surprise and annoyance. The director and the academy head just froze, completely unsure how to handle Sue's sudden arrival. Hong, getting her full attention, demanded to know what she was doing there. He couldn't imagine what business she could possibly have, and she just fired his question right back at him, asking what exactly he thought he was saying about her. She walked right up to the table where the 3 of them were sitting, propped her foot right on the tabletop, and declared that there had been a public vote. Her brother was chosen based on the rules they themselves had set. She then asked if Hong was now claiming he wouldn't honor the results. He glared at her, furious, unable to believe her audacity. He shot back, asking if anyone would have even heard of Ming and that ridiculous watermelon ninja card if she hadn't been there with her sword, hyping it up. Suddenly, the glass of water on the table rattled, sloshing water over the side as Sue started walking across the tabletop. Hong, meanwhile, kept shouting that Ming was just a 1-star card creator, a complete rookie still at the student level. He couldn't understand who would ever need the creator of Fruit Ninja, cursing and asking if they were seriously expected to just go around slicing fruit. He demanded to know if Sue had any idea how much he'd invested in the Shadow Moon card, and how she dared to make a joke out of him. She stopped directly in front of him, told him to listen closely, and reminded him that he organized the event. He set the conditions, and he signed a contract with the Card Manufacturers Association. She then asked if he was really prepared to break that contract. Hong just glared at her, his face contorted in anger, before finally yelling that he'd break it. With a serious look, Sue ordered him to shut up as she unleashed her magical energy, a faintly glowing aura enveloping her body. Hong gritted his teeth, his jaw tight as he stared her down. The entire atmosphere in the room instantly shifted as a visible frost began to creep through the air. The water in the glass started to freeze over, and even the plants in the room were coated in a thin layer of ice. The head of the academy sneezed, his eyes squeezed shut, while the director of the association, his mouth slightly agape in shock, wondered to himself, so this is Sue's true power. It was astonishing how the space around them had changed in an instant under the sheer force of her energy, the temperature plummeting. He was especially stunned that Sue had managed to reach such a staggering level of cultivation at her age. She maintained her powerful aura, her lips pressed into a thin line as she stared down Hong, who only grew more furious, letting out an enraged shout. Finally getting her attention, he yelled her name, saying that she of all people should know what her brother was really like and demanded to know why she would push for him to be her ally. She stared back unflinchingly and declared that she knew her brother perfectly well, adding that she just needed to show him the world so he could learn more. Leaping up from his chair, Hong asked in disbelief if that was really the only reason she was doing all this. He thought she had to be joking, but Sue cut him off, telling him to stop the nonsense and see this through. One of the other men pointed out that this inheritance was specifically for sword cultivators and meant everything to Hong. Hong said that was obvious, and it was then that he finally realized that this situation wasn't going to be resolved with words. His expression hardened as he also climbed onto the table, though Sue didn't even flinch, her own frown just deepening slightly, stopping in front of her. Hong decided to just say it plainly, admitting he would never agree to have a nobody like Ming, whom he did not have the best opinion of, as his partner. Realizing what was about to happen, one of the men froze, desperately praying this wouldn't escalate. Hong then said if this was about compensation, he wanted to know what price Sue was demanding. She made a sound of disgust, and the head of the First Academy, frowning, shouted that an all-out brawl was about to erupt and that they needed to call security immediately to get things under control. The director of the association asked if they should really get involved. His companion, already heading for the door, warned him that he wasn't doing a thing and advised him to run for it. In the end, the director agreed, not wanting to argue. Hong stared at Sue, his lips pressed into a tight line, before waving his hand. A small token materialized in his palm, and he held it out, asking how she could possibly refuse this. Sue's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at it, and Hong told her that it was a single-use token that could be exchanged for a month of exclusive lessons from any teacher, even the ones who were long retired. He had to pull a lot of strings to get that token, and had never brought himself to use it. He told Sue to give it to her brother as payment. She, having snapped out of her shock, frowned again, asking what this was. The two men, who had nearly made it out the door, froze in their tracks and turned around in total amazement, wondering what was happening now. They couldn't believe the fight wasn't going to happen after all. They then noticed Sue, who had accepted the token. Crouched down, resting her chin in her hand. She assessed that it was a pretty good item and then asked where Hong got it. He also crouched down. His head hung low as he glumly ran a finger across the table, admitting that he bought it and that it cost him a fortune. Sue just chuckled. Then, standing up, she agreed, declaring the matter settled. She said she didn't want to do this, but she'd take the token for Ming's sake. Hong asked in disbelief if that was it, then cursed under his breath as he realized Sue was acting as if she and her brother were the ones at a disadvantage. She paid him no mind, simply turning her back, waving a hand in farewell, and starting to leave. Hong glared at her retreating form, silently vowing that this wasn't over. He was going to make her regret this day once he claimed the inheritance. As she reached the edge of the table, Sue hopped off, landing lightly on the floor. She then paused, closing her eyes as if remembering something, and decided there was one more thing she had to say before she left. Hong immediately ordered her not to even think about blackmailing him again, but as she reached into her clothes for something, she calmly told him not to worry, warning that this had nothing to do with him. She explained that she'd received a strange package that morning with a very unexpected gift. Then, pulling out a Shadow Moon card, she announced what she was holding. Hong's eyes shot wide open in disbelief as he cursed and shouted that it was impossible. Su simply stated that, from now on, she would also be one of the legacy's leaders. The two men watching this unfold were utterly shell-shocked, frozen on the spot, completely unable to process what was happening. Su turned to face Hong and, while saying her own name, solemnly declared that she was choosing her brother, Ming, as her ally. Back at Ming's old, rundown school, the students were buzzing with excitement. In the middle of a crowd, one kid was dramatically retelling a story. He claimed that out of nowhere. They all heard a massive scream from Ming, and every student there, both guys and girls, leaned in closer to hear what happened next. The storyteller gestured wildly, explaining that Ming was training with incredible intensity. He then declared that Ming moved his arms with the grace of a god, summoning tens of thousands of attack cards from thin air. According to his epic tale, what followed was absolute mayhem. He described screams and chaos as the very earth shattered, mountains crumbled, and seas evaporated. In the middle of a raging storm, Ming supposedly destroyed the entire mine along with dozens of enemies. One student, stumbling back in awe, whispered, "Just how powerful is he?" At that very moment, in a faculty office, Ming's name was being discussed. Zhang Fo stared at Ming's profile, tracing his progress from his watermelon ninja days to the mysterious Bullard card. He noted that doing something amazing once could be a fluke, but pulling it off twice was undeniable proof of his immense talent. Walking to the window, Zhang Fo admitted it wasn't a huge surprise. Considering Ming was Su's brother, no matter how gifted his sister was, Ming was proving to be just as incredible. The woman standing behind him added that the incident at the mine showcased the student's staggering potential. She then mentioned that just this morning, Yu and his team had cashed in their rewards for professional training, believing it would elevate them to a new tier. Fo was pleased to hear it, but then he turned and asked what was going on with Ming, noting that he had been staying off campus for the past several days. "And he still hasn't used his reward," she added. Since Fo was the most skilled card maker at the school and a top creator in the city, she was certain Ming would choose to train under him. Fo moved closer and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, sensing her concern and telling her not to worry. He vowed to personally oversee every aspect of Ming's life, his studies, his training, his daily schedule, and even his future goals. "I'll arrange everything for him," he promised with a smile. She beamed, exclaiming, "If you do, that would be fantastic." Fo closed his eyes, promising to take full responsibility for the young prodigy. "After all, I am the director of card creation," he began, but was cut off as the office door burst open. A frantic man rushed in, yelling that Ming's reward certificate had finally appeared. Confused, Fo asked why it hadn't been sent to him, assuming the boy had simply chosen a different mentor. But the messenger announced that Ming hadn't chosen anyone. "What do you mean?" Fo asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. His colleague was equally stunned. The messenger, so worked up he could barely speak, finally squeezed his eyes shut and blurted out the shocking truth. "He sold it! He sold the reward you gave him!" Fo's colleague gasped, turning to him in disbelief. Fo stood silently for a moment, his lips pressed tight, before a slow smile spread across his face. Seeing her confusion, he began to laugh, stroking his chin as he suggested that their star pupil is quite the wild horse. At that exact time, the protagonist was in his workshop, smiling as he stretched. After 2 days of rest, all his fatigue had melted away. He strolled through his shop, hands in his pockets, recalling a phone call from Su where she mentioned having a gift for him. Since she had already claimed her own reward card, Ming had no intention of refusing hers. His thoughts then drifted, realizing that the lightning flight technique had set him on a completely new path. His style of card creation was now so advanced, he didn't even need a teacher to guide him. Besides, the school's instructors were too limited to be of any real help. He decided it was far better to forge his own path. Summoning a card, he smirked, pleased that the principal's generous reward had been sold for a hefty sum of money. He could now use that cash to fund his own training. Putting the card away, he leaned on his work table. While he could continue to steadily improve by making Thunderbow cards, he knew it would be a slow and tedious process. It would take ages to meet his own expectations. He then wondered what would happen if he merged 7 Thunderbowl cards. After all, merging 7 Bull cards created a Thunderbowl. He imagined it might create a card with 49 bulls, or perhaps one single, colossal bull. Another idea struck him, and he frowned, picturing an image of a massive, weapon-wielding monster. After a moment of thought, he grabbed several Thunderbolt cards at once and laughed, declaring, "The potential is just breathtaking." He decided he had to act immediately and rushed over to the playback device. He placed one of the cards on it, eager to see what would happen. Of course, combining 7 powerful cards was a risky endeavor, and Ming knew he needed to seal his shot before he began. But first, he had to activate the original card at the precise moment right before the bull fully materialized. He wasn't even sure if it was possible, but he had to find out. He brought his palm to the activation button. His lips pressed tight in concentration, and pushed it. The device announced that the card activation was successful. A countdown began from 5 to 1. Listening to the countdown, Ming began to sweat with nervous excitement. When the countdown ended, the activation sequence began, and the card erupted in a brilliant flash of light. He frowned, knowing he had to act now. Thrusting his hands forward, he yelled as a magic circle appeared before him. In an instant, a completely new card, pulsing with magical energy, formed between his palms. Analyzing the energy, the protagonist exclaimed in shock. "This is a brand new card!" He looked at the intricate lines etched on the back, and shouted. The cross-cut engraving, this is what real card creation technology is. After checking the card's stats, Ming noted the energy requirement was 1,000 points, admitting he thought it would be far more demanding. He assumed it was due to his optimized creation technique, but his excitement turned to confusion when he flipped the card over. He had no idea what the image depicted. What is this? Is it a mistake? He wondered. The bulls were gone, and he decided he needed to test the card to see what it did. He went to find a safe place to experiment, and soon arrived at the Cardmakers Association testing ground. As he approached the reception desk, a girl greeted him and asked how she could assist him. He replied that he'd like to test his new card. Agreeing, the girl asked for the card's star rating. The protagonist said he made 1-star cards, and the girl smiled pleasantly, announcing that the total cost would be 100 yuan. She asked him to use Bay A in the 1-star testing room. The protagonist, also smiling, admitted that he would like to use the testing ground for 2-star cards, guessing his new creation would be too powerful for the 1-star room. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she repeated his request. Just then, a man approached and warned the protagonist not to be so arrogant. Ming turned to look at him. The girl was even more surprised by this development. The man declared that he would need to check if the protagonist even met the requirements for the 2-star testing area. He closed his eyes and explained that as the head of the testing department, it was his right and duty to evaluate applicants. He then held out a handkerchief in his palm and formally asked if Ming agreed to the assessment. Ming simply raised an eyebrow, completely baffled by the man's strange behavior. He waited for a moment, but in the end, the man closed his eyes in disappointment. He simply placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder, dissatisfied with the youth of today. Ming watched him in amazement as the man stepped aside, called him a little bug, and noted that only by being down to earth could one achieve stability. He ordered him to be honest and test the card in the 1-star room, then left. Ming, looking after him with annoyance, wondered why a man that old still thought of himself as a main character, not wanting to give in so quickly. He ran a hand through his hair, squinted his eyes, and smiled. He admitted that the man might be right, but added that he was afraid the card he was testing this time was extremely powerful. Turning back towards him, the man looked at him seriously and warned him that he had already failed the test, asking if Ming understood. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as he looked at him. Finally, waving his hand dismissively, he agreed, deciding that he would just go to the 1-star room. The man, meanwhile, approached one of the girls at the reception desk, asked for a pair of nail clippers, and as he began to fix his manicure, said that young people today are not very capable, but very arrogant. Ming felt confident that if anyone had real skills, showing them off publicly would only bring trouble. He strolled up to the system, swiped his special pass through the reader, and waited for the signal. As soon as it beeped, he pushed open the door. What he saw made his eyes go wide. Someone was already inside, practicing a fireball technique. Frozen in the doorway, our hero could only gasp. Whoa, that's sick! His attention was completely fixed on the guy who was screaming with effort. As the guy kept training, Ming was amazed that a facility like this was almost empty. Suddenly, a man behind him adjusted his glasses and told him to get out of the way. Startled, Ming yelped an apology, admitting that he was just completely stunned, and asked why there were so few people. The man guessed Ming was new and explained that most people just bribed the manager for access to the 2- and 3-star rooms. It all clicked for our protagonist. No wonder that slimy, middle-aged guy tried to shake him down. He even had a handkerchief ready for the bribe money. But since he was already here, he decided to find a decent spot with enough room for his test. Walking up to the fireball guy, he awkwardly scratched his head, smiled, and tried to get his attention. Hey, mind giving me a little space? He asked. I'm not really sure how powerful this card is going to be. The man stared at him like he had a terminal illness, pointing out there was plenty of room. He then snidely asked if Ming needed 2 stalls when he went to the bathroom. He made it clear he wasn't moving an inch. Ming just laughed it off, pretending to agree. But the moment he turned his back, the smile vanished, replaced by a deep frown as he pressed his lips together in silent anger. What is wrong with these people? He thought. Fine, you brought this on yourselves. He just hoped the area was big enough to test his new card. Pulling it out, he held it between his fingers and raised his palm to activate the summon, which immediately caught the other man's eye. The guy's face twisted in confusion as he gritted his teeth and demanded to know what was happening. Meanwhile, Ming pressed another card to his chest, boosting his energy reserves, and with a wave of his hand, commanded his creation to appear. The air around him began to crackle and glow brighter. A brilliant flash of light erupted, but when it faded, Ming froze. The training field in front of him was completely empty. Staring at the card, he wondered why nothing had happened. He figured the card must have been a dud, and the man who had been watching him so intently exclaimed that it was a total failure. But suddenly, our hero heard a deep voice call out, "Boss, should we kill this man?" Frowning in confusion, his eyes shot wide open. He cautiously turned around to see several massive monsters standing there, glaring murderously at everyone in the room. Our protagonist was in total shock. Beads of sweat instantly broke out on his face from the tension. The bulls, breathing heavily, repeated their question. Then, without waiting for an answer, they let out a war cry, thrusting their weapons forward to attack everyone in the hall. The other people in the room started cursing, not understanding what was happening as they scrambled for cover. One of the monsters swung its massive weapon, and even Ming barely managed to dive out of the way, clenching his jaw as his eyes widened in horror. Nobody knew where these things came from, and just like that, Ming's summons charged forward, destroying everything in sight. One slammed its weapon into the ground, while another started tearing down a wall. Soon, after just a few devastating blows, huge cracks started to spiderweb across the walls, floor, and ceiling. Screaming in terror, the people in the hall realized the whole place was collapsing. They begged for help, crying out for their mothers. Some were practically weeping with fear. Suddenly, a man in another location frowned as he felt the tremors from outside the room. "What's going on?" he asked, unable to pinpoint the source of the earthquake. Back in the wreckage, our main character stood staring at the massive chunks of stone on the floor and the cracks that now covered the entire room. He was frozen in shock at how enormous these monsters were, but everything he was seeing felt strangely familiar. Then it hit him. He narrowed his eyes, pulled out the card, and examined the artwork on it, realizing the pattern wasn't of the monsters, but of the destruction they would cause. Suddenly, he was snapped out of it when one of the nearby guys yelled, "What in the world was that?" He asked if anyone saw where the monsters came from, and another guy agreed, admitting how terrified he was because they were almost trampled to death. Ming stood silently for a moment. His eyes narrowed in thought. Then, clenching his fist to hide the card, he suddenly shouted in outrage, "This is unacceptable. The association doesn't even treat us one-star rookies like people." Everyone nearby who heard his words immediately backed him up, shouting that this was going too far. Our protagonist kept a frown on his face, but was secretly relieved they hadn't figured it out. It all felt like a bizarre dream that was hard to separate from reality. But suddenly, his thoughts were cut short. The manager stormed into the room, his face a mask of pure rage. "All of you, shut up," he commanded. "Who did this?" Every head in the room turned in his direction as he marched deeper into the wreckage, demanding to know what had happened. He couldn't understand how it was possible to destroy the test room. "Of 1 star, one of the guys explained. A huge monster that looked like a minotaur appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the entire 1-star room. It was horrible. We were almost killed." But the manager ignored all of that and gravely announced that the system would eventually show exactly who did it. "But," he added, "if you don't confess now, the punishment will be much worse." He assumed he could scare them into talking. The people in the room mumbled in confusion. They were clearly the victims. They noticed the manager didn't even ask if they were hurt, cursing. They realized he was just looking down on them for being 1 stars. But then, the rude man raised his hand and shouted, "I know who did it!" Grabbing the manager's attention, he pointed his finger straight at Ming. "It was the monster he summoned that trashed the room," he declared. "I saw everything with my own eyes." The protagonist shot the man a furious look, then glanced away, realizing things just got bad. He was annoyed at how easily he'd been caught. He walked forward a few paces, standing alone before the manager and the others. The man crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "Well, do you have anything to say?" Ming mentally called them all a stupid bunch of idiots, then suddenly chuckled and asked if the manager really wanted to hear what he had to say. He closed his eyes and said in a relaxed tone, "In that case, we definitely need to talk about this." He claimed that he just wanted to test a card, and that everything that just happened was a result of what happened before. He declared that the testing rooms in this place were outdated and easily destroyed. "How long has it been since this room was serviced?" he asked. The man frowned and retorted that the card Ming had just tested was clearly far above the 1-star level. Hearing he had support, the manager proudly closed his eyes and raised his head. But the protagonist abruptly spun around, pointed a finger in his direction, and ordered the others to tell the manager everything. "I asked for a 2-star testing room when I came here," he announced, but he wouldn't allow it. Everyone nearby gasped in shock. The manager flinched, and Ming, closing his eyes, confidently said that there were cameras and wiretaps everywhere, so the others could check it all for themselves. The manager looked at him in horror. Then, after calming down a bit, he frowned, preparing to say something, but Ming cut him off. Stepping closer, he asked, "What happened?" He pointed a finger right at the manager, saying, "Not only do you despise us as people, but you don't even care about everyone's safety. Don't you think that's too much?" The man who accused him now said he understood everything. The manager froze, trying to justify himself, but before he could say a single word, our hero closed his eyes, smiled, and crossed his arms over his chest. "Or is it," he asked, "that we 1-star card creators don't deserve to go to a higher-ranking room?" He let that sink in. "Do you think we're all just worthless?" And with that, all the creators standing behind him erupted in support. "I agree," someone else yelled. "They took us seriously, and this is just too cruel. We 1-star creators have dreams. Too..." The manager frowned, watching them in shock, not knowing how to react. But then, his eyes squinted in anger, and he clenched his jaw, mentally admitting that Ming was quite an interesting character. He narrowed his eyes even more, noting that he shouldn't be underestimated. He then jerked violently, but instead of doing something terrible, he simply bowed an apology to the protagonist and said, "This time," then announced that as compensation, they would receive 10 energy cards from the registration desk. The creators immediately burst out laughing, cheering that this was how it should have been from the very beginning, as if everything was now resolved. They celebrated happily, and the manager added that, on top of that, he would get free access to the 2-star and 3-star testing rooms on his next visit. Satisfied with this outcome, the protagonist closed his eyes, a small smile playing on his lips as he gave a dismissive wave. The other card creators, however, threw their hands into the air, shouting with pure, unadulterated joy. While they celebrated, the manager remained deeply troubled. He kept his head bowed to hide his expression, biting his lip to hold back tears of frustration. He silently vowed that things with Ming were far from over. Soon after, the protagonist left the card testing department as the staff smiled warmly, inviting him to come back anytime. He simply waved a hand in farewell without looking back. Stepping aside, his thoughts turned to his card. He stared at it, wondering how those creatures could be so overwhelmingly powerful that the card's art depicted nothing but pure destruction. He had expected it to show 3 bulls, but it didn't. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open as a possibility dawned on him, shifting his consciousness into the energy space. He approached the sleeping cat and apologized for interrupting its lunch break. Awkwardly scratching his head, he sighed and explained that he wanted to know if the change on the front of the card had anything to do with the crack from the lightning strike. The cat merely twitched an ear in response before rolling over to continue its nap. Ming stood in silence for a moment, observing it, then, pressing his palms together, he bowed respectfully, wishing the cat a speedy recovery before saying his goodbyes. Though its eyes remained closed, a faint smile appeared on the cat's face. Back in his shop, Ming hung his newly created card on a special display board on the wall. Sinking into a chair, he balanced a pen on his upper lip, contemplating that he needed to practice his card creation skills more frequently to prepare for the future. He stood, resolving that there would be no more trouble. He considered this a lesson learned. But before he could even begin to cultivate, a loud, aggressive knocking rattled the shop door, accompanied by someone shouting his name. Ming glanced toward the door in confusion as the person outside hammered on it with their fist, ordering him to open up and stop pretending he wasn't there. The man yelled that he knew Ming was home. Our protagonist frowned, annoyed, as he pulled out his notebook, wondering who could possibly be causing him trouble in the middle of such a peaceful day. He walked to the door, opened it a crack, and cautiously asked who was there. Jian Yunan stood at the entrance, his fists clenched and his face a mask of rage as he stated his name. He glared at Ming with utter contempt, opening the door wider. Ming froze for a second, then asked if he was supposed to know him. In response, Yunan shoved the Fruit Ninja card in his face and demanded to know if this belonged to him. As Ming looked at the card, his attention was diverted by the small crowd that had already gathered outside his store. With so many people watching what was happening, he hoped things wouldn't get out of hand. Suddenly flashing a bright smile, he exclaimed loudly, pretending to think Yunnan wanted to buy a watermelon ninja. Spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture, he invited the man to come inside, noting he could get him the card. Still seething, Yunnan cursed and declared that he was a wronged parent. He ripped the card in two, explaining that his child was a brilliant student who loved to study and could have easily passed the main entrance exams, but because of the card Ming had created, he didn't even qualify. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. One of them nudged the others, reminding them that he'd said this card was a bad influence. A man nearby nodded in agreement, stating that kids in their day needed discipline. Another person chimed in, shouting that all of these games, cartoons, and comics ought to be banned. All the while, Yunnan continued his tirade, his hands balled into fists, furiously proclaiming that the protagonist was destroying their children's futures with his unprofessional cards. Ming, trying to stay calm, stepped back into the store, saying he would get Yunnan some tea. He walked over to the counter, reached out a finger, and pressed the panic button. After that, he asked Yunnan for permission to ask a question. How many cards did his child use in a single day? Yunnan scowled and admitted he didn't know, then shouted that his child used about 40 cards. Ming picked up a glass of water, held it out to the man, and calmly pointed out that if anyone used that many cards in a day, they would have died a long time ago. The crowd watching from outside gasped, realizing that what Ming said made perfect sense. This only made Yunnan angrier, and he roared that the protagonist was using cheap tricks and twisted logic. A fiery aura began to form around his body, and seeing it, Ming frowned in confusion. Was Yunnan actually a cultivator? The man advanced on him, spewing insults and admitting he only wanted to scare him at first. But now he didn't think Ming would mind getting beaten. Realizing how things were about to escalate, the protagonist slipped a hand into his pocket, his fingers wrapping around the Thunderbolt card. In the next moment, Yunnan screamed for him to go to hell and charged forward, preparing to attack. Ming frowned wearily, ready to activate his card if he had to. The distance between them shrank to almost nothing. But just before they collided, Yunnan's body was suddenly engulfed in an electrical discharge. He screamed as he froze in place, his magical energy dissipating as he collapsed unconscious to the floor. Behind him stood a police officer, flexing his biceps. Ming squinted, thinking that had to have been painful to watch. The policeman walked over and apologized for being a little late, but Ming said everything was fine. He only requested that he be given compensation for the damage done to his shop. The officer told him not to worry about it and began to write up a report. Sometime later, when night had fallen, someone was sitting at home drawing a card when they suddenly heard another person declare that they'd had enough. It was Yunnan, leaning against the doorway and smoking a cigarette. He said that this was a bit shameful, noting that there were many ways to ruin one's life, and asked why do it like this. The person, Foam, picked up the card and turned to face Yunnan, assuming he already knew about the situation. They then added that the boy they were discussing was quite remarkable. The next morning, as Ming threw open the doors to his shop, he shouted that he was ready for a hard day's work. Closing his eyes, he stretched his arms out wide, clenching his hands into fists. But he was suddenly distracted. Opening his eyes, he frowned in confusion and glanced to the side, then froze in surprise when he saw Jianyi sitting on the statue next to his shop. She was chewing gum and blew a large bubble. Just before it popped, she looked over at Ming, who covered his mouth with his fist, sighed, and asked the little girl if she knew it was rude to chew gum while someone was delivering a motivational slogan. He started massaging his temples to calm down, and then asked if she had really come so early in the morning just to buy a signature watermelon ninja card. Yi, still chewing, just looked at him with a blank expression. After a brief pause, she asked if he was really Ming. The protagonist sat down next to her on the steps, and, with a slightly hesitant but confident voice, confirmed that he was indeed the one. Yi's face lit up. She reached into her backpack, pulled out a letter, and handed it to Ming. Taking the letter, he opened it and began to read. It was from Yunnan, who started by reminding Ming of the trouble he had caused the day before. He expressed regret for the protagonist's loss, but claimed he was too poor to pay him back. Therefore, after careful consideration, he had decided to have his daughter, Yi, work at the store to pay off the debt. Soon, Ming was inside his shop with Yi, while she quietly ate a lollipop, carefully observing him. He ate a burger for breakfast, rereading the letter and wondering if it was even possible for a manga to have such a ridiculous plot twist. Finally putting the letter aside, he looked at Yi and asked if she was really going to work there. She confirmed it, explaining that her father had told her to help him with everything and to listen to whatever he said. Suddenly, she began to fan herself with her palm, remarking that it was very hot in there and asking why he didn't have the air conditioner on. The protagonist, moving on to another part of his meal, narrowed his eyes. Was it really that simple? He suspected his competitors were trying to corrupt his focus with a pretty face. He had to ask himself, was this a good thing or a bad thing? He zoned out, arms crossed and head down, completely lost in thought. Ye wandered over, pointed at his meal, and asked if he had any more soda. Ming, still a million miles away, just shook his head no. He rested his chin on his hand, continuing to brood, until a sly grin suddenly spread across his face. A plan was forming. He looked Yabai dead in the eye and demanded her name. After she told him, Ming shot back. Shouldn't you be in school? She simply closed her eyes, snatched his drink for a few sips, and then explained she'd skipped a grade and was already in middle school. Our hero couldn't help but notice that she was a young prodigy, and he declared she should pick a career path now. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he told her to listen closely. Yay, still sipping her soda, just gave him a puzzled look. That's when Ming leaned in with a smirk and advised her to become a card maker. But she flat out refused, casually stepping aside to toss her empty glass. She said card makers were poor, weak, and lonely. Each word was like a dagger twisting in Ming's heart. As tears welled up, he realized this wasn't the first time he'd heard this, remembering how people used to whisper about the Lin family's boys, how he was getting older and still couldn't find a partner. He recalled how they all laughed when he became a card maker, but had achieved nothing for so many years. Trying to hide his pain from Ye, our protagonist quickly turned away, wiping the tears from his eyes with his palm. Noticing his state, she asked what was wrong. Ming played it off, claiming he just had dust in his eye. Once he composed himself, he turned back to Ye, grabbing a few notebooks and reminding her that Yunen said she had to listen to everything he said. He then told her to start drawing. He explained it was the most basic work in the shop. Ye took the notebooks with a frown, admitting she had no idea how to do it. Our hero just shrugged and sighed, saying it was literally the basics. He gave her a serious look. So you're completely useless to me, he said. Ye scratched her forehead, deep in thought but silent. That's when Ming turned his back to her, a grin spreading across his face, and asked if she'd ever considered becoming a sword cultivator. At those words, Ye's entire mood flipped. She clenched her fists and yelled enthusiastically that of course she had. Ming was overjoyed. He knew he had her, thinking kids were just too predictable. Behind him, Ye started waving her arms around, mimicking a sword fight. Ming spun back around, pointed a finger dramatically in her direction, and proclaimed that to do that, she first had to become a card creator. Ye just stared at him, utterly bewildered. She clearly didn't get his logic, so Ming explained that since a card creator can seal any skill into a card, they could also seal the skills of a sword cultivator. He closed his eyes and yelled that Yabai would be able to create cards with countless abilities, adding that there was nothing a card maker couldn't accomplish. With a determined frown, she asked if she could ever be as strong as Sue. Ming's tone grew serious, warning her that there was no such thing as a born genius in this world. He knew Sue had clawed her way up, fighting through every obstacle to get stronger. As her brother, he knew exactly what she had sacrificed to reach her current level. While saying all this, he moved closer to Ye, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He then raised his other hand, pointing a finger to the ceiling, as he declared that this is why, if Yabi is willing to learn, endure the pain, and work hard to master the sword's skills, she would become the next Sue. But he stopped himself, suggesting that Ye would actually surpass her. After his speech, they just stood there for a moment, exchanging intense glances, until finally, Ye asked when they could get started. She was fired up to learn how to seal sword skills into cards. The protagonist suggested they begin immediately. Don't worry, he promised. I'll show you how to create a basic card. He then dropped a pile of books and notebooks on the table in front of her. These are my personal notes, he said, adding that they were full of tips and thoughts. He told Ye to read them all and slowly start her training. She immediately opened one of the textbooks and began to read. As our hero stepped aside, he told her not to be shy about asking questions, but Ye didn't respond. She was completely immersed in her reading. Ming went to sit on the steps outside the store, his mind racing. He thought about how Yunnan still hadn't shown up and wondered if the guy had really just dumped this girl on him. He desperately hoped Yunnan would come back for his daughter. Otherwise, Ming wouldn't be able to sleep. After a while, Ye appeared behind him, asking what to do after injecting energy into the card. She was holding a glowing card in her palm. Our protagonist whipped around and stared at her in utter shock. He was so bewildered he couldn't contain his emotions. With his eyes squeezed shut, He cried out. His jaw clenched, asking what the difference was between them. He just couldn't understand why there were so many people more talented than him. Surprised by his breakdown, Ye tried to get his attention, asking when she could start learning sword skills. But suddenly, Ming was distracted when he heard someone shout his name. Turning around, he saw Xiaopeng waving and calling out a friendly hello. Our hero started to say his name, but before he could finish, Yabai pointed directly at Xiaopeng and asked, "Is that really him?" Her eyes were wide with astonishment, and Xiaopeng, covering his face with his hand, abruptly turned and started to run for it. He didn't get very far, though Ming tackled him and demanded to know why he ran. He held the fallen Xiaopeng by his shirt collar and, looking seriously at Yabai, asked if they knew each other. She smiled and explained that someone had caught Xiaopeng stealing exam papers from her father's office, and he had been severely beaten for it. Xiaopeng burst into tears, grabbed Ming's leg, and shouted that he didn't know the full story, declaring that Director Fong was incredibly strict. Ming looked at him in bewilderment, mentally repeating his words about the director. He remembered Yunnan, who had visited him, and his eyes narrowed as he wondered if that man could actually be the director. He put a hand on his chin, noting how strange it was, and pointing at Yabai, he asked if her father wasn't Yunnan. She replied that Yunnan was her uncle, Xiaopeng, still hugging the protagonist's leg, shouted that Ye's father was Fong, and asked if he really didn't know. That's when it all clicked for Ming. This whole thing had been orchestrated by the school principal, who had used an actor to send his own daughter to him. It was all so complicated, and Ming concluded it was probably because of his good looks. He took out a comb, ran it through his hair, and decided he needed to meet Fong. He got Xiaopeng's attention by shouting that he would help him today. The kid asked again in confusion before exclaiming that Ming was the best. Our hero then turned to Ye and asked for her father's number. She handed him the phone, and he dialed. As it rang, Ming put on a disguised voice and said hello. Xiaopeng watched him closely, narrowing his eyes as Ming Yi warned the man on the phone that he had his daughter and ordered him to transfer 300,000 yuan, or else he would kill her. But Fong, not at all scared, asked Ming to wait a minute and decided to light a cigarette. After a short pause, he asked if it was Ming he was talking to. Our protagonist froze, frowning in amazement, before bursting into nervous laughter. He admitted he was just joking and that he hadn't expected Fong to see through him so quickly. Fong also laughed and asked if Ming had nothing better to do, ordering him to get to the point if he had something to say. The protagonist asked when Fong was going to pick up his daughter. He then asked if she was naughty. Ming admitted that she wasn't. Fong then asked if she was ugly. Our protagonist didn't agree with this either. Fong then asked the next question, was it possible that she was stupid? Putting a hand to his face, Ming admitted that none of that was true and wondered what the point of all these questions was. Fong then continued, asking what Ming didn't like about Yabai. At that, the protagonist got a little heated, saying Fong didn't even know him. Yet he had trusted him with his daughter and demanded to know why. As he spoke, he glanced at Ye. Fong just laughed and suggested that maybe he knew a little more than he let on. He mentioned that some time ago, the police had solved the watermelon ninja incident, where he found the subtle work of a card maker. On top of that, Sue had a moon card from the first college. And yesterday, he continued, I received a call from the Card Maker Association saying that a student had destroyed their one-star test site, and it turned out that it was one of my students. Listening to all this, our hero froze, his eyes wide and his brows furrowed. Fong, hearing no response, asked what he would say to that. Suddenly, he cried out, remembering something else. When you were a child, he said, you liked to watch your sister take a bath, and your father beat you for it. The protagonist closed his eyes and told him to shut up, mentally calling Fong a shameless old man as he fell to his knees in complete defeat. He'd never encountered anyone with this much raw power. Once he managed to calm his nerves, he admitted that Fong was really putting him in a tough spot. He then mentioned that he knew the parents of this body's original owner, but Fong quickly declared he had bigger fish to fry, explaining that was precisely why. He was leaving Yi with Ming for the time being. He added that she was perfectly self-sufficient and could survive on her own, so Ming shouldn't worry. But the protagonist flatly refused, saying he couldn't just babysit her. Fong simply smirked and told him to name his price. A bit confused, Ming confessed he hadn't actually considered it yet, promising to get back to Fong later. With that, he hung up and a sly grin spread across his face, knowing a reward was definitely coming his way. Xiaopeng, however, narrowed his eyes, feeling like Ming hadn't really helped him at all. The protagonist glanced over at him and asked what was on his mind. He just said it was all part of his strategy, which left Xiaopeng completely baffled. Just then, Yi turned toward the shop's entrance and announced that if they were done, she was going to go study. Ming called out for her to wait up. And a moment later, as they all stepped inside the store, he declared that he'd promised Fong he'd look after Yi for a bit. But, he noted confidently, he wasn't about to do it for free. He then asked her what she thought would be a fitting reward. Xiaopeng leaned in close, frowning as he warned that Yi was way too young for him. But Ming just grabbed a random book off the table and shoved it right in Xiaopeng's face, pushing him away and telling him to get lost. He then turned his attention back to Yi, who was deep in thought. She figured he could ask for money, but pointed out that there were plenty of other things he could get that, unlike cash, would last forever. Ming smiled, impressed, remarking that it was just what he'd expect from the director's daughter. He then asked what she thought would be a useful thing to get, gesturing to the book still covering Xiaopeng's face. Yi said it wasn't a bad idea. Ming took a closer look at the book, and upon opening it, he let out a gasp. This was actually great. He knew not all cards would be as simple as Fruit Ninja, with encryption technology. He wouldn't have to worry about people easily pirating his work. This tech was pricey, with the cheapest level costing a steep 60,000, giving her a thumbs up. The protagonist praised Yi, exclaiming that she'd made a great call. She beamed, clearly pleased with his approval. It didn't take long for Ming to get back on the phone with Fong, who was surprised he'd already figured out what he wanted. The protagonist confirmed it and then declared his demand. He wanted the encryption technology for his cards. Without a moment's hesitation, Fong agreed it was a done deal. Ming frowned, his thoughts drifting back to Fong's earlier attitude. But before he could dwell on it, Fong seriously added one condition: he wanted Ming to teach Yi the art of card creation. In his view, card making was a much safer profession than others, offering a way to self-protect, even in dangerous times. He didn't want Yi to end up like her mother. Recognizing the heartfelt plea of a concerned parent, Ming simply said he understood completely. After the call ended, Xiaopeng asked if Fong had agreed. The protagonist confirmed that he had. He then stood up, walked over to Yi, and asked if her father had given her any other instructions. She shook her head no, but as she got closer, she recalled her dad telling her to just listen to whatever Ming said. Then she suddenly remembered something else he'd done. Emphasized card creators possessed special powers. She noted that Ming himself had proven this, showing her she could learn sword cultivator skills through cards. She was now determined to try creating cards herself. Ming listened to her passionate speech with a serious expression, as Yi firmly promised she would become incredibly strong. Leaning in slightly, Ming placed his hands on her shoulders. "That's the spirit," he exclaimed, confidently telling her she would do great. "From this day forward," he added, "you're my disciple." Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Then she shouted that it was awesome and called him teacher. Ming just smiled and ruffled her hair. Watching this scene, Xiaopeng started clapping his hands. Hearing the noise, Ming turned around with an annoyed look and asked why he was still here. He also wondered what Xiaopeng was even up to. And closing his eyes, he declared that he wouldn't lie. His own illusion level was worlds beyond what it used to be. With his arms crossed, Ming asked if he was being for real. A little offended, Xiaopeng exclaimed that he was always serious, explaining that his main concept was to have the illusion change color based on the user's mood. The protagonist's eyes shot open as he cursed internally. That was the exact project he was working on before he died. He rushed over to Xiaopeng, grabbed him by the shoulders, and demanded to know if he'd actually pulled it off. "Show me," he insisted. Xiaopeng smiled and told him to calm down a bit, since he needed to get into the right headspace. He stood still as he began to summon the illusion. Ming urged him to hurry up and show them how it was done, telling Yi to take notes and write everything down. She grabbed her notebook and agreed. A moment later, when the illusion materialized, a dog appeared before them. "Is that a dog?" Yi asked, frowning with disappointment. Ming turned to Xiaopeng and asked if this was really it, hoping it wasn't just a normal dog. He didn't answer, but instead pointed and commanded the dog to charge. It suddenly snarled and lunged forward, causing Xiaopeng, Yi, and Ming to freeze in place. Finally, Xiaopeng pointed at the dog, which was now scratching at a tree that had appeared out of nowhere. "See, it changed its eye color," he yelled, with a serious frown. He clenched his fists and urged Yi and Ming to notice that the dog's eyes were now a slightly different shade. "Isn't that cool?" he asked. The protagonist collapsed to his knees in utter defeat, slamming his fist into the ground so hard that cracks spiderwebbed across the floor. He covered his face with his other hand, his expression grim. After a moment, he regained some of his composure and stood up, while Xiaopeng continued to marvel at his own invention, noting that as his mood shifted, the dog's excitement level also changed, still covering his face. Ming muttered that they got the point and ordered Xiaopeng to shut the illusion down. Once the illusion vanished, Xiaopeng explained that a happy mood meant bright colors, a sad mood meant cool colors, and an excited mood meant warm colors. In his mind, this was a massive breakthrough. But no matter how enthusiastically he described it, Ming just turned his back on him, placed a hand on Yi's back, and told her to get back to her practice. He then conceded that it was, in fact, pretty cool. He walked over to Xiaopeng and started guiding him toward the door, telling him not to worry and promising they'd discuss the light-changing technique later. Xiaopeng announced that it would happen very soon, clenching his fist with determination. But the protagonist didn't respond. He just said his goodbyes and slammed the shop doors right in his face, left standing outside. Xiaopeng gripped the handles and let out a heavy sigh, thinking how truly hopeless the situation was. But suddenly, he heard Yi call his name. Turning around, he saw her approaching with a phone in her hand. She explained that her father had replied to Ming's message and figured it must be the encryption technique. Taking the device, the protagonist lit up. "Wonderful," he exclaimed, declaring that Fong was certainly quick when he wanted to be. Yi closed her eyes and nodded in agreement. As the protagonist opened the app, he saw that the encryption level was a D. He froze, his eyes narrowing in displeasure, and then cursed under his breath, realizing Yi's father was even cheaper than he was. She smiled and warned him to get used to Fong being that way. After calming down, he told her to forget it, since he'd at least saved 60,000. Suddenly, he remembered something else and asked how much energy was in Yi's card. When he told her to show him, she summoned a card that displayed the number 100. The protagonist thought with pure annoyance that he just loved this feeling. Closing his eyes, he was on the verge of tears. Seeing his reaction, Yi excitedly asked if that wasn't enough. Ming just smiled sadly, recalling how the previous owner's card only held 15 points of energy. It was moments like these that made him hate all those natural-born geniuses. When he didn't answer, Yi called out to him again, confused about what was wrong, finally shaking off his gloomy thoughts. Ming noted that her energy level was a little low and suggested that he'd have to teach her engraving soon, clenching her hands into tensei fists. She promised she would work even harder and turned to go back to her training. Ming crossed his arms, a tight smile on his face, seeing her determination to push herself. He wondered aloud how he was supposed to keep up if she did that. In the end, he pushed the thought aside, picked up his phone, and decided he'd better get to work learning this D-level encryption. Every encryption method had its own unique algorithms and characteristics. As the encryption hologram appeared above his phone's screen, Ming stroked his chin and began to study it intently. The programmer's blueprint called for a design centered on 3 modules: an energy module powered by negative energy, an encryption module utilizing a costly negative encryption algorithm, and finally, an energy release module equipped with a negative decryption function. At its very heart was supposed to be a heat module, which was really just a fancy way of saying an encrypted wire. Settling in at his desk, our protagonist decided to dive right in. He began meticulously studying the encryption, eager to test it out for himself. A short while later, everything was finally complete. As he gazed at the card, he saw that the fresh encryption layer had completely obscured the card's original core. The face of it no longer looked so menacing. Pressing his palm against the surface, Ming felt as if he were touching a lock that required several keys to open. Frowning with intense focus, he realized it was all far too easy. He couldn't shake the feeling that this technique was nothing special. The encrypted pathway was a pale imitation of the ones on the limited edition template cards. Since the encryption was only a surface-level coating, the protagonist suspected it was hiding a lot of unnecessary junk. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open. He realized the de-encryption card was incredibly powerful on its own. A thought sparked what would happen if he combined identical cards. Just as he had with the bull cards after crafting several more encryption cards on the spot, he decided to give it a shot. At that exact moment, Yibi, who was approaching with a tray of food, froze in her tracks. She was completely bewildered, her eyes wide as she watched Ming begin to fill the sections of the cards. He noted that the process was identical to before, with no changes whatsoever. Picking up the final card, he furrowed his brow, channeling his concentration. Activating his magical energy, he thought to himself, everything depends on this moment. When he finished, a shout of pure joy escaped him. It worked. He held out his hand, revealing the slightly altered card. He frowned, peering at its surface. But before he could say a word, Yi, who had moved closer, asked why he wasn't resting at such a late hour. The protagonist explained that he had stumbled upon some problems that needed more research. Still studying the card, he added that Yi could get a head start by learning how to make energy cards herself, because he planned on staying up all night. Pressing her palms together, Yi exclaimed that he was working incredibly hard and decided she would also double her own efforts. Sometime later, Yi stepped into the room, which was now littered with crumpled notes and paper. Smiling, she suggested Ming have some breakfast and get some rest. But then she froze, noticing a scrap of paper had drifted to her feet. As she picked it up and unfolded it, she rested a finger on her chin and stared thoughtfully at the drawing sketched on the page. A moment later, she crumpled it up again, thinking it was just some kind of nonsense, and tossed the paper aside. She walked over to the protagonist, who sat surrounded by a sea of failed drawings, and asked if he could even hear her. She again advised him to rest, but seeing no reaction, she raised an eyebrow and asked if he was okay. Ming, giving a quick thumbs up, said that everything was fine. He immediately repeated that he was fine, then, momentarily breaking his concentration, told Yi to quickly call Xiaowang and tell him he had an idea for a new card. He was positive that with this, he would finally strike it rich. A little later, when he arrived at the store, Xiaowang asked how big his cut of the profits would be. But our protagonist didn't understand why he was in such a hurry and suggested they get down to business. Xiaopeng began to activate an illusion. Starting a countdown from 3 to 1, across from him, Ming stood ready with the card, and at the exact moment the countdown finished, he formed a magic circle in front of it, sealing the illusion inside the card. As soon as it was done, Xiaowang stared at Ming with wide-eyed excitement and asked, "Did it work?" Holding the card in his palm, he exclaimed that it was a success. Seeing this, Yi looked at him thoughtfully and asked what kind of card it was. He declared that this was the culmination of all his wisdom, something entirely unprecedented and unheard of, and shouted that with this card, they would undoubtedly become rich. Yi squinted her eyes and looked at him, reminding him that she wanted to know what the card could be used for. Stepping closer to her, the protagonist mirrored her serious gaze and told her to remember everything that was happening right now. Then he asked how she was coming along with the energy cards. Dumping a huge pile of cards out of her bag, she yelled that she had tried her hardest and asked if she was learning too slowly. Ming frowned, assessing the mountain of work she'd done, and noted that while it wasn't as good as he'd hoped, it still wasn't half bad. Xiaopeng, holding his chin, looked at him and asked what he was like when he first started. For asking that, the protagonist slapped him across the face without even looking. He shouted that he must have memory problems. He then finally decided to explain to Yi and Xiaopeng how the card works, noting that they could see 2 arrows on it. One was filled with energy, representing energy nutrition, and the other arrow was the activation card. This meant that the card had to be activated. Repeating Ming's words about nutrition and activation, Yabi asked if it was like feeding a dog in order to release it. Grinning, Ming declared that it was less like a dog and more like a fish. He imagined himself surrounded by waves where fish were splashing, and heard someone admit that he still didn't understand if he had succeeded at anything. In his mind, Ming exclaimed that he would become the Sea King, but was distracted when a still confused Yi asked what it all meant. Closing his eyes, Xiaowang raised a finger, explaining that she should just think of it like fish farming. "That's right," Ming exclaimed, revealing that he called it a kin and that it contained the fruits of his labor over the last few days. This was his very first combination card. In surprise, Yi asked what that was. Ming explained that it was a combination of cultivation and summoning, and the more energy one poured in, the stronger the kin's cultivation would become, and consequently, the more powerful the monster you could summon. It was a one-time summon, but it could also help you deliver an incredible blow at a dangerous moment. Finally understanding what the card did, Yi shouted that it was cool, and Xiaopeng asked when they could start selling it. He smiled impatiently, but the protagonist warned that there was no need to rush. The current encryption technology only protected against small-time pirate workshops, and a serious card maker could decrypt this card in just a few minutes. Holding his chin, he squinted his eyes. Deciding he had to come up with something, Xiaopeng, scratching his head, asked what would happen if it was impossible, like with the fruit card. Suddenly, Yabi remembered that Phone had mentioned a person could get a copyright certificate from the card maker union, and then other people wouldn't dare create cards. Like that person's card. Understanding what this meant, the 3 of them smiled, giving each other thumbs-ups. Walking over to the computer, Ming noted that the card maker union would certainly never recognize a terrible card like the Fruit Ninja. But this new card was much cooler. Now, his card was significantly better than other products on the card market. Opening the Card Makers Union website, Ming found the registration window, and Yabai remembered that Fang had said that before getting certified. You have to join the union. The protagonist decided he needed to register. He began filling in the required fields, and when he got to the part where he had to list the person who invited him, He exchanged a look with Xiaopeng and then exclaimed that it was just a matter of moments. After typing Fang's name in the box, Ming smiled and looked at Yi, exclaiming that it was very good to have a powerful father. Soon, a notification popped up on the computer. After hearing the signal, Xiaopeng looked at it and then told Ming to take a look too. Very soon, the protagonist sent his application, but he was denied membership. Frowning furiously, he asked why this happened. He assumed that phone was messing with him and called him. As soon as he picked up, he noted that he knew he had applied to join the cardmaker union and that he couldn't believe he hadn't passed. He indignantly asked what was going on. Phone explained that it was for cardmakers who were a higher level than the protagonist. After asking again, Ming questioned if Phone really thought he was that weak. Phone explained that it was because he had created the Fruit Ninja, and in the union, every single cardmaker admired his card. They all wanted to be that popular and make more money. It didn't seem like a respectable job anyway. He sat in his office, holding a lit cigarette and staring at the laptop screen in front of him. After adjusting his glasses, he said that the union thought the protagonist had ruined the ethics of cardmakers with his Fruit Ninja. That was why he was rejected. After hearing all this, Ming, Yi, and Xiaowang froze, narrowing their eyes, trying to console the protagonist somehow. Xiaowang put his hand on his shoulder. But Yi suddenly became angry, clenching her hands into fists, and asked what any of this had to do with Ming. She assumed that all those people were just... In a desperate attempt to snap Ming out of his trance, Xiaopeng ridiculously plopped a saucepan on his head. But it was no use. Ming remained frozen. His eyes narrowed and fixed on something in the distance with a look of pure resignation. Finally, Xiaopeng gave up with a shrug, asking what they were supposed to do now. He knew that if they couldn't get into the union, they'd never be able to copyright their work. How are we supposed to make any real money then? He wondered. Ming paused for a beat, then slammed his hand on the pot's handle. Oh, we'll make money. All right, he declared. Did you guys really think becoming an independent cardmaker would be a walk in the park? He promised to show them what true card artistry looked like. Half a month later, as the sun began to rise, an exhausted Ming pulled himself to his feet. Sighing, he picked up one of the countless cards scattered around him. It's enough, he announced, his brow furrowed with determination. It's time to make some serious cash. Just then, Yi shuffled up beside him, clutching her stomach. Can we eat first? She asked awkwardly, also surrounded by piles of cards. Ming looked at her for a moment, then a wide grin spread across his face. Today is a momentous day, he exclaimed. To celebrate, I'll cook for you myself. Yi's face lit up as she asked what was on the menu. To properly honor the creation of the kun card, Ming decided on fish. A short while later, he was setting the steaming hot platter on the table, looking at it with pure joy and Jiani. Yi eyes cheered. It looks delicious. At that moment, Xiaopeng arrived and tapped Ming on the shoulder. Whoa, he shouted in amazement. How did you know I love fish? He laughed, but Ming, visibly annoyed, just closed his eyes and sighed, telling him not to be a pest. He explained that he'd only summoned Xiaopeng to discuss the price for the new card. This fish is for Yi, Ming said sternly, so don't even think about it. Hearing this, Yi glanced at Ming and flashed a warm smile. You worked harder than anyone, she said, so you have to try some too. She held out a plate to him, and he looked slightly embarrassed, trying to wave it off. But then his eyes widened in shock as he saw Xiaopeng and Yi had already sat down and were digging in, having eaten a good chunk of the food. Scowling, he yelled, Hey, I never said you could start. He then announced that before anyone else ate, they needed to figure out a shanj price for the new card. Soon, they had set up a stand on the street, complete with a flashy sign and colorful balloons. Ming stood beside Yi, holding a megaphone to his lips. Get your brand new card here for only 2,000 tenny, he boomed. Plus, buyers will receive an incredible 2 cards, for the price of 1. Repeating the deal, 2 cards for the price of 1, he confidently shouted that nobody could afford to miss it. A guy in the gathering crowd looked stunned. 2,000 is way too much for 1 card, he exclaimed, wondering just what kind of amazing card Ming was selling. With his eyes closed, the protagonist turned to Yi. Secretary, he said, please explain it to them. She nodded and addressed the crowd. This is our latest creation, the kun card. It's a monster card that can be upgraded on its own. Theoretically, this monster can reach 6 stars. The stronger the cultivator's abilities, the more powerful the summoned creature becomes. Defeating a 4-star opponent as a 2-star is no longer a dream. As she held up the card for all to see, one of the onlookers yelled out in awe, asking if it was possible to buy the card along with the girl. The rest of the crowd, however, was still on the fence. What does everyone think? One person asked. They suspected it was just a money-making scheme, unable to fathom who would buy such a pricey card. Suddenly, a thought struck someone. Wait, isn't this the same company that makes the Fruit Ninja game cards? All at once, a man in the crowd thrust his hand into the air, shouting, "I'll take 10 of them." He pushed his way to the front and asked if they accepted card payments. Holding out a terminal, Ming simply said it was possible, announcing that everything was set up for the buyer's convenience. Once the man paid and received his cards, Yi and Ming bowed deeply. "Please come again," they said, as the customer waved goodbye and walked off. The crowd, still thinking it was a plant, decided they had to try it for themselves. "Give me some cards, too," someone shouted. At that exact moment, the man who had just left ducked around a corner and ripped off his disguise. It was Xiaopeng. He grinned, pulled out his phone, and began typing in an app. Later, Yi noted that even after Xiaopeng's performance, only 5 people had bought cards. "Will this really work?" she asked. Ming just smirked. "You don't understand," he explained. "This is just the first phase of our brilliant advertising campaign." At that very moment in a group chat, a user asked, "What is this Kun card? It sounds way too good to be true." Another person immediately replied, "I just bought one. It's actually pretty decent." Just like that, people started buzzing amongst themselves. The protagonist leaned back with a satisfied smile, his hand on his chin, while Yi stared at him in complete surprise. Before long, a massive crowd had formed outside their shop, demanding Ming sell them the card. Some were even trying to buy several at once. The protagonist, shielding his eyes as he collected piles of cash, declared that there were enough cards for everybody. Meanwhile, watching the chaos from a neighboring shop, a man asked, "What has he cooked up this time?" Fing, standing in an office with Zhang Yang, replied, "This isn't another gimmick like fruit. Ninja, I suggest you take a closer look." Yang was taken aback but followed his advice. He examined the card intently and then gasped, shuddering in disbelief. "He only has 1 star, he screamed, completely bewildered at how Ming could have learned this technique. Feng just smirked, adjusting his glasses, thinking that the protagonist showed incredible talent at such a young age. He suggested that Ming was worthy of receiving a little assistance from them. Setting the card down, Yang ordered Feng to bring the protagonist to him, as he wanted to have a discussion. The president of the Card Makers Union frowned, his gaze fixed and serious. Later, Ming asked, in disbelief, "You're telling me the Card Makers Union wants to see me? At night?" He was indignant. Does the fact that I've been working nonstop all day mean nothing to them? His contact simply explained that he wasn't the only one who wanted to meet Ming. Grumbling, the protagonist eventually arrived at the building, wondering about all the secrecy. He paused, looking away. "Do I really need to be here?" he asked himself. Very soon, Feng opened the door and greeted him, inviting him inside. Ming returned the greeting as Yang approached, his cane tapping lightly on the floor. He drew closer, looking pleased. "I'm glad I finally get to see you in person." "Ming," he said, extending his hand for a shake. "My name is Yang, and I'm the president of the Card Makers Union for Qingjing City." The protagonist shook his hand and cried out, honestly admitting that he had never heard of him, but noted that he was happy to meet him, adding that Yang was some unknown person. At these words, both Yang and Feng froze, their eyes narrowing as sweat beaded on their faces. But eventually, Yang managed a smile and said it was nothing to worry about. He explained that he just wanted to ask Ming about the Kun card he had, recently released. "Did you create this card by yourself?" he asked, astonished that Ming hadn't received any help. With a proud smile, the protagonist nodded, confirming he had done it all himself. Still shocked, Yang admitted he could hardly believe it, and asked if Ming knew that combining cards was a skill only creators with 4 or more stars could master. Frowning, Ming repeated 4 stars, when suddenly his eyes widened in shock. He shuddered. Why is there a layer on top of the encryption layer, he wondered. He realized that this was actually the true layer of the card, since the surface of this one wasn't big enough for so many engravings. To accommodate the massive number of engravings, another layer was necessary. The more complex the card, the more layers it had, and the layer that connected the first layer too. The last was the key to creating a composite card. If he hadn't merged the cards, Ming never would have noticed this detail, and he had no idea how long it would have taken him to reach this point otherwise. He knew it was all thanks to that cat, and he decided he couldn't let it get away. Knowing that he couldn't let Fing and Yang suspect anything, he narrowed his eyes, looking at them wearily, before closing his eyes and sighing. "I knew I couldn't hide it," he admitted. Sue helped me. She showed me some lamination techniques. Yang smiled to himself, thinking that he couldn't believe he'd forgotten that Ming was Sue's brother. He cleared his throat apologetically, and then commented that this card was a game card, similar to Ming's previous one, but he knew there were significant differences between the two. The Fruit Ninja cards were not made with this lamination technology, but they were inspiring in their own way. The new card the protagonist made was also a simple engraving, which isn't too technical for advanced card makers. However, the protagonist's foundational drawing was shockingly close to perfection. As Yang approached him, he placed a hand on his shoulder, exclaiming that he was awesome. He urged him to keep that high spirit going, and our hero's eyes widened with excitement. But just then, his focus was broken when Fo, trying to get his attention, asked how Yi was getting on. He was curious when Ming planned on teaching her the lamination technique, and with a narrowing gaze. The protagonist said that he was thinking of teaching her today. But his thought was cut short as Fo also rested a hand on his shoulder, pleading for them not to pressure him. He threatened to leave if they didn't need anything else. And after a glance, Yang gave an approving nod, remarking that he knew Fo had always looked up to him, but urged him not to mimic every little thing he did. Ming, fed up, warned them he was leaving for real, prompting Fo to quickly add, "Don't forget to teach Yi." Without a word, our hero stormed out, slamming the door. Stroking his chin, Yang Jing wondered aloud how Fo dared to send his own daughter to another man's house. He commented that Fo's mind seemed a bit clouded, but Fo cursed back, insisting he had a good reason. Realizing there was more to it, Yang told him to just let his assistant know when he left, deciding he'd change the photos in Fo's office later. Sometime after, someone turned to their boss, asking if Ming had created another mind-blowing card. Shinkai, staring intently at his computer screen, told his assistants to stay calm, assuming everything would be quiet this time. The man beside him asked in confusion what he meant, but with a frown of deep concentration, Shikai exclaimed that he had to have this card, ordering his assistant not to return until it was in his hands. Around that time, back at the shop, Ming noticed he'd returned and was asked what Fong wanted from him at the union. Hearing this, our protagonist cried out, unable to believe he forgot to ask about joining the alliance. He simply told Yi to forget her question, muttering that those two old men were out of their minds. She looked at him, surprised, then confessed she thought they would sell all 300 kun cards by tomorrow, asking why they weren't working overtime today to make even more cards. Ming declared that was moving way too fast and insisted Yi needed to rest for a couple of days. Frowning in thought, he calculated that they had sold nearly 300 cards, and with expenses of 100,000, their income was around 500,000. He had never worked this hard in his life, but he was certain that if he didn't register the copyright soon, his cards would be copied left and right. Yi, getting closer, asked if he wasn't on a break, guessing he was still working overtime. Ming thoughtfully noted that he really had to sort out the rights. Suddenly, his computer pinged with a notification. A tab popped up, congratulating Ming on his acceptance. He had to either accept or reject the offer. Seeing this, Yabai cheered happily that the application was approved. Ming just smirked, moving his cursor toward the button to reject the offer. Ye, not getting why he'd do that, frowned in total confusion as she watched him. Soon, Shikai was holding the card himself, wondering how a shrewd businessman like him could miss such a golden opportunity. He smirked, saying the essence of the card was to activate other cards and release them. Leaning back on the sofa, completely relaxed, he said that a card like this could be made if you could just find a good card maker who knew the technique. The assistants before him exclaimed that it would be done, Shinkai. Taking a sip from a small cup, noted that the cost of breaking the double encryption and hiring an advanced card maker was a bit steep. But then he figured that on the black market, a cracked card like this could probably be bought for 10,000 anyway. Meanwhile, sitting in a study, Ming frowned indignantly, demanding to know what kind of card could possess such power. Chin Hen, seated opposite him, explained that while Ming's skill and insight were truly exceptional, his card couldn't be copyrighted because of their rules. There were simply too many different cards to create and protect. If it wasn't limited, there would be an infinite number of cards in their warehouse. She was the personnel inspector for the Card Creators Association, and a 3-star creator herself. As she gave him a friendly smile, our hero frowned, realizing exactly how things worked. Taion then said he could make a request, and she would do her absolute best to help him reach the top. As he rose to his feet, he announced that he needed a copyright certificate. Taihan started sweating from the tension as Ming exclaimed that they needed to look at this more deeply, more prospectively, asking if the Kunlun was just some ordinary card. Tian stammered that it wasn't, And Ming, picturing himself standing on a colossal summoned beast, shouted that of course it wasn't. He remembered how people were chatting, asking if the others had read the latest news. A one-star card maker had nearly turned the entire card industry upside down, and the Kun card had become the world's very first card pet. Some wondered if this was still limited to just card makers, but it wasn't. It had reached the entire cultivator world. Ming frowned confidently and yelled that he wasn't going to stay a one-star card maker forever. He pointed his finger right at Tai-Han, asking if she really wanted to be nothing more than a personnel inspector for the rest of her life. She looked at him, uncertain, but before she could speak, Ming declared that they, the card makers, had always been crushed under the feet of other professions. Listening to his words, Tai-Han lowered her head, trembling. Finally, she shouted that card makers are not the worst profession. She became so enraged, she even accidentally broke the pencil she was holding. Seeing this reaction, Ming was slightly startled, and his eyes flew open watching Tai-Han. Realizing what she'd done, she covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, apologizing to him. Suddenly, a voice from a device in the corner of the room told Tai-Han to take it easy and give Ming the certificate, suggesting that an exception to the rule could be made. Zha Yang's voice continued, saying that card makers really need to prove their worth. Yang smiled and asked how Ming was, and whether it was true that he was a good guy. Xiao Yang didn't answer, simply holding his chin thoughtfully. Sometime later, Ming returned to the store and called out to Yi. Seeing him, she looked at him with pure admiration, exclaiming that he was just too good, having convinced the association members on his very first try. Smiling sheepishly, Ming brushed off the praise, telling her to stop, and asked if she had all the data on the Kun card ready. She exclaimed that it was all done. Showing him the tablet screen, she asked him to look at the fact that the card had passed inspection. Ming smiled, pleased by this, and she decided the next step was to announce the card. Soon, Shikai stepped forward, saying that Ming's capabilities were somewhat limited, so he didn't pose any real threat. Stretching his arms out wide, he asked what effective even meant. In his mind, it meant setting up production quickly, and he assumed that would be very easy. He then declared he was going to get back all the money he lost last time. Ui, a 4-star card maker who was standing next to them, frowned and asked if he could find out how much he planned to sell the card for. Shikai replied that he was going to sell it for 10,000 and asked what was wrong. Ui, looking at him seriously, explained that he had just seen the copyright for the Kun card and the type of this card in the association's file. Suddenly, he was distracted, asking if Shinkai was okay. He couldn't comprehend how this was possible. Noticing his state, his assistants excitedly called out to him, but he, who was now pulling his hair out, demanded to know how such a card got a copyright. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Yui, standing beside him, just watched him pull his hair out in frustration. With the discovery of the copyright, the Kunlun card fever erupted in full force. When talking to each other, people started to ask what level of Kun the other person had. Some laughed, bragging that his pet's level was 135, and someone shouted that it didn't count, asking if anyone knew how to evolve it. Suddenly, one of the guys shouted that his friend had a Yanin, but the guy announced that he had a Shuin, not a Yanin. Many knockoff versions of the card also appeared, presented in various designs. 20 days later, Yi approached Ming and called out to him, announcing that this was his package. He asked her to leave it somewhere for now, and instead come over to him. When she got close, he showed her the data, announcing that the price of each design was 5,000. But after deducting the association's share and taxes, they earned 1 million? Yi realized that there would be a steady stream of funding for this project in the future. They exchanged excited glances and began to shout happily, twirling around each other. Yi, still giddy, ran off a little to the side, dancing, while Ming, taking the package, thought that they had spent 10 days of work, 15 hours a day, realizing that if he had done it alone, it would have taken much longer. Suddenly catching Yi's attention, he asked what she wanted. He promised he would do anything, and she, frowning with determination, exclaimed that she wanted to learn the skills of a sword cultivator. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, a little unhappy with this, and then asked how much energy Yi had now. She chuckled and exclaimed that she had 150 points. Ning, placing his hand on her shoulder, said that she was still too weak, so he decided he would teach her some basic techniques, and in that way, she'd be able to quickly improve her sword skills. She promised she would try even harder, and Ming laughed, deciding he would buy her a box of snacks. Since he was ready to break through to the 2-star level, he told Yabai to go and train on her own. As she stepped aside, she wished him luck. The protagonist, unpacking the box, chuckled, realizing enough time had passed and decided he could now handle this card. In addition to the card, he also took out its instruction manual, slightly narrowing his eyes as he evaluated the box's contents. Soon, Ming, having moved into his energy space, attracted the attention of the cat. It lazily opened one eye. The protagonist smiled, admitting he was very sorry that the cat was so hesitant last time. When he said he was going to find it a companion, he had genuinely thought about it since then, and guessed that he had poorly assessed its needs, which explains why he brought something special for the cat this time around. He gestured to the creature at his side, certain it would give the feline a run for its money, but with a flick of its paw, the cat sent Ming's new companion flying into the distance. A short while later, as the sun rose on a new day, Yi stretched, yawned, and took one look at our protagonist, asking what in the world happened to his face. He was clearly roughed up, but he just grinned and claimed he'd taken a tumble while saving a stray kitten the night before. He silently vowed that next time, he would absolutely dominate that cat and grow even stronger. Worried about his battered state, Yabai offered to fetch some medicine, but Ming waved her off, insisting he was fine and that she should help him prep more energy cards instead. He was aiming to hit 2-star rank today. His current max energy was 340, but he needed a lot more to make the jump to the 2nd star, and he knew this wasn't nearly enough. 7 days earlier, as evening fell, a triumphant laugh echoed out. It was Ming, staring at his original card. He exclaimed that it felt like the energy space in his body had massively expanded. The power that was once overflowing now seemed like just a tiny fraction of his new capacity. Yi clapped her hands, congratulating him on the successful breakthrough and praising his achievement, but he just said it was only a 2-star breakthrough. He waved his hand dismissively, then closed his eyes and sank into a chair, calculating that leveling up from 2-star to 3-star required a staggering 10,000 energy, with each quick charge costing about 1,000 energy. That meant he'd need roughly 1,000 quick charges, for a grand total of 1 million. After running the numbers, Ming nearly burst into tears, realizing the insane cost of power leveling to 3 stars. Yet, plenty of 3-star card creators were just instructors. Yabai, looking at him with surprise, suggested that if he couldn't level up quickly, he should just train the slow way, and then asked if this was all about money. The protagonist explained that card creators don't make big bucks just by making cards. The real money and power came from fighting adventures, slaying beasts, and exploring ruins and secret realms. That's what combat-focused cultivators did to get strong and rich. He was snapped out of, his heroic daydream by Yabai calling his name. He turned to see her imagining herself clad in armor, sword in hand, suggesting they head into battle. He just frowned and shot back, asking what kind of 2-star card creator would go on a suicide mission like that. A little later, while brewing tea in a fancy cup, he told her to relax, thinking they could still earn a pretty penny. He asked her, isn't it better to train fast with money while enjoying a nice drink? Yi wondered if he'd give her that much cash when she was ready to break through, but Ming just declared she was still young. He told her to take her time, that there was no need to rush. Yabai promised she'd do her best to keep up with him, but he just laughed it off. A bit later, he walked over to his card rack, thinking that his old energy limits had forced him to make only the most basic, lowest level cards. But now that he had leveled up, he could finally craft 2-star cards. He wondered if more experience would have let him make better practice cards sooner. Picking up one of his earlier creations, he thought about how much he disliked it, but admitted it was how he gained valuable experience. Still, he had made far too many of these bull cards in the 7 days it took to reach the 2nd star. They were too pricey to sell, so he knew he had to figure out a way to create useful cards instead of just giant bulls that stampeded over everything in their path, summoning his original card. The protagonist frowned in thought, wondering if he could try merging these failed cards to break through to the 2nd star. He'd made over 100 of these bull cards. He decided the most important thing was to be bold, and so he yelled that he would start the merging process. Instantly, a new card materialized before him, and Ming stared in confusion, asking what just happened. He focused on the strange white flag on a grave depicted on the card's face, wondering if his art style had suddenly reverted to some kind of minimalist design. He had no idea if this image would actually manifest when the card was activated, and questioned why a white flag was on it in the first place. He figured he needed to hit the internet for some answers, so he pulled up a website on his computer, only to find that none of the search results were even remotely helpful. He muttered to himself, asking if these people were completely insane. After sitting through a bizarre ad related to his search, he nearly broke down, wondering what any of it meant. Since there was zero information on this card, he knew he'd have to study it himself. He then noticed that this new card was a 3-star card, and its requirement was 1,000 energy points. He recalled the standard for card makers. A 1-star card uses 50 energy, A 2-star card uses 200, and a 3-star card needs a full 1,000. He slapped a hand to his forehead with a groan, realizing that was a massive energy drain. The card was already at the peak of the 3-star rank. Using it could wipe out his entire energy reserve in one go. But he decided it didn't matter. He just hoped this card would live up to the hype. With that, he flipped the card over to see the back. His eyes went wide and he literally coughed up blood. The back of the card was completely unintelligible. As he grabbed his hair and started cursing his luck, he was suddenly interrupted by someone greeting him. Looking toward the door, he saw a girl standing at the entrance, who asked if the shop was really still open. After that, Sinner walked up to Lu Ming and stood before him, a friendly smile on her face. Our hero stared at her, stunned, thinking to himself that this was the very girl Jiang Xiaopeng was always dreaming about. He then looked at Sinner and wondered what on earth she was doing here. Getting up from his chair, our protagonist walked over to Sinner, spread his arms wide, and welcomed her enthusiastically, telling her to pick out anything she wanted. Sinner, flustered, said his name, and then, out of sheer embarrassment, started wringing her hands. As she tried to explain why she was there, our hero watched her, surprised, thinking that kids in other worlds are incredibly direct. Just then, Jianai appeared behind Lu Ming, her expression menacing as she shot Sinner a glare and demanded to know what she wanted. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock before he lowered his head with a gloomy look. Sinner, with a bright smile, held up her fingers and said she wanted 1 kun card. The protagonist carefully observed the dynamic between Ginai and Sinner. Ginai was drilling holes into Sinner with her eyes, while Sinner maintained her cheerful smile. Watching them, Lu Ming thought he could feel an icy chill developing between the two. He then held out the card toward Sinner, pointing out that since they were classmates, he'd give her a 10% discount. Afterward, our hero started waving at Sinner with a smile plastered on his face and told her to come again soon. Sinner thanked him and said she'd leave the money on the table. She then placed a bill and a photo down, using the money to cover the picture. Once Sinner was gone, Ginai watched her leave and commented that she got a weird feeling from that girl. The protagonist, holding a card, asked out loud what was so weird about her. He then remarked that the strangest thing at the moment was this cursed engraving. Looking down at the card in his hands, he said that it was at the peak of the 3rd star. Studying it closely, the protagonist was certain that his card-making skills would skyrocket if he could just figure it all out. At that moment, he decided it was time to strengthen his fundamentals. He called out to Ginai, telling her that some books were crucial for any beginner, as he pointed his finger at an electronic screen displaying the covers of various textbooks. Our hero moved the cursor over the purchase button, explaining that she would need these books soon, so he was ordering them for her. Then, with a sly grin on his face, Lu Ming turned to. He then told Janai to call her father about getting reimbursed for the textbooks. Clutching her smartphone, she confirmed she would and said she'd phone him immediately. On the other end, Zhang Fong, speaking with Lu Ming, was confused, pointing out that Janai didn't even need those books yet. Lu Ming shot back. Why not? He urged Zhang Fong to consider how quickly Janai was progressing. Her cultivation speed was so incredible that she'd require these advanced texts soon, which is why he'd already placed the order. With that, our hero held the smartphone to his ear and added that he'd opted for premium delivery, warning him not to forget the shipping costs. Zhang Fong was trying to figure out what was going on, but Lu Ming wasn't listening and simply ended the call. A short while after the call, Janai saw Lu Ming sitting at a table with a puzzled look and asked why he was examining those books. It was then she realized he had gotten them for her. Lu Ming, engrossed in one of the books, explained that since he was her instructor, it was his duty to review the material. Suddenly, his attention was snagged by something peeking out from under the pile. Reaching over, he pulled out an object hidden beneath the books. In his hand, he held a photo of his older sister. Janai approached Lu Ming, asking what he was staring at. He looked down at his sister's picture with genuine confusion before erupting in a hysterical panic, shouting that everything was fine. He frantically tried to explain to Janai that it was just a piece of paper, a promotional item to encourage readers to purchase more books. He then slammed his hands on the table, abruptly changing the subject and yelling that she had been working far too hard without any rest. With a nervous grin, Lu Ming held up his index finger, insisting that she take a day off to visit her father. He immediately began ushering Janai out of the room. She tried to protest, calling him teacher in her confusion, but he just pushed her out onto the street, declaring there were no excuses and reminding her not to forget to give her father the invoice for the expenses. With a swift motion, he shut the store's doors and flipped the sign to closed. A moment later, back inside, the clock showed it was 8 in the evening. Lu Ming let out a loud curse, slammed the photo of his sister onto the table, and furiously demanded to know where it came from. clutching the picture. He put a hand to his head, wondering why this thing was in his shop. He yelled that he'd settled all his debts and the store had been full of customers, so he had no clue who could have left it. The heart of the issue was that he had deleted these photos ages ago. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Staring at the picture, he realized it wasn't the original. It looked like a cheap copy, ripped from something by a person who had seen the original before. The main character grabbed his phone, knowing exactly what he needed to find out. As he put it to his ear, a woman's voice greeted him, asking how she could assist. He countered with his own question, asking what kind of services they provided. The woman replied that they offer anything that can exist, and even things they have to imagine into being. With a smile in her voice, she told him to simply state his desire. The main character answered flatly that he wanted the girl featured on their business card. The woman replied with satisfaction, noting that the girl was their premier star and the price would be considerable. The main character cut her off, stating that the price was not an issue for him. In that case, she answered, he could meet the girl in a fantasy world using their individual service. The main character then asked if they could only create illusions and if these were just fake people. The woman said no, explaining that the girl has a special and noble status and is blessed with a model's body and a matching face. After that, she clarified that, for the girl's safety, they operate through illusions. The main character said he understood and asked if everything was set. The woman told him to just send his address and wait for their arrival. All of a sudden, an indicator on the ceiling lit up. Looking ahead, the main character thought that they were incredibly fast. He then opened the front doors of his shop, and a woman in a business suit walked in, greeted Lu Ming, and introduced herself as being from the 999 company. Impatiently, the main character urged her to hurry up. Following that, the main character, with a smile on his face, laid down on the floor and gave a thumbs up, telling the woman to proceed. The agent looked at Lu Ming with a tense expression, thinking that he was acting with extreme urgency. She then explained that once she cast the illusion, he would be able to see the girl. The main character examined a dark, rectangular object in his hands, while the woman explained that she would synchronize her movements to help add realism so he wouldn't get lost in the fantasy. The main character, holding the object with a button, said he didn't need it. The girl was all that mattered. He then asked the agent from the 999 company to wait there for a moment, assuring her she'd be fine. The agent from the 999 company adjusted her glasses, noting that he was in a real rush. After that, she told him that they were professionals, and he shouldn't worry because everything would be fine. At that moment, the woman watching the main character felt that something was very wrong with him. The main character told the girl they could begin. He pressed a button on the device in his hands and started to count down in his head. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, he was in the illusion, lying on a bed next to a naked female body. The main character glanced around and thought the room was rather plain, likely a low-level illusion. Suddenly, a girl turned to Lu Ming and whispered hello in his ear. Lu Ming's eyes flew open in surprise. He turned and saw it was his older sister, her, and started wondering to himself why she looked so much like him. He suddenly realized the illusion he was trapped in was just like the one Zhang Xiaohang had shown him before, with his face flushed in embarrassment. The protagonist stared straight ahead while the illusory image of his older sister gazed deeply into his eyes. He cursed internally, asking himself if this was an illusion powered by emotions. The moment he understood its nature, he flew into a rage and punched the illusion of his sister, screaming curses at Zhang Xiaohang. Because of his outburst, the girl from the 999 company asked him what was wrong, noting that not even a minute had passed. The protagonist, furious, clutched the device in his hand, pointed a finger at the girl, and snarled at her to shut up before informing her that he had just transferred the payment, to take her money and leave immediately. The woman from the 999 company didn't argue and just walked away. Overcome with rage, the protagonist slammed his sister's photo onto the table, letting out another curse. Staring at his phone screen, he yelled out, "Is Zhang Xiaopang really this much of an idiot?" That, with his brow furrowed and eyes wide with anger, the protagonist shouted, "And on top of everything, he's still not picking up his phone." Just then, Gianni appeared in the doorway behind him, giving the departing woman a surprised look. Gianni then came up behind Lu Ming and informed him that she overheard her father saying Zhang Xiaopang has been skipping his college classes recently. The protagonist spun around, shocked, and asked Gianni why she hadn't gone home yet. Gianni picked up the picture of Lu Ming's older sister and explained that she'd decided to grab some textbooks to study, which is why she returned. Then, looking at the photo, she asked him, "Teacher?" Lu Ming stared ahead with a tense look on his face as Gianni examined the picture and asked, "What's this all about?" His face was slick with nervous sweat. With a grin, Gianni gave him a thumbs up and teased that he had quite the hobby taking pictures of his sister, noting that it was a fantastic shot. Lu Ming suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders and frantically tried to explain that he wasn't into that kind of thing, insisting the girl just bore a slight resemblance to his sister, and that was all. He then started blaming the whole mess on Zhang Xiaopeng. Abruptly, his phone started ringing. Johnny glanced at Lu Ming and told him the number belonged to their city's police department. She was looking at his phone's screen, where the number was clearly displayed. The protagonist whipped around, shocked, and yelled, "What?" He pressed the phone to his ear and barked, "Zhang Xiaopeng and some woman?" The man on the other end of the line confirmed it was true, and then explained that his friend, Zhang Xiaopeng, was currently in police custody. The officer then asked the protagonist to come down to the station with his identification to cooperate with their investigation. After Lu Ming hung up, Johnny asked him what had happened to Zhang Xiaopeng. The protagonist let out a tired sigh and said that the useless idiot was being held at the police station. He added that it was no wonder they hadn't been able to reach him. Lu Ming then announced he was heading to the station to bail him out. Later that evening, with the moon hanging high over the city, Lu Ming glanced at the digital clock on his desk, which read 11:00 at night. He glared at Zhang Xiaopeng, who was sitting across from him, and demanded, "Speak." He then gave him a commanding look and asked just how he ended up there. With a completely distraught look on his face, Zhang Xiaopeng threw his hands up and yelled that he swears he wasn't with any woman. He then turned to Lu Ming and pleaded with him to believe his story. Zhang Xiaopeng claimed he was just doing a small gig creating illusions when he suddenly lost consciousness and woke up in the police station. The protagonist crossed his arms, unimpressed, and sternly asked Zhang Xiaopeng if he had any respect for him at all. Then he demanded, "Why are you lying? Do I look like an idiot to you?" Zhang Xiaopeng fearfully insisted that he didn't look stupid at all. Then he explained that he had actually made a deal with a company. They gave him a photo and asked him to create an illusion. But when he finished the job, they never paid him. After that, he just blacked out and remembered nothing else. The protagonist remarked that his story sounded like the ramblings of a madman. Then Lu Ming started to wonder, if the part about Zhang Xiaopeng creating illusions was true, how did they get their hands on photos that were deleted ages ago? Musing on this, the protagonist turned to Zhang Xiaopeng and asked him how he got in touch with them. Zhang Xiaopeng hesitated, starting to mumble, so the protagonist calmly told him that if he didn't start talking, he'd personally drag him back to the station. At that moment, Johnny slammed the front door shut for emphasis. Terrified, Zhang Xiaopeng screamed that he'd tell them everything. He explained that he'd accidentally found a small business card on the street that day. Zhang Xiaopeng continued, saying that the only thing he could recall about the female model on the business card was that she looked vaguely familiar. He then turned to Lu Ming and said that he knew he was a curious young man who loved to learn and explore, and, out of sheer curiosity, he called the number on the card. He quickly discovered their illusion skills were terrible, so he showed off his own. As a result, those people were completely amazed by his color-shifting ability and gave him their contact information. As Zhang Xiaopeng told this part of the story, he proudly pointed a thumb at his chest. The protagonist stared into space, thinking that these people's illusions must have had flaws, and they used Zhang Xiaopeng's skills to eliminate any mistakes or vulnerabilities in their own illusions. Johnny, who was still looking at the photo, wondered aloud what kind of services she provided. The protagonist quickly put a hand up between Zhang Xiaopeng and Johnny, shouting that it didn't matter and that they needed to investigate this organization. He then turned back to Zhang Xiaopeng and asked again how he contacted them. Zhang Xiaopeng replied that they operate out of the old city, a place so chaotic that even the police rarely venture there. Sometime later, the protagonist found himself standing among the slums in the area known as the Old City. This district was located in Chinin City. The protagonist, holding his lit-up phone, said aloud, "Turn right." After making the turn and walking a short distance, he looked up and figured this had to be the place. He was staring at a large, imposing mansion, with two young men standing guard by its luxurious gate. The protagonist thought in amazement that this business must be incredibly profitable for them to afford a place like this. Peeking from around the corner of a building, he considered that the entrance to the estate was protected by two guards. Since he didn't know their strength, a direct attack would be foolish. He needed a way to test how powerful these guards were. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze fell upon a nearby roof, easily accessible by a ladder. After climbing up, he pulled out a card and began to mentally recite its incantation: vanity, murder, and so on. He then wondered, is this kind of thing normal around here? Clutching the cards he had created himself, Lu Ming mentally apologized to his opponents before unleashing a horde of powerful angry bulls that began to leap from the rooftop straight towards the guards. The two men looked up in confusion, shouting, "What?" Then they wondered, "What the hell is that?" They watched as the bulls, their eyes glowing with furious red light, charged directly at them. The guards furiously yelled, "Who dares?" At this moment, Lu Ming was hiding around the corner, observing the chaos. He watched as the enraged bulls smashed through every obstacle in their way. Residents of the area turned toward the source of the noise, the magical stampede, and asked what was happening. Another guy asked, "Isn't this shark territory?" He then cursed and asked if they were up to their shady business again. The guy then said he was sure of it, because there was a ton of competition in that industry. Fragments of stone flew everywhere as smoke billowed up from the rubble. The main character watched as the thick smoke swirled around a glowing space. This glowing area was a barrier between two bandits who were using a defensive technique called the Fortress of Love. The guys stood back to back, their bodies forming the shape of a heart. One of them called his comrade Gigi and shouted that they really are a good team. Gigi agreed, addressing his partner as brother and calling him Yu. The protagonist stared at this bizarre display of brotherly love in utter confusion and asked himself, "The gate is completely unharmed." He then wondered, bewildered, "Who are these people?" Gigi turned to his brother and told him to hurry and report to the boss. Yu, now holding a walkie-talkie, shouted into it that they needed to immediately inform the boss about a surprise attack, but that the first wave had been stopped by their Fortress of Love. The boss, a man named Shigu, who was the leader of the sharks, furiously roared that they were fools. With his hands clenched in front of him, he yelled that all they had managed to do was save the gate. Yu, clutching the walkie-talkie, fearfully said their names, but Shagu cut them off, screaming that they were idiots. Then he demanded, "You're only guarding the gate," he roared furiously. "Where are my walls?" Just then, it was revealed that the massive walls on either side of the gate had been completely obliterated by the protagonist's attack. While Shagu's mouth hung open as he shouted in disbelief, guarding the gate were a couple of deadbeats, destined to waste their lives doing just that. The man standing behind him, Fanara, scowled as he peered into the distance, using his keen vision. Our hero scanned the unfolding scene, quickly sizing up the crowd, 12 nobodies with no stars, 7 with a single star, and 8 with 2 stars, plus 1 person with 3. Just then, a system notification flashed into view. He had unlocked a new ability, Enhanced Perception. This skill, a perk of reaching his 2nd star, allowed him to instantly gauge an enemy's power level. The protagonist took in the situation by the gate, his mind racing. A 3-star individual right here. That was a serious problem. He vividly remembered how a single 3-star warrior had nearly wiped them all out back in the mine. It was then he knew that calling the authorities was pointless. He doubted even the law. Enforcement officers would have the guts to show up here. With that, Lu Ming stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. It was time to get serious about his training. He knew the enemy was formidable, but that wouldn't deter him. Moving silently across the rooftops, he decided his first priority was to gather more information. This time, he needed to find the source of those photos without causing a major scene. Much later, long after the moon had disappeared from the sky, the main character sat at his desk, bathed in the glow of his computer screen, poring over the details written on the His eyes were glued to the monitor when a new image flashed on screen, a man standing next to the shark boss. Lu Ming recognized him instantly. The profile identified him as Fanarea, a former enforcer for the infamous banana loan and cucumber durian loan shark companies. The list of his crimes was long fraud, kidnapping, assault, and even murder. A cold realization hit Lu Ming. This was the guy from the loan company he'd dealt with. It all clicked into place. If Fanarea was with the shark boss and had taken his photos as collateral, that's how they got the pictures of his sister. Lu Ming finally understood the connection, his expression hardening. This was going to be complicated. Just then, the buzz of his phone cut through his thoughts. He picked it up. He pressed the phone to his ear. A voice on the other end greeted him, offered a quick apology, and asked, "Am I speaking with Lu Ming?" His eyes widened as the caller identified himself as a former employee of the Cucumber Durian Company. The man explained that Lu Ming had caught the attention of a wealthy young master, someone willing to pay a hefty sum just for a meeting. He promised that befriending this guy would lead to immense fortune down the line. "Don't worry about him," the voice added. "He's not from Chimin City." On the other end, Fanarea smirked, saying all Lu Ming had to do was show up and answer a few questions. Lu Ming immediately hung up, his brows furrowed in disgust. He stared at the screen, furious. The absolute nerve of this guy. This lowlife was practically begging for a death wish. Checking his calendar, He knew he had to play along and buy some time. A weary sigh escaped him. He couldn't stand the disgusting tastes of this new generation of thugs. At the same time, inside the Shark Clan's mansion, Shagyu was sitting across from Fanaria. He hung up, Fanaria snarled, glaring at his phone in disbelief. What the? Before he could finish, a notification pinged on his screen. His anger quickly turned to curiosity as he read the message from Lu Ming. It explained that he couldn't talk due to classes, but was free on Saturday and would meet them then. A grin spread across Fanaria's face. He turned to Wang Xian, who sat beside him, and announced, "It's all set. He'll be here on Saturday." Shagyu, beaming, gave a thumbs up and assured Wang Xian they always deliver on their promises. Fanaria, playing the gracious host, poured some tea and told Wang Xian not to worry. As he did, Wang Xian gently caressed a photo he was holding a picture of Lu Ming's older sister. "You've got excellent taste in women," someone remarked. "She's a real charmer." Wang Xian stood up, telling Fanaria and Shagyu they were exaggerating, which left the two thugs staring back at him, completely baffled. "She just has a very cute smile," Wang Xian clarified, his gaze trembling as he looked at the photo. "It's as beautiful as flowers in spring." 5 days later, outside his card shop, Lu Ming snapped a device shut in front of his chest. With a sharp click, he pulled a dark cap over his head, his face set with determination. He headed for the door, turning back to Jiang Yuebai, who was inside. "Watch the shop for me," he said, informing her that he was leaving on business, holding a book. She addressed him as teacher and asked when he'd be back. Stepping outside, he replied, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry about it." Jiang Yuebai lifted her eyes from her book, watching him go. A short while later, Lu Ming was perched on a rooftop overlooking the Shark Clan's mansion, peering through a scope. He surveyed the area. The vantage point was perfect great range, good height, and the perfect angle. Then he noticed the security. There were 4 guards at the gate, and the walls had been reinforced to be twice as thick. Looking through his binoculars, Lu Ming could see they were undoubtedly more vigilant than before, but he knew it wouldn't make a difference. He opened a mechanical device shaped like an animal's head. From inside, he pulled out a card depicting a bull with a jetpack strapped to its back. "Time to end this," he muttered. Just a few days earlier, Jiang Yuebai, holding a similar card, had turned to him and asked, "Is this one different from the previous one?" Leaning back in his chair with his hands behind his head, Lu Ming had smirked confidently. "This is my latest creation, the updated bull card." "An updated card?" she asked, intrigued. "Isn't this just a mix of a flight card and a delay card?" He told her she wasn't wrong, impressed she had seen it right away. He then explained that the flight and delay cards were 2 of the most common 2-star cards, and their functions were exactly what their names implied. With a curious look on her face, she examined the card again. "But to use this improved version, you'd need enough energy to summon an entire herd of bulls, wouldn't you?" He grinned confidently. "That's right, and with my energy reserves, I can unleash a whole herd." Jiang Yuebai observed that. In that case, the card was completely useless. "Not so fast," Lu Ming said, holding up a hand. "I never said my plan was to make the bulls fly." He then fanned out a deck of cards he was holding. He straightened them for effect and explained, "My idea is to let the cards fly to the target." Back in the present, Lu Ming sent a massive swarm of cards hurtling toward the Shark Clan's mansion. Below, Shagyu looked up in terror as the sky above them erupted in a brilliant golden glow. "Boss, what's happening?" he yelled in fear. A loud voice from another clan member screamed, "Go! Inform the masters! We're under attack!" Filling the sky above the mansion was a horde of bull cards, each one pulsing with a blinding golden light. Inside the mansion, Wang Xian casually asked, "Will she be here soon?" Fanning himself, he remarked, "There are no coincidences, are there?" He then added that the old city was in complete disarray. Behind him, Fanaria spread his arms wide. "Don't you worry," he said reassuringly. "Our boss himself will see you off this time. We'll make sure everything goes perfectly." Fanaria then told him not to be nervous, adding with a sly grin that, judging from his experience, she was sure to agree. "I have a very well-developed eye for people," he boasted. "And when I was a young man, I was quite handsome myself." Their conversation was shattered by a terrified shout. A grunt burst into the room, babbling incoherently about many bulls. "Bulls are above our boss and brothers on the street," he yelled. Fanaria, enraged, smacked the man on the head, calling him a fool. "Can't you see I'm with an important guest?" he roared angrily. "Do you think I'd believe that?" "But it's true," the man cried. Wang Xian smirked. "Your younger brother is very brave to lie so openly." Suddenly, Wang Xian's expression distorted. He looked up in surprise to see the ceiling cracking into pieces, showering them with concrete shards. Terrified screams echoed from outside. "They're really attacking with bulls." Then, the voice of a man surrounded by explosions and roaring bulls yelled, "What kind of nonsense is this?" Shagu, in horror, watched the mansion being torn apart and screamed, "No!" He realized the gentleman was still in the building. As chaos erupted and bulls tore the structure apart, a panicked voice cried out to Shagu, "Where did this herd come from?" At that moment, explosions from the bull attack ripped the shark's mansion to shreds. While the protagonist watched, he thought to himself that the third layer of engraving first sets the card to a predetermined position, and then the second layer releases it. The sheer number of bulls raining from the sky, and their power, had to be at the peak of a 3-star card. Lu Ming crossed his arms over his chest, satisfied. Gazing at the fiery explosions tearing through the shark gang's turf, the protagonist watched the chaos unfold. He had one cold thought for them. "You used my sister's photos, and now you've paid the price. As of today, your little operation is history." His face was a grim mask as he muttered, "And that's that." He spun on his heel to leave, but a sudden, menacing surge of red magical energy erupted behind him. Whipping around, he was met with a shocking sight. A colossal, crimson eye hovered in the sky. Its gaze locked directly onto him. Fear and confusion washed over his face as he yelled, "What is that?" He couldn't believe it. "They spotted me from this far. Just what kind of ability is this?" Staring at the giant eye, Lu Ming realized it was a power that defied all rules of distance. A tense look crossed his face as a terrifying thought emerged. Could this be the work of a 4-star user? He instantly shot down the idea. If he was really up against a 4-star practitioner, his jaw clenched. I only destroyed a mansion, and they used a 4-star card in response. He knew that anyone capable of wielding a 4-star card was an opponent you simply could not win against. Planting his feet firmly, he bolted from the rooftop, knowing his only option was to escape, and fast. He ducked into a nearby building, gasping for air, his lungs burning. After a moment, he cautiously opened a door to peek outside. The massive eye was still there, hanging ominously over the city streets. The people below were staring up in disbelief. "What is that thing in the sky?" one person asked. "It's the shark gang, causing trouble again." Another replied with a sigh. "These last couple of days have been insane." Suddenly, someone pointed and yelled, "They're using the god's eye. They've got their target cornered." "Dude, there's actually an eye up there. You gotta see this?" one guy told his friend. His buddy looked up, his jaw dropping in astonishment. "What in the world is that?" he stammered, blending into the panicked crowd. The main character pulled on a red mask. He slipped through the panicking mob, trying to remain unseen as terrified voices filled the air. "Is the world ending?" someone shrieked. "This is so scary," another cried. "Is it an alien invasion?" Lu Ming moved away from the masses of people huddled under the watchful eye. As soon as he found a quiet alley away from the chaos, his path was suddenly blocked by a mob of thugs armed with makeshift weapons. Well, one of them sneered, stepping out from the shadows. "Trying to skip town." The protagonist stared at the gang blocking his escape, his eyes wide with surprise. Shag, a hulking figure at the front of the mob, stepped forward. "Did you really think you could just blow up our headquarters and then walk away?" he growled, cracking his knuckles menacingly. "There's a price for that, understand?" Lu Ming frowned, a single thought racing through his mind. How are they still standing? He realized the truth instantly. The 4-star card user. He must have saved them. Shag just smirked. "You've really stepped in it this time, kid." From behind the thugs, a man named Wang Xian spoke up. "This is our business," Wang Xian said coldly. "And right now, I'm extremely pissed off." He pointed a finger directly at Lu Ming and ordered his men. "Finish him! Quickly!" As Lu Ming locked eyes with Wang Xian, it all clicked into place. That's the guy. He was certain of it. This was the man who had used the 4-star card to save the others. "Right away, boss!" the thugs responded eagerly. They turned on Lu Ming, sneering. "Your luck's run out, pal. Time to die." Gripping their weapons tightly, the thugs closed in, trapping Lu Ming. Shag glared at him. "You got lucky we have young Master Wang Xian." He spat. "If it wasn't for his card, you might have actually wiped us out. But you worthless piece of trash. If you mess with us, you better be prepared to die." With that, the thugs charged. "Get him! We'll hang his head up for everyone to see." They roared, their faces twisted with malice as they swarmed him. Weapons raised, all screaming for Lu Ming to die. But Lu Ming remained calm, his expression focused. He stared down his attackers, clutching a card in his hand. He raised it high, and in a flash of light, several enormous, enraged bulls materialized behind him, snorting thick steam as their eyes glowed with furious, crimson light. The charging bandits froze, staring in utter shock at the monstrous beasts. Without warning, the bulls charged into the fray. grabbing thugs and effortlessly flinging them through the air. One of the beasts, wielding a colossal hammer, stomped directly toward Shag and raised the weapon high, aiming to crush his skull. Shag stared grimly as the massive hammer descended upon him. "Boss!" Fenaria screamed in terror. Lu Ming's own eyes glowed with an intense blue light as he watched the scene unfold. But to everyone's shock, Shag stood his ground, catching the hammer with a grimace, his arms straining under the force. The weapon trembled from the sheer power of the impact. Shag glared at Lu Ming and sneered. "Is that all you've got?" With a roar, he pulled back his other fist, which began to glow with blinding magical energy. "Eat this!" he bellowed, as Lu Ming's eyes widened in genuine disbelief. A devastating beam of energy shot from Shag's fist. It slammed into the bull's torso, punching straight through the massive creature's body. But the attack didn't stop there. It kept going, hurtling directly towards Lu Ming. The blast hit him square on, sending him flying backward. He crashed hard against the asphalt, his face bloodied from the impact. Through a haze of pain, he looked up from his knees to see the enraged Shag stalking towards him, his fist still clenched. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as a heavy rain began to pour down, soaking their bodies. At that very moment, in another part of the city, a young woman's finger tapped her phone screen. It was Jinai, gazing out at the storm with a worried look. She brought the phone to her ear, her expression tense. Back in the alley, Lu Ming, struggling to push himself up on the slick pavement, managed to answer his phone. "Hello," he rasped. It was Jinai on the other end. "Teacher," she asked. "When are you coming home? It's raining really hard, and I'm waiting at the store so we can eat together." Lu Ming, his face contorted in pain, groaned. "I might be a bit late." All the while, Shag watched him with cold amusement. "Are you all right?" Jinai asked, concern lacing her voice. Lu Ming forced a reply. "I'm fine. I'll cook you some fish when I get back. So get the ingredients ready and wait for me." Jinai's face lit up with pure joy, her eyes and mouth opening wide with delight. "Really okay," she chirped happily. "I'll be waiting." His face drenched by the downpour, Lu Ming managed a weak, "Yeah, don't worry about me." Before ending the call, the surrounding thugs were silent, just staring, until Shag suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. Planting his hands on his hips, Shag howled. "You are hilarious. Did you really think I was just going to let you go home and eat fish? Whether you leave this alley alive or dead tonight is completely up to me. Do you understand me?" Shag snarled. Just then, Wang Xian, holding an umbrella, cut in impatiently. "Can we wrap this up? You're too chatty, and I don't want to keep Jiangsu waiting." Shag shot Wang Xian an annoyed look before breaking into a grin. He held up a finger. "Don't worry. This kid might be stupid, but he's got guts. I'm thinking of making him an offer to join the Sharks." Fenaria whipped around to face Shag, his expression incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? Look at the mess he made," Fenaria protested. "And you want to recruit him instead of killing him." "Calm down," Shag replied coolly. "We can either kill him or make him one of us. You worry too much." But then Lu Ming pulled something from his pocket. "I'm not interested," he said, his voice low. Fenaria and Shag both turned to look at him. Their curiosity piqued. Lu Ming glared at them from under his bangs, clutching a new card in his hand. "This," he said with chilling certainty, "is your own damn fault." Shag blinked in surprise. "What did you say?" he asked, as Lu Ming prepared his next move. Fan Arya's face twisted in horror, her skin turning ghost white as she stared up at the massive shape blotting out the sky. A bull of truly colossal size towered over them, and perched on its shoulder was Lu Ming, holding a gigantic log outfitted with its own metal horns. Arya stared, dumbfounded, and stammered. "It's so huge." Shaggy and Wang Xian could only gaze up with tense, grim expressions. From his perch on the giant beast, the protagonist announced that he'd prepared this special pet just for them. He then held up a card, asking with a smirk, "So, you like him?" Shigui's face soured with irritation. He glowered at the protagonist and spat. "I was going to give you a chance." In response, the monstrous bull heaved the massive log high above its head, then slammed it down with brutal force. It crashed right on top of Shigi, who barely managed to throw his hands up. His body tensed, trying to hold back the crushing weight as his hands flared with brilliant magic. For a tense moment, Lu Ming and Shaggy locked eyes. Then, a massive magical explosion erupted. Debris and stone fragments blasted outwards in every direction. A thick drop of blood splattered onto a piece of broken asphalt. It was Shiggy's. He struggled to catch his breath, which had been knocked clean from his lungs. Steam billowed from his mouth, his body a canvas of wounds. In a hoarse voice, Shigui admitted, "You're a nobody, but that wasn't half bad." He then glanced at the giant bull, which was now missing an arm. and realized with a jolt of fear that he couldn't possibly survive a second hit. The protagonist, looking down at the brute, turned to Shaggy. "You're definitely strong," Shaggy conceded. "Maybe even stronger than that 3-star warrior I fought before." But in response to his words, Lu Ming simply revealed another card hovering over his palm. Shaggy's eyes flew wide with genuine disbelief. Magical energy crackled around the main character's crossed arms. "But," he noted casually, "whoever said I was going to fight you alone?" Shaggy's jaw dropped as he cursed. "Are you insane?" Suddenly, several more identical monstrous bulls materialized around him, their eyes glowing with menace. Each bull clutched a massive log. One of them, its face a mask of fury, smashed its log into the ground, shattering the pavement into countless pieces. The other bulls began their own rampage, smashing into skyscrapers and sending the city's inhabitants into a terrified panic. Screams echoed through the streets as people fled for their lives. The bulls tore through the city's infrastructure, triggering explosions and sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Fan Area desperately yelled to Wang Xian, "Use your shield!" But Wang Xian shouted back, "I only have one defense card left." He then added, "If this keeps up, the old city will be completely wiped out. Give me Jiangsu and I'll save you." Fleeing for his life, Feria screamed back, "You can't even save yourself, just run." Wang Xian turned to the retreating Fanarea. "Wait, come back," he yelled, trying to explain his plan. "You have to. He never got to finish." A massive log slammed into the asphalt right in front of him. Wang Xian threw his arms up to shield his face, then looked around with a worried expression. He saw one of the giant bulls lifting its massive leg, ready to stomp him into paste. Wang Xian stared, frozen in terror, the certainty of death filling his eyes. But before the hoof could come down, Sheikah's fist, crackling with magical energy, slammed into the bull's jaw. Shigui shook his bloodied fist and yelled to Wang Xian, "Run! This guy is going to level everything. I can't hold out much longer." Just then, a voice echoed from above. "It's useless!" It was the main character, standing on one of the bulls. "No one is getting away," he declared, revealing yet another card depicting a massive black bull. "This behemoth," Lu Ming explained, "has 3 times the destructive power and range of a normal bull card. Even if you're a 3-star warrior, you're no match for my herd." At that moment, the shark, gang members lay unconscious under the rubble, their faces contorted in pain. Wang Xian was on his knees, gasping for air and clutching his torn arm. Shaggy, however, lifted his head and roared, "I'm going to kill you!" He then hurled a string of insults. The protagonist's eyes narrowed, his brow furrowing in anger. A short while later, Shaggy was on his knees next to a huge bull, pleading, "I know I was wrong." Trembling with fear, he begged, "My younger brother, he has elderly parents to look after. Please, don't kill me." He pressed his face to the asphalt, pulling out a handful of plastic cards. "Here, these are all my bank cards," he cried. "There are rare cards in there, even a special club card. It's all for you. Just take it and let me go. I'm begging you." The protagonist stared at him for a long moment before walking over. Shaggy continued to plead, promising he'd be a good person from now on. The protagonist approached, picked up a few of the cards, and examined them. "These look pretty good," Lu Ming remarked, then told him, "Leave the bank cards. Go back and take care of your parents." The protagonist continued, "And if you're serious about being a good person, get a real job. And we never met. You've never seen me before." He stared him dead in the eye and asked, "Do you understand?" A relieved smile spread across Shaggy's face. "Thank you. Thank you for your kindness," he exclaimed. "I'll be a good person from now on, I swear." The protagonist turned his back and walked away, saying, "Get out of here before I change my mind." Shaggy immediately agreed and took off at top speed. Wang Xian, looking irritated, turned to Lu Ming. "Why didn't you kill him? You just let him go." The protagonist let out a long sigh and looked at Wang Xian. "Oh, right," he said dismissively. "I forgot you were here. Why would I kill him?" "I have no grudge against him," the protagonist explained. "I told you from the start I didn't want any of this to happen. You brought this on yourselves." Standing amidst the rubble, Wang Xian looked at Lu Ming in confusion. "So, you're not a member of the sand sculptures?" "It doesn't matter," the protagonist replied without making eye contact. "The less you know, the better," Wang Xian shot back irritably. "Can you help me find someone?" He then opened his mouth and yelled, "I have cards too I can give you." 4-star cards? The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, the words repeating in his mind. 4-star cards. Wan Sen hurried over to Lu Ming and placed a card in his palm. "Take it," he pleaded. The protagonist let out a sharp curse of disbelief. "You're just giving this to me?" Lu Ming asked. "Aren't you afraid I'll just rip you off?" Lu Ming quickly stepped back as Wang Sen grabbed his hand. Don't just grab me like that. The protagonist took a breath. Okay, look, that's just creepy. Wang Xian looked at him, confused, and asked again. Will you deceive me? The protagonist realized this guy was still hung up on that girl. Turning away, Lu Ming asked, You're looking for Jiangsu, right? Wang Xian's head snapped up. How do you know her name? Do you know her? He didn't even have time to finish his thought before Lu Ming stated, without turning around. She's dead. Wang Xian just stared, his eyes wide and his mouth agape in pure shock. Just then, the rain began to subside, and a sliver of sunlight broke through the gloomy clouds. Lu Ming began to walk away, saying, She took her own life today, because Fan Arya forced her hand. I'm here to get revenge for her. Suddenly, Wang Xian's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees in a puddle of rainwater, his face a mask of anguish. No, he whispered. The old city was left in total ruin, and the authorities of Chining City were quickly notified that it had been reduced to rubble. An officer was slapping handcuffs on a member of the Shark Gang, while a uniformed policeman named John spoke into his radio. The team is handling search and rescue. We've already made the arrests. Suddenly, a reporter with a microphone appeared behind John. Excuse me, officer. I'm Juan, from the Chining Daily, the man said. It's great to see the city cracking down on crime. Do you have a message for the people of Chining City? As Juan asked his question, a cameraman filmed the entire exchange. John approached the reporter with a serious expression. This demolition wasn't officially sanctioned, he stated. We're still investigating who was involved, Juan pressed. Do you have any leads? John spread his hands wide. All we know, he said, is that witnesses claim giant bulls appeared out of nowhere, raining down from the heavens like cannonballs. They slammed into the earth and smashed through every obstacle as if they were living battering rams. The biggest of these bulls towered as high as 5 or 6-story buildings, and in their wake, they left nothing but total devastation. With a puzzled look, Chuan handed the mic to Jiang, pointing out that they were a legitimate news crew, not some film production. Jiang just shot back that if that was the case, he had no further comment. Our hero and Jianyi were catching the report on a tablet, and while munching on his rice, the protagonist remarked with surprise how much coverage the incident was getting. Jianyi shot him a suspicious glare before her face soured, telling him to stop playing dumb. She sprang to her feet, her expression menacing, and reminded him that he'd promised to be home by noon. Yet he'd returned after lunch covered in filth. Her voice rose to a shout, demanding to know if he was deliberately avoiding her. Then, slamming her hands on the table, Jianyi accused him of doing it on purpose, just to get out of cooking fish for her. The protagonist could only watch, stunned, as Jianyi went on her tirade, telling him to just admit it instead of trying to play games with her. Finally, she yelled that he'd made her wait around the entire day. A sheepish grin spread across his face as he held up a single finger, admitting she saw right through his lazy scheme. Spreading his arms wide, Lu Ming declared that this time, however, he had actually put in some serious work and scored an awesome 4-star card. Jianyi stopped short, confused, and shouted, 4 stars! Her anger instantly vanished as she exclaimed that he was incredible, then eagerly demanded to see it. He just smiled and told her to calm down, promising she'd see it in the morning. He claimed he was just too wiped out and needed to hit the sack early. In that moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but think how ridiculously fast her mood could change. He then recalled that the card tester he'd ordered a few days ago was supposed to arrive tomorrow, which meant he needed to be up early to receive the delivery. Jianyi agreed, saying she'd take care of the dishes and telling him to get some rest. As he headed off, the light from the shop's interior spilled out, casting a glow on the area around it. The protagonist went to his room, but before going in, he paused with his hand on the doorknob and told Jianyi she was a good kid, wishing her a good night. Once inside his room with the door locked, he let out a massive sigh of relief. He turned to his animal skull card case, thinking to himself that the whole ordeal was finally over. From the card storage, Lu Ming pulled out a few different cards, noting that all the Shark Gang leader cards were 3-star energy, which would fetch a high price. He then fell into thought, calculating that he'd used about 200 bull cards for the mission. And after factoring in the enhancement cards, the total cost would be cut by a full 100%. The protagonist realized the last time he'd been this reckless with resources was when he accidentally bought 648 loot boxes in a video game he was playing. With a frustrated sigh, Lu Ming figured he hadn't spent quite that much this time, but he couldn't be entirely sure. He then placed another card on his bed, realizing he'd almost forgotten about the 4-star one. Suddenly, his expression twisted in disbelief as he stared at it. Looking at the card's details, he cursed aloud, shouting that this thing devoured 2,000 energy. The main character flipped the card over, concluding that the back was completely indecipherable without some kind of encryption. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he recalled his previous attempts to merge a rechargeable card with a standard one, all of which had failed. Since an energy card has to go on the bottom and the stack has limited support, a surge in energy would cause the connection to overload and collapse. However, Lu Ming then realized that this particular card must have minimized its energy consumption by using a constant, self-sustaining layer of energy. The protagonist held the card high above his head and began cheering. "I'm gonna be rich." Sometime later, as the rising sun cast its morning glow across the city, a delivery truck pulled up to the shop. When the courier left, Johnny waved and thanked him, very much before saying goodbye. The protagonist stood with his hands on a large crate, declaring that his new high-end card scanner, the Promax 888, had finally arrived. He then grabbed a box cutter and sliced open the crate, revealing a metallic device that now stood in the middle of the room. With his arms crossed proudly, he looked over at Johnny and asked what she thought of it, adding that it was pretty cool. Wasn't it? Johnny eyed the scanner with a surprised look and admitted that it wasn't half bad. A smirk played on the protagonist's lips as he pointed a finger at her, telling her by name to fire it up. Johnny did as she was told, placing a card onto the scanner plate. Both she and the protagonist leaned in, their eyes glued to the screen in anticipation. A message flashed on the device's display status: uncertified, card level, 1 star, card effect, piercing blow, range, normal, fusions, none. Reading the results, the protagonist exclaimed that it was pretty impressive. He remarked that for a professional grade evaluation device, it was amazing that it could even get a rough reading on a card that had never been certified. A joyful look spread across Johnny's face as she pumped her fists in the air, urging him to try the 4-star card next. The protagonist just smiled at her, then raised his index finger, and told her to hold on. He explained that since it was a 4-star card, they needed to be extra careful, and asked her to lock the front door first. Johnny nodded and headed for the entrance. Just as she was about to lock up, she noticed a man in a police uniform standing right outside. When she moved to shut the door, the officer suddenly caught it with his hand and told her to wait. He stared at her, asking if they were closing up shop this early in the morning. As the bright sun beat down on the city, Zhang walked into the store and greeted the protagonist, confirming it was him. Johnny stood by the door, asking what brought him here, and noting that he hadn't called ahead, Zhang held up a hand, explaining it was nothing urgent. But there had been an incident in the old city yesterday, so the Bureau was looking for anyone who used bull-related abilities. After stepping inside, Zhang speculated that it was probably just some gang-on-gang violence. He then let out a heavy sigh, calling it a complete waste of public resources to have to conduct a survey. A wide grin spread across our hero's face as he agreed, then sarcastically asked if Zhang would believe him if he said he was the one who did it. Before bursting into uncontrollable laughter, Zhang laughed along with him, pointing a finger and saying he absolutely loved the guy's sense of humor. With a friendly smile, the main character gestured for Zhang to come further, inside. He then turned to Johnny and asked her to make them some tea. Zhang looked at Johnny in surprise, remarking that the protagonist must really be rolling in it now that he could even afford to hire an assistant. He then turned to her and asked if she was 16. Standing near his new card scanner, the protagonist told Zhang not to get the wrong idea, explaining that she was just his relative's kid helping out. He then joked about where he would possibly get that kind of money, but still thanked Zhang for the compliment. Zhang turned back to Johnny with a smile, remarking that the protagonist had a silver tongue. He then told her he'd take jasmine tea with no sugar. Suddenly, Zhang's expression froze. His eyes widened in surprise as he picked up a card from the table, one depicting a bull. He peered at it closely, muttering, "Bull? Boom!" The protagonist's face grew tense, his gaze sharpening into a serious stare. Jiang adjusted his glasses, then slowly turned to face Lu Ming, a sly smell spreading across his face. He commented that he knew Lu Ming was a savvy businessman, and he must be trying to cash in on the old city incident by selling a bunch of bull-themed cards. Jiang then asked if he was right. The protagonist immediately broke out into a nervous laugh, exclaiming that was Jiang for you, sharp as ever. The protagonist added that he wasn't just all muscle, he had a sharp mind too. Jiang clapped a hand on his shoulder, agreeing that it was true. He then added that the penetrating gaze of a lawman isn't easy to fool. Jiang then placed a piece of paper on the table, asking the protagonist to simply fill out the ancient's form. The protagonist agreed, and as they sat down, Jiang started sipping his tea. All of a sudden, his radio crackled to life with static. Jiang brought the device to his mouth while still drinking his tea, identifying himself as Unit 6969 and saying he was listening. Overhearing them, He had to ask. What? He then glanced down at the phone's screen and asked about Won Jun. The display showed a photo of an older, gray-haired man with a caption identifying him as Won Jun, the master of destroying and demolishing buildings. Apparently, he was still in Shinin. John remarked on the man's impressive size, adding that he was now famously known as the king of demolishing the old city. John showed the screen to our hero, telling him not to worry since this was a job for the higher-ups, meaning the police. Our protagonist just stared ahead, a thoughtful look on his face as he murmured, "Won Jun?" A memory flashed in his mind of Wang Sen shouting at his retreating back, claiming his father was the great Wang Tianjun, but our hero had just cut him off, snapping back, "Like I care who your father is." After that memory faded, our hero muttered that at this rate, nothing could stop those giant bulls. Wang Xin had ignored him, instead begging for his help. John placed his teacup on the table and announced it was time for him to get to work. Our protagonist looked up and asked, "What about the questionnaire?" As he was leaving, John explained the questionnaire was pointless now and that he should just throw it out. Once John was gone from the store, our hero waved him off, wishing him luck, and John waved back, staring forward with a serious expression. He thought to himself that it looked like Wang Sen had convinced his father to cover everything up. He then figured the guy must have at least a sliver of a conscience. His thoughts were suddenly shattered when Jenny turned to him, causing him to whip around in surprise. She impatiently yelled, "4-star card!" before demanding he hurry up and get started. He placed a hand on her head with a gentle smile and told her to calm down, assuring her there was no need to rush. A moment later, he inserted the 4-star card into the scanning device. The screen lit up, indicating it was reading the card, and both Gianni and our hero leaned in with fascinated expressions. Soon, their faces grew pensive. The scanner's screen revealed the card was Swordfall. Its status was listed as uncertified, with a level of 4 stars and a rank of SS. The card's type was Sword Cultivation. Its effect was a sword cut, and its range? Card. But its status remained a mystery. With wide, bewildered eyes, he asked again, only for G to suddenly shout with pure, unadulterated joy, "Sword Cultivation." The protagonist stared at her, completely baffled. "You're insane," he said, letting out a heavy sigh as she insisted she knew it all along. As they examined the 4-star card, the morning sun glinted off the nearby store. After a while, our hero gazed down at the card in his hands, musing that the unique traits of sword cultivators made their class far more demanding, aggressive, and their powers were incredibly difficult to articulate. For instance, the sword cultivator card itself was far too complex. He realized that only sword skills activated solely by a sword's own artificial intelligence could be sealed in a circle. And to seal those sword skills into a card, a person needed an energy level several times greater than the card itself. Suddenly, his train of thought was broken by Jenny's repeated cries of, "Teacher?" She stood beside him, beaming with a huge smile and her fists clenched, asking if he could give the card to her. The protagonist looked intently into her eyes, frowned, and placed his hands on her shoulders. He told her that of course he could, but warned her that she wouldn't be able to use it until her energy was high enough. He then asked how much energy she had right now. Zenny replied that she currently had 300 energy. That information felt like a dagger to the protagonist's heart, a serious blow to his pride. Zenny then asked, "Is that still not enough?" Confused, he told her it wasn't, so for the time being, he would hold on to the card. During their conversation, a figure approached, the front door of the shop. A moment later, a loud knock echoed, causing both Gianni and the protagonist to turn in surprise toward the sound. At that same moment, Jiangsu opened the door from the inside and peered out cautiously at the sight before her, a massive mansion surrounded by dense trees. Jiangsu stated that she had called him the day before yesterday. She then asked why he was only showing up today, adding, "Are you tired of living?" The man standing behind Jiangsu yelled that he was incredibly sorry, then turned to her and explained that he had been swamped these past few days. The man who was talking to Jiangsu was named Chuxia. He was an elementalist engineer, and right now, he was scratching the back of his head with a confused look on his face. He asked Jiangsu what was so important that she couldn't say it over the phone and had to meet in person. Suddenly, Chuxia's expression twisted as he looked at it. Jiangsu with complete surprise, his eyes wide open. Jiangsu slowly revealed what she wanted to give him. Chujiao's face turned beet red as beads of sweat started to pour down his cheeks. He opened his mouth in shock and stared at Jiangsu, asking her, "I'm supposed to give it to him." He then shouted in bewilderment, "What is it?" He noted that this was all happening too fast. Jiangsu looked down and simply asked him to help her if he could. Then, staring directly into Chuxiao's eyes, she demanded to know where he was looking. As she asked, she stretched out her hand, which held a flash drive. Chusha instantly bowed and took the flash drive, promising that he would absolutely get it done. After that, leaving Jiangsu in a state of high tension, he added that he thought this would be a special assignment, which excited him immensely. Jiangsu turned away from him, walked over to a photo on a table, and said that this request was indeed special because he had to deliver it to that specific person. At that moment, Jiangsu was gazing at a photo of her little brother, Lu Ming, and herself. Jianggu asked Chuxia to help her find out how he was doing. At that same time, as leaves fluttered in the breeze, the main character opened his door and looked with surprise at Zhang Shawang. Standing before him, he asked again, "Zhang Shawang, what do you need so early in the morning?" Zhang Shawang spread his arms wide and asked the protagonist if he'd missed him. Then, with a smirk on his face, Zhang Shawang held up his index finger and announced that, of course, he had come to share some good news. The protagonist looked down, let out a heavy sigh, and remarked that nothing good ever happens when he's around. After that, Lu Ming turned to Gianni and asked her to put away the card and the machine. Gianni obeyed him and said she would take care of it. Zhang Shawang walked into the store and spread his arms wide and shouted in surprise, "Wow!" After that, he commented that the protagonist must have struck it rich to have replaced his equipment with something so stylish. Then, John Shawan added that he was probably trying to hide his new cards from him. The protagonist shot a stern look at his friend's back and asked him if he'd like to see the anti-indecency card. As soon as Zhang Shawan heard this, beads of sweat began to drip down his face. He turned to the main character and told him there was no need to flaunt someone else's pain. The main character closed his eyes and told him that if he had something to say, he should say it quickly. After that, the main character walked over to his chair and prompted Zhang Shawang to speak. Zhang Shawang addressed Lu Ming and said that he wanted to purchase some energy cards, and this time, the quantity was quite large. He then asked the main character if he would give him a discount. The main character, sitting at his table and looking at Zhang Shawang, noted that last time it was 10. This time, he asked him how many he needed. Zhang Shawang replied, 100. The main character's eyes widened in surprise, and he let out a shocked cry. After that, he remarked that this was a much larger order and asked Zhang Shawang what he was planning. Zhang Shawang, with a cunning smile on his face, held up his index finger and reminded him that he had said he wanted to share good news. After that, John Shawang told him that he had been assigned the task of scouting the terrain in the suburbs and then creating a map. After a pause, he shouted, 30,000. Immediately after that, Zhang Shawang, with a broad grin on his face, impatiently asked the protagonist if perhaps he wanted to join him. The protagonist stared at Zhang Shawang in surprise and asked him again, "What?" After that, the protagonist leaned back in his chair, putting his hands behind his head, and asked Zhang Shawang if he had some misconceptions about what mapmakers do. After that, the protagonist said that he was afraid he wouldn't even be able to defeat him, just based on his physique. Then, the protagonist turned to Gin and asked her if what he said was true. Gianni answered, him affirmatively, then held up her index finger and shouted that he was trying to harm her teacher. Zhang Shawang frowned, turned to Lu Ming, and yelled at him not to dare. After that, Zhang Shawang shouted that he couldn't deceive him. With a stern look on his face and holding up his index finger, he said that yesterday's report on the incident in the old city was related to bulls. Others might not be aware of this, but he had seen the power of his bull card. The protagonist answered him by saying that he was hilarious. Then he asked him how this could possibly apply to him and where the logic was in that. In addition, the protagonist, with Wanjun already having confessed, Lu Ming turned to Zhang Xiaopeng and ordered him to back off. But Zhang Xiaopeng retorted that even if he was responsible for the old city's demolition, he'd also pulled the store out of debt and masterfully flipped the situation in the mine to his advantage. He then challenged Lu Ming, asking if an ordinary mapmaker could pull that off. Janai shot Lu Ming an urgent look, begging him not to fall for Zhang Xiaopeng's blatant nonsense. The protagonist just laughed, crossing his arms and saying he'd think about it. Seizing the moment, Zhang Xiaopeng asked Janai if she'd like to take a walk, but she just stared ahead, her expression grim. A little later, Zhang Xiaopeng pressed Lu Ming, asking if they had a deal. The protagonist slapped his cards and phone on the table and simply said, "Okay." Then he yelled, "I'll give you a 10% discount. Scan the QR code and pay." Zhang Xiaopeng, phone at the ready, agreed instantly, confirming that the money was sent. He then started to say, "Now let's discuss the mission plan." But he never got to finish. Lu Ming suddenly shoved him out the door and bid him farewell. A bewildered Zhang Xiaopeng spun around, asking if they weren't going to talk about the mission. Lu Ming coolly informed him that he'd only agreed to a discount, nothing more. "I never said I'd go with you," he added. "Take whoever you want." Zhang Xiaopeng tried to argue, but Lu Ming cut him off with a sharp, "Come again?" With that, Janai burst out laughing, spreading her arms wide. "I can't believe it," she said to Lu Ming. "I really thought you said yes." The protagonist glanced at her and asked, "Are you kidding?" He then explained that anyone who teamed up with that guy was bound for disaster. Besides, Lu Ming added with a focused gaze on his desk, he had much bigger things to worry about. Looking at the collection of cards beside his laptop, he realized he'd seriously underestimated the fallout from the Old City incident. If Wang Xian hadn't taken the fall, even Zhang Xiaopeng might have turned him in. Staring at his cards, it hit him his deck was too one-note, composed almost entirely of the same type of cards. He worried he couldn't use them as freely as he once did. After gathering them all, he came to a firm conclusion. He desperately needed to change his deck. Tapping at his laptop, the main character mused that his previous cards weren't bad, but they lacked strategy. The Destroyer Squad was brutal but chaotic, and while the Giant Bull was more dependable, it was far too big and slow. He knew he needed something with more staying power. Just then, an image labeled Elementals flashed on his laptop screen. Pointing at it, the main character exclaimed, "There!" The very next day, late in the evening, a customer approached Lu Ming, saying he needed 10 Kunin cards and 10 Fruit Ninja cards. The main character apologized, explaining that they'd completely sold out for the day and asked him to try again another time. The buyer swore in frustration, shouting that he rushes over every single day before the store even opens, and his heart feels like it's about to explode from the stress. Leaning on the counter with a frown, he complained that every time he arrives, everything is already gone. He then accused the main character of trying to kill him. With a calm smile, Lu Ming told him not to worry. Just then, Jenai stepped in, also smiling, and held out her phone. "Don't rush," she said warmly. "Just scan this QR code to join our group chat. You can connect with other fans and be the first to know about restocks and Nujo cards in our shop." She added that they also run special promotions there. The buyer's face lit up with interest as he looked at the QR code. Once the customer had left, Jenai said they'd be looking forward to seeing him again. After he was gone, the main character shot her a thumbs up and exclaimed, "That was brilliant. I can't believe you're such a natural at business." Jenai laughed, crediting her teacher for her skills. But the protagonist raised a finger, warning her. "However, don't let this distract you from making cards." He then asked if she had finished the task he'd assigned her yesterday. Beaming with pride, Janai fanned out a stack of cards and announced she had created 51 Star Warrior summoning cards, laughing with satisfaction. The protagonist's face lit up. She was making money and creating cards, making her absolutely perfect in his eyes. He placed a hand on her head, telling her she should be proud. "You're a good girl," he declared. Janai answered with a happy, before the protagonist informed her that he'd be working on a new deck, so she shouldn't enter his room. Janai readily agreed. Later, inside his room, the main character marveled at how she was already producing a full deck of one-star cards at an incredible speed. He gazed thoughtfully at the card-scanning device in the center of his room, thinking to himself that she had truly saved him a massive amount of time. In that case, he decided, I'll try merging these. Holding several cards, Lu Ming raised his palm and commanded, "Merge from the stack." A single card with the image of a knight emerged. He placed it on the scanner, and it began to glow brightly. Staring intently, he knew he had to see what changes would occur at the second star level. To his surprise, a knight armed with a spear materialized before him. But his excitement quickly turned to despair as he slumped to the floor, staring at a minimalist, extremely short, and modestly built knight. He turned to the tiny warrior and asked, "Are you seriously going to defeat anyone at that height?" The protagonist grabbed his hair in disbelief and yelled, "The 7 dwarfs!" He glared at them irritably. "Is this team supposed to guard me?" He cursed under his breath, wondering what kind of terrible cards he had just created. At that moment, the 7 dwarfs standing in his room simply looked at him with cheerful smiles. Lu Ming knew this was definitely not what he had in mind. Then, one of the dwarfs, still smiling, asked him, "So, what's for dinner?" Staring at the card in his hand, the protagonist was convinced there had to be some kind of mistake. He then looked up with renewed purpose, refusing to give in to his pessimism. He knew he still had a chance. Placing the deck on the table, he declared he needed to merge the 7 2-star cards. He held one card in his palm, while his other hand formed a magic circle composed of the other 6, which pulsed with bright energy. After the merge was complete, Lu Ming gasped for breath, completely drained. He looked down at his hand and saw the card now depicted. A white flag! The main character's eyes and mouth flew open in disbelief. Why this flag again? He cried out. He turned to the dwarfs. Is this some kind of ancestral tomb for you guys? He shouted in frustration. Why do I keep getting this? Flag. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He stared at the card in shock, noticing a number at the bottom 5,000. He immediately wondered to himself, an energy cost of 5,000? He threw open a cabinet in his desk and pulled out another card, laying the two white flag cards side by side to compare them. As he suspected, the engraving on the back of the new card was vastly different. While both were intricate, the new one was clearly far more advanced and optimized than the old one. Looking closely at them both, he finally understood. He mentally ticked off the improvements algorithm optimization. Clarification. This new card was on a completely different level. Lu Ming realized it was because of the original lightning card. The previous energy cost of 10,000 had been slashed to 5,000. A 50% reduction was a massive optimization. He thought, if he could truly master these optimization methods, then, staring at the card in his hands, he wondered in astonishment. Does this mean I could forcibly lower the requirements for premium cards in the future, making them usable at the 3rd star stage? A shocking thought then struck him. Could I actually create cards of a much higher level than he could possibly manage in terms of energy consumption? The following day, the main character was on the floor, surrounded by a mountain of identical cards. He was meticulously etching lines onto the back of one. As he completed the final stroke, a triumphant thought flashed through his mind. I did it! A satisfied smile spread across his face as he admired the card in his hands. He then placed it onto the scanning device. As the machine processed it, a message appeared on the screen. The card was unnamed and its status was uncertified, but its level was 3 SS stars. Its type was summoning, and its effect was an intelligent, pure energy body. Gabby, who was standing nearby among her gnomes, threw her hands up in shock. That's an unbelievable card, she yelled. The main character simply crossed his arms over his chest, a smirk playing on his lips as he eyed the card. Not bad, he thought. He then announced, it's a 3-star card. We'll need to find a secure, open area to give it a test run. Sometime later, deep within a deserted mountain range, his travel app buzzed, informing him that he had reached his destination. The main character stood in the center of a large field, taking in his surroundings. He was completely encircled by a dense evergreen forest, with tall mountains looming beyond it. Looking up at the sky, he noted the weather was perfect. After a moment, he placed his map scanning device, which he'd been holding behind his back, onto the grass. But the tranquility was suddenly shattered. The ground began to tremble as something approached from the side at an incredible speed. It was Zhang Xiaopeng and Xiao, sprinting in absolute terror, fleeing from a massive, enraged rodent that glowed with fiery magical power, seemingly intent on ripping them to shreds. Zhang Xiaowang, his face a mask of pure fear with tears streaming from his eyes, screamed for help. 10 minutes before this chaos erupted, a bird perched on a tree branch suddenly flickered like a hologram. A voice boomed, "Good! You did exactly what was required." The bird's illusion then solidified on the branch. Zhang Xiaowang turned to the man beside him. "Don't worry," he said confidently. "My illusions are completely convincing." The man nodded in agreement. "We'll see about that." Another man sat silently behind them. Zhang Xiaowang rubbed his palms together with a greedy smile and asked, "So, will that be cash or card?" The first man turned to the man sitting behind him, addressing him as older brother, and looked at him for confirmation. The older brother gave a slight nod. "It's done," the client said. 30,000 has been sent to your account. You can leave now." He then added a stark warning to Zhang Xiaowang. "No matter what you see or hear, do not turn around. It would be a huge mistake." He paused, then asked, "Do you understand?" Just a few feet away, the older brother sat beside a large sack filled to the brim with dynamite, oblivious. Zhang Xiaowang smiled brightly as he departed. "Loud and clear? I'll be in touch. Call me if you have any new jobs for me." He then turned to Xiao and said, "Let's get out of here." Xiao, however, watched the two men with a suspicious gaze. As they walked away, he asked Zhang Xiaowang, "What are those two up to? They don't exactly look like good guys." Zhang Xiaowang casually explained, "Oh, that's the Fan brothers. Their family has been in the ore business forever. But things have gone south the last few years. Rumor has it there's some nasty infighting going on." With a dramatic sweep of his arms, Zhang Xiaowang added that one of the brothers was killed during an incident in the old city not long ago, and he suspected it was the second brother. Zhang Xiaowang then dropped a bombshell. "The third brother, Fan, is the real powerhouse. He's one of the few 4-star cultivators in all of Shimen City. Seo stopped in his tracks, shocked. A 4-star? Zhang Xiaowang just shrugged. Hey, they paid us for the job. Their business isn't our problem. But suddenly, Seo's eyes went wide. He was staring at a massive mole, fast asleep in a large hollow. Whoa! Seo breathed out, before shouting, This is an incredible rarity. I can't believe we found a fire mole out here. Zhang Xiaowang repeated in surprise. A fire mole? A grin spread across Seo's face as he held up a finger. I remember my grandfather took me hunting once, and he told me that the eggs from this species are worth a fortune. A few seconds after Seo uttered those words, Zhang Xiaowang was already holding 2 giant eggs. Got it, he said with a grin. You think we could get 20,000 for these 2? Seo looked at him in horror. Are you out of your mind? Have you lost all sense of fear? Zhang Xiaowang waved him off, saying, Don't worry about it. It's sleeping like a log. But at that very instant, one of the Fan brothers pressed a detonator, triggering a massive dynamite explosion. As the blast erupted, the brothers calmly shielded themselves inside a magical protective dome. The explosion was immense, sending a column of fire surging high into the sky from deep within the woods. Seo whirled around, his face etched with shock. What was that? He yelled. Zhang Xiaowang just called his name in confusion. When Seo turned back, he saw it a furious fire mole, its claws extended, its burning gaze fixed on Zhang Xiaowang and the 2 eggs in his hands. What do I do? Zhang Xiaowang stammered in terror. Run! Seo screamed. They took off at a full sprint as the enraged fire mole gave chase. Why did you have to touch its eggs? Seo yelled as they ran. Zhang Xiaowang shot back. How was I supposed to know the whole place was going to explode? From a distance, our protagonist watched the whole chaotic scene unfold through his binoculars. When he recognized the fleeing figures, he thought to himself, Is that Zhang Xiaowang and Seo? His eyes widened in surprise as he realized a 3-star monster was chasing them. He glanced at his map scanning device, thinking this was supposed to be the perfect, spacious spot to test his card. Looking back at the forest, he decided it was probably better to hide for now. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaowang tripped on a rock and went down hard, letting out a loud shout. Seo! His face tense, spun around, cursing under his breath. He drew his bow and took aim as the fire mole reared up, brandishing its enormous claws. Seeing Seo about to shoot, Zhang Xiaopeng scrambled out of the line of fire. With a grunt of exertion, Seo pulled back the bowstring, taking aim before letting an arrow fly straight at the fire mole. The projectile tore into the upper part of the mole's body, and a spray of blood erupted from the monster's head. Seo then turned to Zhang Xiaopeng and yelled, Get up! Zhang Xiaowang was still screaming in terror as the fire mole's body began to freeze over, encased in ice from the arrow's powerful magic. Zhang Xiaowang stared at the now frozen monster, then cursed at his friend. Why didn't you shoot it earlier? Seo yelled back. Because these arrows are expensive. They both watched cautiously as the mole's body began to glow an ominous red from beneath the ice. Zhang Xiaowang's face went pale with fear. This is... he stammered, terrified. With a look of sheer panic, Seo begged him to fire again. But Ku shot back that it was impossible. It was a one-shot attack from behind just then. The mole shattered the ice trap and, burning with rage, lunged toward Seo and Zhang Xiaowang. Zhang Xiaowang let out a desperate cry, screaming that they needed something more. Seo could only shout back a negative, and as the mole closed in, sheer terror gripped them. What do we do? They screamed. Suddenly, a card sliced through the air and embedded itself in the ground between them. They all froze, staring at the card with wide, bewildered eyes. In an instant, a white flag sprouted from the earth, right where the card had landed. The ground began to splinter and crack. A massive metal hand erupted from below, clutching the white flag in its grasp. Zhang Xiaopeng and Ku stared, their jaws on the floor, as they watched in utter disbelief while a colossal warrior, shimmering with brilliant magical energy, rose from the chasm. As the figure fully emerged, they could only stammer. What the hell is that thing? The majestic magical warrior immediately fixed its gaze on the fire mole. In response, the mole's jaws gaped wide as it began to gather a swirling orb of fire magic in its mouth. However, the fire mole was too slow. Before it could unleash its attack, the mighty warrior smacked it with an open palm right across the jaw. The powerful ball of fire magic was sent careening into the air, where it exploded harmlessly high in the sky. The warrior that had emerged from the ground then started concentrating magical energy into its clenched fist. With a massive surge of power, it slammed its fist into the fire mole. The blow was so forceful that Zhang Xiaowang and Seo, who were standing nearby, screamed in terror and shielded their faces. The mole was sent flying a huge distance to the side. Terrified, it scrambled to its feet and fled, Staring at the mighty construct in disbelief, he asked, "What kind of demonic creature is that?" Ku, equally amazed, admitted he'd never seen anything like it in his life, but he quickly snapped out of it, shouting, "That doesn't matter now. We need to run, as fast as we can." With J.N. Shuang and Siu limping away from the battlefield, our hero watched through his binoculars, thinking they were a couple of real deadweights. He finally let out a sigh of relief, a grin spreading across his face as he realized just how incredible the Grave Warrior's power was. He clenched his fist, hyped up, realizing it only took one shot to take down that 3-star monster. From now on, he'd be able to crush 3-star warriors with no problem. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "You didn't summon me just to squash some insignificant pest, did you?" Our hero's eyes shot open in shock. He slowly turned to the figure that had emerged from the ground and asked, "Wait, you can speak to me telepathically?" The warrior shot back irritably. "Grave Warrior, what are you on about?" The metallic giant then introduced himself, declaring, "I am Mai Kai, the god of war." Our hero's jaw dropped, his eyes bugging out in disbelief. "The god of war," he stammered, then asked, "Are you really that strong?" Mai Kai boomed. "Of course, if you desire anything else, just speak." Our hero immediately replied, "Well, my card tester is really heavy. Can you help me carry it?" The god of war just stared for a second, then absolutely lost it, roaring in fury and throwing his massive hands into the air. "I am the god of war," he bellowed, "and you want me to carry your luggage." Watching this meltdown, our hero simply thought about his strange reaction before asking with a confused look, "So why didn't you chase down the fire beast mole and finish it off?" The god of war beckoned him closer, saying he'd explain. Our hero, still baffled, approached him. But a short while later, he found himself utterly bewildered, wondering what was wrong. He slammed his shovel into the dirt, grabbing his face in utter despair and screaming, "I'm the god of war, but where are my legs?" Standing in the deep pit they had dug, our incredibly frustrated hero shouted, "He's a legless god of war!" Our protagonist's meltdown continued as he yelled, "I'm not asking for much, I just want him to be able to run with his little brothers." One of the gnomes digging the hole paused to ask if they should keep going. By now, the pit was as deep as a man is tall, but the god of war's legs were still nowhere to be found. Ignoring the dwarves, our hero looked up to the sky and clutched his hair, screaming, "If you're the god of war, can't you just dig out your own legs?" From the bottom of the hole, his legs still stuck fast, the god of war irritably snapped back. "How dare you speak to the god of war like that?" Our hero shot back. "You're the god of war. You're supposed to be an attacker." He then slapped his forehead in frustration, muttering, "We're not playing some tower defense game here." The desperate hero then covered his face and admitted that they were probably never going to dig him out. Still, he noticed the warrior was incredibly durable and decided he could use him for protection for the time being. Meanwhile, over at the dynamited mine, shattered glass crunched on the ground as a large man's boot stepped down hard. Fan grabbed his older brother, the one responsible for the explosion, by the hair. "Brother," he growled, "what were we just talking about?" He tightened his grip on the man's bloody head and snarled, "Who gave you permission to blow up my mine?" Then, he forced his brother to look at where 2 of their other brothers lay dead under the rubble. "Why are we still fighting?" he demanded, while a lifeless body was visible beneath the rocks. Fan's brother, his face a mask of pure rage, was completely battered, his one remaining eye bloodshot with hatred. "Fanzi!" he screamed. "You treacherous snake! You devoured the mines our brothers paid for with their lives!" He then called Fan a worthless parasite before turning to him and sneering. "And now? You have the nerve to claim these mines are yours. You didn't have the guts to try this when you were just a 2-star punk." The bloody brother then added, "If you hadn't stolen the water core, you never would have made it to 4 stars. Fan just smiled and asked, "And what does that matter?" he explained. "People only care about who's on top. Nobody cares how you got there." With a sly grin, he said, "Now that the mine is my property, I'm willing to give you a piece if you admit you were wrong." Fan's brother's eyes and mouth flew open in a silent scream. He suddenly grabbed his brother's forearm and hissed, "Fourth brother, I've rigged every mine entrance with explosives." He then revealed a detonator, saying, "The second I press this, everything goes up in smoke." Fan stared at the device, his expression tense and his brows furrowed, as his brother kept screaming that the mine he'd poured his soul into would become everyone's property. At the same time, our hero, standing by the giant pit, cursed, "This was all for nothing. I wasted half a day on this garbage." Turning from the pit and heading toward his card analysis device, our hero decided it was getting late and time to head back. But just then, a powerful explosion erupted behind him. making him freeze with a tense expression. He whipped around to look at the remains of the massive blast, which had set the entire field on fire. He quickly realized it was in the same area where Zhang Shaoang and Qiyu had been. With a shocked expression and wide eyes, he wondered what on earth just happened. After the explosion, the field was nothing but scorched earth with thick columns of smoke rising to the sky. Fan's brother knelt before him, shouting that now that all the mines were gone, he was finished. But Fonzie just grinned confidently, crossing his arms and asking, "Did you really think I hadn't prepared for such a little trick?" He then held out his open palm, materializing a brightly glowing magical core. "Don't forget," he taunted, "the water core is in my hands." His brother, his face tense and bloody, just stared ahead, clenching his jaw. Fan, at that moment, channeled magical energy into the core. Then, he sharply clenched his fist, unleashing an even more powerful magical pulse that shot out in every direction. At that instant, an animal's eye snapped open. It was a cat, watching from a magical space as it stared at a ball of raw magical energy. Shortly after Fan used his ability, the entire massive forest was blanketed in a thick magical fog. Turning to his brother, he said, "Now the whole plain is covered in fog. No one will ever find my mines." His brother's mouth fell open as he retorted, "Sure, ordinary people won't be able to see through it, but I hired Chu Xia to come here a long time ago, and this fog is nothing to him." After hearing that, Fan's eyes went wide in shock. He furiously grabbed his brother by the collar, shaking him and demanding, "Are you trying to completely destroy the Fan family?" His brother replied that the Fan family had been destroyed a long time ago. At that moment, in a completely different place, a girl turned to Chuxia with a surprised look and asked if he was okay. Just as Chuxia let out a huge sneeze, he was sitting with the girl inside a packed nightclub, with bright disco lights flashing everywhere. As he sneezed, the girl asked him if he was catching a cold. Chuxia told her that wasn't it. Picking up his glass, he said, "It probably just means some girl is thinking about me." The girl sitting with him grinned, remarking that he had a great sense of humor. They were at the bar, and on a TV above the many bottles, a news channel was on. The anchor was reporting that starting tomorrow, a new wave of stronger cold air was expected, along with a fog with visibility of less than 5 meters, covering a vast area of the UA plains. The anchor then said that travelers should take precautions. Chuxia looked at the screen and thought to himself, the UA plains. Then, holding his glass, he wondered, isn't that exactly where I need to be? At that very moment, our protagonist was trekking through the forest toward that same plain. He had a map analysis device strapped to his back and, with an irritated look, was complaining that the place was just plain evil, with all its monsters and explosions, especially since it had just been a sunny day a moment ago. He wondered why the fog had suddenly rolled in. Then, his eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist stared intently at a pair of cat paws stepping in front of him. Following the cat, he whispered, "Is that a cat?" The feline was walking with clear purpose, wearing a magical necklace, and latched onto its neck. The cat suddenly bolted forward. The protagonist, stunned, turned and yelled after it, asking what was going on and why it had just taken off. He could only watch in surprise as the creature vanished into the thick fog at an incredible speed. This was completely out of character. The cat rarely ever took the initiative, which meant something was seriously wrong. He stared into the fog, wondering what could have spooked it so badly. He knew he couldn't just abandon it. He had to follow. He quickly placed the card analysis device on the ground and strapped the extraction unit to his hand. A terrible feeling washed over him as he sprinted forward into the mist. By now, the cat was already deep in the forest, weaving between the dense trees when it darted out from behind one and heard a voice. Someone was being interrogated, a voice demanding to know who else they had hired. The cat whipped its head toward the sound, its gaze fixed on the scene ahead. It was Fan, a water core on his chest glowing with menacing magical energy. Who was sneering that someone should have stayed out of his affairs? At that moment, he was lifting his own brother into the air by the throat, coldly informing him that he had only himself to blame for his own death. As he tightened his grip on his choking brother, the cat suddenly launched itself through the air, claws unsheathed and ready for blood. It slashed Fan viciously across the face, forcing him to release his grip and drop his brother. The cat's claws left 3 deep, bleeding gashes across Fan's cheek. In the fog-choked forest, Fan's eyes turned bloodshot with pure rage. More scratches appeared on Fan's body as the cat prepared to strike again. Fan touched his bleeding cheek, muttering that he'd been attacked by a mere wild animal, his jaw tightening with fury. The cat simply stared back, unflinching. Enraged, Fan clenched his fists and lunged forward, screaming to ask if the cat had a death wish. The cat dug its paws into the earth and leaped high into the air, causing Fan's powerful punch to slam into empty ground. Mid-flight, the cat's gaze was sharp and focused as Fan, now on his hands, prepared to counter. He lashed out with a kick that connected squarely with the cat's midsection, sending it flying sideways with a pained screech. Fan followed up with another lightning-fast strike, smashing his elbow into the cat's spine and causing blood to fly from its mouth. With the wounded cat now helpless, Fan grabbed it by the tail and began swinging it around, a sadistic smile on his face as he taunted. "Gotcha!" Even through the pain, the bloodied cat stared intently at the water core on Fan's chest. Fan leaned in, asking if it was having fun, but his face suddenly twisted in shock, his eyes flying wide as he looked past the cat and yelled his brother's name. It was Futong, bruised and bloodied from the beating, sitting by a pile of rocks while Lu Ming frantically tried to wake him up. With his eyes still shut, Futong began to cough up thick clots of blood. He then weakly gasped out the name Ling Chuxia. Our hero, bewildered, asked him to repeat it. Futong yelled the name again, grabbing the protagonist's hands and declaring that he was finally here. Our hero, completely stunned, just told him to calm down. Futong pulled a device from his pocket, pressing it into Lu Ming's hand. He explained that it held coordinates that would lead to a source of minerals. The main character stared at the object in complete disbelief, asking again. A mineral source. Futong, peering up at him, explained that once he reached the source, he would find a special rechargeable card, one his father had created using a secret technology. He urgently shouted a warning that the place had a security system, so he needed to be extremely careful. Futong then told him that once he was done, he just had to retrieve it, promising him more wealth than he could possibly spend. But as he spoke, Futong shifted, accidentally revealing their hiding spot. He urged Lu Ming to hurry before Fan found them. The protagonist clutched the device, his expression a mask of confusion. He insisted that he had no idea who Futong was talking about. Futong looked at him, surprised, just as a massive figure loomed up behind him. A sudden, sharp spray of blood painted the area, drenching the protagonist's face in a thick maroon color. Blood-soaked fingers appeared right before his eyes, in a state of pure shock. Futong stared blankly ahead, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks as blood poured from his mouth and the massive hole that had just been punched through his chest. Fan brutally grabbed his brother by the hair and snarled. He said his older brother always had a smug look that made him sick to his stomach. As his bloody palm dripped onto the grass, Fan stared at his own stained hand, his brother's lifeless body held in the other. He then turned to Lu Ming, calling him Chuxia, and asked if this was true. At that exact moment, the injured cat lying on the grass suddenly snapped its eyes open, its gaze sharp and focused. At the same time, Fan informed the protagonist that he was now offering two options. The first, he announced, was that Lu Ming would pretend he knew nothing about what happened here today. He was to not get personal. As a bonus, Fan added that he would return what he was given and even pay him twice as much. Holding up two fingers, he explained that the second option was that he would die just like that cat. Fan noted that he was confident Lu Ming was an intelligent person. The protagonist was perplexed, his eyes wide and pupils narrowed as he thought about the cat. He wondered to himself, did this guy really kill the cat? His face darkened with rage as he pulled out a card and slammed it into the special device on his wrist. He confidently shouted, but the device on his hand simply announced that its energy level was low and asked him to charge it. The protagonist stared in confusion, his eyes wide, asking what before screaming in horror, realizing he'd forgotten that he had already used one card today. With a desperate expression, Lu Ming turned to Fan and pleaded for him to be kind. Fan, looking irritated, thought he was being mocked. But suddenly, something behind him caught his attention. Fan spun around abruptly and saw the massive mouth of an enraged animal. His face twisted in horror when he saw that it was the cat he had just beaten, now many times larger. Fan's body went incredibly tense as he defended himself from the huge cat, which was now radiating thick magical energy. The cat turned to Lu Ming, called him by name, and ordered him to run. The protagonist stared at the cat in utter confusion, asking himself if the cat was actually talking. He mentally reached out to it, asking if it was dead and what had just happened. The cat abruptly ordered him to stop chatting, snapping that now was not the time for this. The main character cursed, realizing he was powerless without energy. He then looked at the item Futong had given him before his death, wondering what it was. Glancing back at the cat, he told it to hold on, then ran into the depths of a nearby mine, leaving the two to fight. As he raced into the mine, he looked at the magic map glowing on his palm and mentally asked the cat to wait for him, because he would soon have that card. Outside, Fan fought with a tense expression against the huge animal, the water core on his chest shining brightly. The cat pressed the full mass of its body into Fan, trying to crush him. Both combatants had incredibly tense expressions, their jaws clenched tight, Then, Fan suddenly grabbed the cat by the paw, attempting to use a wrestling move to throw it. Shortly after, Fan spread his legs wide and shifted his pose. The cat continued to glare ahead with a tense expression. A moment later, Fan heaved the cat to the side, throwing it several meters into the distance. It hit the ground with a force that kicked up a stream of dust, and Fan stared at how the outline of a large body was visible in the clouds of smoke and dust. Looking at the enraged cat, Fan noted that its strength and speed had increased significantly and that this was no ordinary wildcat. He spread his arms and legs wide, waiting for a new attack, but shortly after, his own eyes began to glow with bright magical energy. A confident grin spread across his face as he placed his open palms in front of him. Concentrating magical energy between them around the water core, Fan shouted that he was about to get more serious. The cat stared ahead, tensed, its paws digging into the ground as Fan used the energy armor skill known as Dark Atom. After he performed this ability, his body transformed, becoming covered in sleek armor with strong tendons visible between the plates. At this time, the protagonist was running desperately between countless bright crystals, gasping for breath. He was floored. He never imagined this mine could be so massive. His eyes scanned the shimmering crystals lining the walls, and he realized the energy pulsing here was far purer than at his last internship site. Just then, the artifact Fu Tang had given him before his death began to glow. The item pulsed, notifying the protagonist that he was approaching the designated location. He suddenly stopped short, his eyes widening in surprise as he whispered, "This is it." He was standing in a massive cavern deep inside the mine, a space filled on all sides with glowing, vibrant crystals. Above the exits of this cave were brilliant gold masks. In the very center of this chamber was what appeared to be a pristine lake. The protagonist stared in awe, realizing this was the absolute perfect place for cultivation. For the first time in his life, he felt an energy this pure. His face a mask of surprise as he gazed at the heart of the lake. Floating there was a map, and on it, the grim face of a man channeling a sphere of raw magical power between his palms. His eyes shot open. He knew instantly what this was: a 4-star map, the very one Fan Yutong had told him about. His attention then shifted to the rest of the cavern. It was clear there were multiple entrances, and as he examined the golden masks mounted on the walls, he got the feeling they were much more than simple ornaments. He had a hunch they were positioned at every entrance for a reason. A memory flashed in his mind, Fu Tang's urgent voice, yelling a warning about a powerful defense system. He remembered the words clearly. Some kind of protection. Pulling out his own map, he decided to test that theory. He summoned a dwarf. The creature appeared, kneeling before him. He ordered the dwarf to go and retrieve the map, with a simple, "It will be done." The miniature gnome marched toward the shimmering lake. As the gnome drew close, the protagonist gave the final command. "Take it." The gnome reached for the map, its expression one of pure awe. The protagonist watched, his muscles tensed. The moment the gnome's fingers touched the map, the golden masks around the cave ignited, their eyes and mouths blazing with a sinister red light. Seconds later, devastating beams of magic shot from their mouths. The rays pierced the gnome's body, causing its stomach to distend grotesquely. The creature dropped the map, its body swelling at an alarming rate until it erupted in a violent explosion, sending a massive wave surging from the lake. Meanwhile, in his new form, Fan confronted the cat. "Looks like your little friend made it inside the cave," he sneered, sizing up the feline before him. "I can't believe a mere cat actually forced me to activate my armor." He scoffed. "Impressive, for a common house pet. But I don't have time to play games." The cat glared back with pure fury. Fan lunged forward with a swipe of his hand, commanding, "Let's begin!" The cat leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. Fan landed heavily on a rock, his reinforced limbs digging deep into the stone as he announced, "I'm right here." The cat twisted in mid-air, stunned by his speed. Fan launched another assault, but the cat was too quick, dodging again and using its incredible agility to counterattack. Landing on the cave wall, the cat dug its claws in, whipped around 180 degrees, and then, with a furious snarl, it shot toward Fan, its mouth wide open for the kill. Fan raised both hands, aiming to crush the cat's skull as their attacks met in a deafening crash. They became a blur of motion, a high-speed battle raging throughout the cavern. Fan finally caught a handful of the cat's fur, using his other hand to grab its upper jaw. He started to pry its mouth open. The cat's eyes widened in agony as Fan, with a look of cold confidence, drove a powerful strike straight into its midsection. The blow sent the cat flying backward, its mouth agape in a silent scream. Water dripped from the stone ledges. These drops fell into the growing pools of blood beneath the cat, which now lay motionless on the rocks. Fan, who seemed to have grown even larger, stared down with glowing eyes at his vanquished foe. At that same moment, back in the chamber, our hero, stared at the thick smoke billowing from the center of the room. He held a hand up, shielding his face, thinking in shock. The dwarf, it just exploded. But then he noticed something incredible. The map was completely unscathed. A protective energy shield shimmered around it. He finally understood. The defense system protecting a 4-star card was on another level entirely. An image flooded his mind, countless bright beams piercing through his own body. He knew he stood no chance. He would be vaporized by those lasers if he tried to take the map himself. His eyes widened as a thought struck him. The lasers didn't just destroy their target, they were incredibly precise. He looked at the card in his hands. Recalling the way the gnome had swelled up, he wondered, could it be? He immediately activated the screen on his wrist accessory. After a quick analysis, he had his answer. The explosion wasn't a self-destruct sequence. The gnome's core was hit with so much external energy that it overloaded and spontaneously detonated. He summoned a new squad of gnomes. Looking at them, he mused. So these little guys are basically unstable, living bombs? Unfortunately, his current energy was only enough to summon a few 2-star units. Everyone, gather round, the protagonist announced to his gnomes. He took out a pen and ink. Time to get creative? He began to carefully draw a unique symbol on each gnome's helmet. As he finished the last one, he stood up and declared, "All right, everything is ready." With a determined look, he pressed a clenched fist to his chest and gave his solemn command, "Gnomes, offer up your lives." He threw his arms wide, and his loyal gnomes, their faces set with resolve, looked back at him. "We will give our lives," they shouted in unison before charging forward. They scrambled up the walls, using their own bodies to cover the masks that fired the lasers. One of the gnomes latched onto a mask and yelled, "First one is in position." Then a second, with tears streaming down his face, as covered another mask, shouting, "Ready." The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th gnomes followed suit, sacrificing themselves to block the deadly beams. Finally, a 7th gnome, with the number 7 painted on his head, reached the map in the center of the lake and yelled, "7th is in place," hiding behind a large rock. The protagonist gave the final order. He began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. On his command, gnome number 7 snatched the map. Instantly, the entire cavern was bathed in an intense red glow. The gnomes covering the masks began to swell rapidly, and then a series of massive explosions tore them to pieces. Our hero shielded his face from the flying shrapnel. When the dust settled, he cautiously peeked out. There was the 7th gnome, proudly holding up the map. "We did it!" the protagonist screamed, a wave of relief washing over him. He started running, thinking, "Just hang on, I'm coming for you," directing his thoughts to his feline companion. Back at the fight, the cat, now back in its original, smaller form, lay battered on the ground. Fan loomed over it, spreading his arms with a cruel smirk. Well, he taunted. "Why so small all of a sudden?" The cat could only glare defiantly, but Fan just waved a dismissive hand. "Don't worry. I don't make a habit of hurting small animals." Just then, a tiny rock bounced off the back of Fan's head. He spun around and his jaw dropped. Behind him stood a countless horde of gnomes, every single one of them with a furious expression and knitted brows. "What in the world is this nonsense?" Fan stammered in utter confusion, staring at the tiny army. Before he could react, one of the gnomes leaped onto him, clamping down on his arm. Immediately after, more and more began to swarm him. Within seconds, Fan's entire body was completely covered by a writhing mass of gnomes, with only his raised hands still visible. The cat watched in astonishment as they completely enveloped his enemy. The protagonist seized the opportunity, rushing in to scoop up the injured cat and carry him to safety. He ducked behind some massive boulders. "We're safe, for now," he said, turning his attention to the cat. "I know you're powerful," he began, gently stroking the creature's head. "But you're not healed yet. Next time, don't you dare run off on your own like that again." The cat stared forward with a stunned expression, clearly flustered by Lu Ming's petting. Peeking from behind the rock, the protagonist saw the dwarf swarming Fan and yelled that it was time. Then, with a roar, he gave the order for them all to die. Fan's face was a mask of shock. The protagonist sneered, asking if he seriously thought a handful of weaklings could lure him into a trap. As he said this, the dwarves started to swell, their bodies glowing with a brilliant, pulsing, magical energy, ready to detonate. A wicked grin spread across the protagonist's face as he watched them. Then, they blew. A deafening explosion ripped through the cave, sending a hailstorm of stone fragments flying everywhere. The blast was so immense that the entire cavern began to collapse, with massive boulders raining down from above. The avalanche of rock completely sealed the entrance to the mine. Just then, Chuya arrived at the scene, the navigation on his phone announcing that he had reached his destination. He looked up in complete confusion and, pulling the mask from his face, wondered if he'd made a mistake somewhere. He checked his smartphone again. The map confirmed he was in the right place. Chuya knew there was supposed to be a mine here, but seeing it completely buried under a mountain of boulders, he decided it was best for him to head back to the city and find the main character first. Meanwhile, inside the collapsed cavern, our hero and the cat were huddled behind a huge stone, cradling the cat. He said he thought Fonz had been caught in the blast. He then suggested that it would be wise for them to get out of there. He turned to the cat, who was staring at him with an intense gaze, and asked if it agreed. Without warning, the cat lashed out with its claws, violently freeing itself from Lu Ming's grasp. The protagonist, both confused and irritated, yelled in frustration, asking the cat what its problem was. He figured this was just how felines repaid kindness. Seething, the protagonist cursed the cat under his breath, noticing it had scratched him good. Suddenly, a movement behind him snatched his attention. He spun around and saw a completely naked Fan standing on a boulder, hoisting another enormous rock above his head. With a furious look, Fan growled that the blast had torn his energy armor to ribbons. Enraged, he glared at Lu Ming and told him to go to hell. The protagonist braced himself, his expression focused as Fan made his move. With a powerful grunt, he hurled the huge rock straight at him. In a flash, however, the cat leaped into action, slicing the massive stone into two perfect halves with a single swipe of its claw, thereby saving the protagonist? The two pieces of rock crashed down harmlessly on either side of Lu Ming. A worried look crossed his face as he turned to the cat, which was now limping away with a bloody paw. The cat looked dejected, just as the naked Fan spread his arms and addressed Lu Ming as Chusha. He called him a great elementalist, one who needed a cat for protection. The protagonist's face twisted into a crazed smile as he said he'd changed his mind. He was going to make their lives worse than death. But just as the words left his lips, a colossal figure appeared behind Fan. It was a massive, brightly glowing warrior, already winding up its fist to strike the smug Fanze. Clenching its fist, the enormous warrior slammed it straight into the jaw of the unsuspecting Fan. The villain took the full impact in utter bewilderment, and the water core on his chest was sent flying. The cat immediately saw its chance and shot forward like a rocket, leaping into the air and snatching the core in its mouth. At that moment, Fan was sent flying from the warrior's blow, crashing into the rocky wall of the cave with incredible force. The cat trotted away with the water core in its teeth, while the main character stared at the cat in shock and asked what that was. His eyes widened as the cat began to run away. He stretched a hand out toward it and yelled, asking where it was going. The protagonist then ordered his god of war to protect him before he took off in hot pursuit of the cat. Fan was slumped against the rocks, but soon after, he began to regain consciousness, his hands starting to twitch. The protagonist, chasing the cat, begged it to listen, telling it not to run so fast because of its injury. After finally catching up and scooping it up, he asked what in the world this speed was. After that, the protagonist asked the cat not to tell him it fought that psycho just for this strange little thing. Looking up at Lu Ming, the cat replied that this was the core of the water eye, and it was no ordinary bead. The protagonist, stunned, asked what it was again, and the cat explained that it was one of the 5 eye cores, and once all 5 were collected, Lu Ming abruptly cut the cat off, impatiently shouting that he already knew. With a smug grin, the protagonist held up his index finger and declared that if you collect all of these things, you can summon a divine dragon to grant any wish, or maybe wipe out half the universe. Suddenly, the protagonist's triumphant gaze turned to one of pure shock as he saw that the exit from the cave was blocked by a massive wall of stones. Looking at the impossible pile of rubble, the main character shouted that it was all over. The entrance was completely buried. Glancing at the high wall of stone, he noticed he only had one grave warrior left. The cat, also looking at the blocked passage, said that there was no need for such drama because there were 6 more exits that led to the mine's source. With a thoughtful look on his face, the main character rose to his feet and spread his arms wide, saying that they just needed to go back. But he paused, noticing that if that guy woke up, the cat told him not to worry, claiming it had a plan. It then asked the protagonist to come closer. At that moment, one of the cat's paws began to glow with a brilliant magical energy. With a surprised expression, the protagonist walked up to the cat and asked what it was doing. However, the protagonist did not have time to finish his sentence. The cat suddenly touched Lu Ming's forehead with its glowing paw and stared deep into his eyes as he lost consciousness. At that exact moment, a glowing hole appeared in the body of the god of war. The summon looked down with a confused expression, exhaling heavily as Fan walked away from it, holding the threads that the water core had been attached to just moments before. With a menacing glare, Fan said the name. Chusha? When Lu Ming woke up, he was looking at the ledges inside the cave. A bright mark was left on his forehead from the cat's paw, and the protagonist sat among the rocks and muttered to himself that he must have just fallen asleep. He then asked out loud where the cat had gone. Pressing a palm to his chest, the protagonist said with a thoughtful expression that his consciousness felt like it was adrift in a sea of knowledge. A harsh, threatening voice then addressed him as Chusha and ordered him to give up what belonged to him. It was Fan, who stepped out from around a corner, still naked, staring with his brightly glowing red eyes, and telling the protagonist not to hide. The protagonist, sitting near a set of rocks with a tense expression, clenched his jaw and cursed in his mind, realizing this guy was already here. He pulled a mat from his pocket, but suddenly, his mouth was covered by a gentle hand. It was a girl with cat ears who, addressing Lu Ming, ordered him to shut up. The girl then told him that he was now in the shadow world. She stood behind him, staring intently ahead with her palm, covering his mouth. Lu Ming, with a frightened expression and wide eyes, looked forward and listened as the girl with cat ears told him that as long as he didn't make a sound, he wouldn't be noticed. At that moment, Fan appeared right in front of them and started to walk towards them. Lu Ming looked on in surprise and whispered, "The shadow world." Fan was getting closer and closer, his posture threatening. Lu Ming let out a surprised gasp, but the girl immediately ordered him to be silent. Fan looked ahead carefully, and after that, he started looking around, while still completely naked. He clenched his fists and scanned the empty space. He had a tense expression on his face and thought that it was strange because it seemed to him that his target was right here. Fan then began to wonder if this was the legendary ability they were talking about. After a moment, he turned around and walked in the opposite direction, assuming this was just a distraction. When Fan left the area where the protagonist was hiding, Lu Ming looked at his retreating back and thought that he really hadn't been noticed. Then he began to think in bewilderment that they were in the same place but in different realities. With wide open eyes, he stared ahead and said, "What is this?" The protagonist saw Fan walking away, but now there was information of all kinds displayed around him. He asked why all this data was visible, and the girl with cat ears said that in this shadow world, Sin can look into the dark side of various realities, and what he sees depends on his level. Lu Ming irritably turned to this girl and cursed and asked her, "Who is she?" The girl with cat ears and a cat tail lowered her head down and said that this should not bother him, and it is better for him not to ask such questions. Lu Ming, with an embarrassed expression on his face and flushed cheeks, looked at her and surprised the cat girl approaching. Lu Ming said that those who are not originally part of the Shadow Kingdom will soon be lost if they are not supported by special prohibitions. After that, she warned him that for this reason, it is better to use it to the maximum until the prohibition disappears. Gloomily looking straight into his eyes, she ordered him to leave this world. Then she turned around and, blurring herself into a shadow, began to dissolve in the air. Lu Ming tried to call out to her, after which he asked her to wait, putting his hand in front of him. Lu Ming asked her, "She knows the cat, right?" However, the girl did not answer him, and the mark in the shape of a cat's paw located in the center of his forehead began to glow brightly, spreading magical energy in different directions. Lu Ming abruptly grabbed his head, painfully wheezing and screaming that it hurt after that. Lu Ming raised his head and, with a tense expression on his face, from which beads of sweat were flowing abundantly, thought that this was because of the prohibition of the shadow world that she mentioned continuing to hold his head. Lu Ming raised his face up, realizing that he needed to run as fast as possible. After that, Lu Ming ran through the cave, actively moving upwards. He looked at the item that Futon gave him and thought that this is great because GPS works in this world. Looking at the screen of this item, Lu Ming realized that he had almost reached the exit. Lu Ming ran past an item that was glowing among the piled-up stones. This item was an ornament that was intended to be worn on the hand fan, completely naked, holding a phone to his ear. Greeted his interlocutor and said that it was him. After that being in the room where the card was, until recently Fan said that his card was stolen and the cores were also stolen after that Fan. Asked how he could do this, Fan explained that it all happened quite quick and Futon was able to hire a person after that. Fan shouted out that it was Chu Xia, Fan's interlocutor, who was talking to him on the phone. At that moment said that he heard that he had been actively working in Shinmen City lately, and he could not cope with an ordinary thief Fan. Irritably shouted out that this was nonsense. After that, Fan began to talk about Chuya having a big cat companion who fights well. He said that if, however, he did not have time to finish because his interlocutor interrupted him, his interlocutor was in a gloomy room with a large, frightening skull with horns attached to the wall, this interlocutor addressing. Fan ordered him not to make excuses and told him that he would find him himself. The man was sitting on a bone throne opposite a brightly glowing red ball next to this. Man was an anthropomorphic monster, and the man was staring at the red ball with a smile on his face. Leaning his sharp, long claws on the magic ball with a sly grin on his face, he looked inside this ball and saw how Chua was walking with a girl. At that moment, looking at this, the man said that here he is, Chua, who was walking with a girl on a city street, turned to her and said that he reminded her that with his connections, he could find her a role in no time. The girl cried out in surprise that it was true. After that, she noticed that, however, she had never studied acting before. Chua laughed loudly and told her that she was so beautiful and stylish that everything would be easy. He hugged the girl he was walking with. To these words, the girl answered him that it was wonderful and he was incredibly kind. Suddenly, Chua's face distorted. He saw that high in the sky, there was some kind of magical substance through which he was being watched from above. Fan looked at this with a surprised expression on his face, while the girl, who did not notice anything, turned to him and asked when they would start filming in the mansion owned by Jiangsu. The windows were shining brightly during the late evening. Jiangsu pressed the screen of her phone and accepted the incoming call. Lu Ming greeted her and called her sister Jiang, looked at the photo of her brother and asked him if he remembered that he had a sister. Lu Ming chuckled and said that it was almost March 8th, and he had something for her. Jiangsu abruptly told him to get to the point. Lu Ming told her that he just wanted to ask if she knew the place where he was, but the people inside looked like they had turned into shadows. Jiangsu's eyes widened. In surprise, Lu Ming continued to say that a number of awards had also appeared around the shadow. Jiangsu abruptly asked him why he was studying this after that. Jiangsu warned him that if he went to the black market, she would break his legs. Ling sharply answered her negatively and explained that this was not a black market, and in fact, it was just his fantasy. After that, Jiangsu answered him that she had not heard of such a thing and did not advise thinking. To that, Lu Ming once again gave her a negative and desperately tried to explain the reality of the situation. But he was cut off. Jiangsu told him she had already asked a friend to bring him something, and it should arrive in a few days. After that, Jiangsu declared she was ending the call unless he had any other questions. Lu Ming, a confused look plastered on his face, simply agreed with her. The second the call ended, Lu Ming exploded, cursing loudly and ranting about his terrible sister, who had the nerve to even call herself family. He violently threw his phone onto the table and began furiously kicking his chair around the room. He was sitting on Gansu, pressed the button that ended the phone call, and looked at the screen of her phone in surprise, and asked herself, how did he know about the shadow world? While the full moon was shining on the city, Lu Ming turned to Janai and asked her to bring him medicine for a headache after, which he suggested that perhaps he had a cold with a tense expression. Lu Ming looked ahead and thought that even his sister didn't know or even wanted to talk about the shadow world, but the meeting wasn't a waste, and at least he got a 4-star card after that. Lu Ming said that his head still hurt after leaving the shadow world and the cat hadn't returned yet. Lu Ming guessed that this meant that the cat didn't have anything in mind, and maybe it was just working with that water core as Lu Ming thought about this. He carefully looked at the card he got from the mine. Soon after, Ling put the card on the card analysis device. A message appeared on the device's screen, warning that there was an energy overload and that he needed to purchase a higher level module to complete the test. Lu Ming looked at this and asked himself, has the limit been exceeded? After that, Lu Ming began to speculate that the average device should be able to read the limit of about 1 million energy. So he guessed that perhaps this card had enough energy for him to train for a long time. And since there was so much energy, he could use the grave. Warrior more often, Lu Ming's mind flashed back to the war god. Thinking about it, he thought that the warrior's combat power was indeed impressive. However, the movement limit was too high. Lu Ming decided to see if he could fix it by continuing to dump cards. After that, Lu Ming turned to Genei again and asked her to bring him the Dark Knight cards, as well as the Ice Sword card and the Fire Sword card. Genei asked him what he was going to do. She then asked him again, doesn't he have a headache the next morning when the bright sunlight illuminated the city? Lu Ming and Jianabai were standing near the Cardmakers Association building. Genei addressed Lu Ming as a master and asked him, is this a new card that he improved overnight? Lu Ming did not answer her and suggested that they go home and eat. He turned around abruptly with a gloomy expression and told her to leave. After that, Gianni asked him, what is the name of this card? Lu Ming, walking away from the huge skull of the god of war, which had a fathom no less huge sword in it, answered, Jen Will. By that, it was a grave warrior who killed himself with a fire sword, after which he told her that she could call it whatever she wanted. Sometime after that, when Lu Ming returned to his shop, he sat at the table with a gloomy and very upset expression on his face, resting his head on his hands and shouting that this was a complete failure, and he could not believe that he had spent so much time working on such nonsense. Lu Ming understood that with his current strength, he would not be able to fight Fan at this moment. Fan, with scratches from the cat left on his face, looked around while standing on the city street. A huge bald man said that his smell ends here. Fans noted that with his injuries, he would not go far, and they would check every house, after which Fan turned around and looked intently towards the road. And pointing his hand towards Fan, suggested starting from that side at this moment. A male figure was walking up the stairs to Lu Ming's store. A customer from this store with a happy expression was walking out of the store. Holding a few cards in his hands, Jian Wei, with a friendly smile on her face, addressed the leaving customer and asked him to come back to them again. Chua, who was entering the store, bumped his shoulder into the customer's shoulder. The customer turned around in annoyance and asked Chusha if he was tired of living. Chusha, with an exhausted expression on his face, mumbled Lu Ming's name and said what he was looking for, but he didn't have time to finish because he fainted right at the shop's entrance. The customer who'd been throwing a fit just moments before now stared in shock at the unconscious Chuxia, then spun around and bolted, yelling that he had nothing to do with it. Seconds later, Lu Ming rushed in and demanded to know what happened. Gianna simply told him the guy showed up and passed out. He just fell, Lu Ming cried out, completely baffled. And you didn't think to say anything? Gianna figured he had only just processed the name she mentioned earlier. Suddenly, Chuxia's eyelids began to flutter. Gianna noticed immediately, telling Lu Ming to look. As his eyes slowly opened, he saw the two of them standing over him. Gianna, putting on a friendly smile, leaned in and asked if he wanted some water, but Chuxia, still dazed, just stared wide-eyed past them. At that moment, he felt a throbbing pain. Both of his cheeks were incredibly swollen and bright red. Clutching his face, he demanded to know what they did to him.
"Everything's fine," Gina said, holding up her index finger innocently. "My teacher just accidentally—" Lu Ming quickly clamped a hand over her mouth, guessing she was about to spill the beans. He improvised, suggesting to Chuxia that he must have hit his face when he collapsed. Then, his expression turned serious. Lu Ming pulled out a photo of himself and his sister, holding it up for the man to see. "Who are you?" he demanded. "And why do you have a picture of my sister?" Sitting up on the bed, Chuxia held out a hand and introduced himself. "My name is Chuxia," he said. "I'm a friend of your sister's. She asked me to give something to you."
Chuxia, Lu Ming repeated to himself, the name sounding vaguely familiar. He tried to recall a phone call he had with his sister while he was on his computer, racking his brain for what she might have said. But the memory was just out of reach. He cursed internally, realizing he'd completely forgotten whatever she told him. Shaking it off, Lu Ming turned back to Chuxia, asking if he was hurt. "Don't even get me started," Chuxia groaned. He explained that he had no idea who attacked him. He'd just arrived in Shinan City when he was ambushed. He was being chased by some guy with a hairstyle shaped like a croissant. Chuxia frowned, complaining that the whole ordeal made him miss an important meeting. Lu Ming, meanwhile, was stuck on the ridiculous detail, a croissant hairstyle. He figured the guy must be starving. How could his sister, Shangsu, be friends with someone this pathetic? Chuxia interrupted his thoughts. "None of that matters," he said, holding up a flash drive. "Just take this." He pushed the drive into Lu Ming's hand. "In 1 month, the Moon Shadow Legacy begins. During this time, each of the 7 Moon Shadow heirs must bring a map creator to break the seal. And your sister," he continued, pointing to the drive, "chose you. These are the study materials she prepared for you." Lu Ming let out a harsh stream of curses, then yelled, "You've got to be kidding me. Does my sister have any clue what level I am?" Chuxia just smiled. He put a reassuring hand on Lu Ming's shoulder and told him not to worry. Looking him in the eye, Chuxia explained that his sister wasn't interested in the inheritance. She just wanted him to get out and see the world. Much later that night, with the moon high in the sky, a sharp knock echoed on the door, and a voice called out, "Is anyone home?" A massive man standing behind the knocker stared at the huge magic stone on his own chest, then pointed toward the shop, grunting that he could sense at least 2 people inside. The man at the door glared and shouted, "Open up!" he yelled again. "I know you're in there." Inside, Lu Ming, Gina, and Chuxia watched the monitor, seeing fans and the giant outside. Lu Ming's face grew tense. "It's that man," he muttered. Chuxia suddenly turned to him, asking why he looked so nervous.
"Why do you think?" Lu Ming shot back. Chuxia explained that the guy with the croissant hair was the one chasing him, and the menacing brute behind him could sense people's presence. With a grim look, he admitted that even though he escaped them earlier, they'd been hunting him relentlessly, and he couldn't endanger them.
Lu Ming's mind raced, connecting the dots: the 4-star hunter, the bounty on a certain someone, and this guy's name, Chuxia. It all slammed into place. He cursed under his breath as he realized this was that Chuxia. He finally understood everything. He swore again. He was in deep trouble. Fan was about to wreck his store, and without his cat, he was powerless. On top of that, this guy was injured, and he refused to drag Gianna into this. At that moment, Gianna turned to Chuxia, telling him he'd only get worse if he left. "I can't stay here," Chuxia insisted. Lu Ming felt a wave of guilt. This was his fault for being so weak. His face darkened as memories from his past life flooded his mind. A man in a business suit screaming, "What value do you have without potential?" Then another sneer. "Do you think this is a charity?" That man's voice ordered him to leave if he knew what was good for him. Then he remembered a girl from his past, apologizing, saying his lack of ambition didn't bother her. Another man's voice mocked him, asking if he could do anything besides write all day. Finally, that man had pointed a finger at him, calling him a loser. The word echoed in his head. Loser. Poor. And now he was messing up his second life. Gianna's voice cut through the darkness. "What's wrong?" she asked, taking his hand with a gentle smile. "I can go talk to them."
After all, she added with a small chuckle, they wouldn't hurt a little girl. As she said this, Chuxia began crawling toward the door, determined not to put them in danger. Lu Ming grabbed him, pulling him back. "Don't make a bigger mess," he ordered. He turned to Gianna. "You stay here and take care of him." He then placed Chuxia back on the bed.
"I'll handle this," Lu Ming said, handing a card to Gianna. "If anything goes wrong, use this." She immediately began studying the card as Lu Ming walked toward the entrance. Gianna called out to him, confused. But Lu Ming kept walking. He pressed forward as Fan continued to pound on the door, shouting for them to come out. "If you don't open this door, don't blame me for what happens next," Fan warned. Just then, Lu Ming, wearing a disguise, opened the door and looked at him questioningly. With a pair of glasses on his face, he apologized, saying, "Sorry, we're closed." Fan looked at him in surprise. "Are you the owner?" he asked. He explained that a thief stole something from him, and he suspected the culprit had run into their store. "Mind if I check?" Fan asked. Lu Ming forced a smile, noting that a thief couldn't possibly hide in a store as tiny as his. But Fan just shoved him aside, retorting, "Looks like there's plenty of space inside to me." As Fan barged into the house, Lu Ming looked on in disbelief, realizing this was straight up breaking and entering. Fan scanned the area, his expression cold and emotionless. Suddenly, he heard a noise. His head snapped to the side with a tense look. "What was that sound?" he demanded. Then, his brow furrowed menacingly as he asked, "Who's on the second floor?" Lu Ming's jaw clenched, a card hidden in his hand, ready to fight. Fan then bellowed,
"Catch the thief!" he roared. But at that exact moment, something shot across the sky toward the city center, causing all of them to turn back in surprise. A sudden, sharp explosion ripped through the city, somewhere in the distance, sending an unbelievably high and wide column of fire and smoke into the air.
The man with the large green magic stone on his neck reported an unusual energy fluctuation. Fan immediately ordered, "Let's go!" And the two of them took off at great speed toward the site of the massive explosion. Lu Ming watched them go, his expression one of pure shock. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth hung slightly agape as he thought to himself that he was incredibly lucky. A moment later, Gianna showed him two cards she was holding between her fingers and proudly said, "See, I'm smart." She then explained how she used a combination of the Little Prince card and the Bull card. The combination created a kind of exploding catapult. She made sure not to disturb anyone, which is why the two men went running in that direction. Lu Ming looked at Gianna, stunned, and asked her, "How did you know the little knight could blow himself up?" Gianna told him she figured it out when he asked her to practice these things. Lu Ming, still in a state of shock, stared at Gianna, thinking that she was an absolute genius. Their conversation was interrupted by Chuxia, who said he didn't want to spoil the mood, but warned that if those men discovered something was wrong, they would come back, and his accomplice would tell him. Lu Ming looked at Chuxia and asked if there was any limit to his pursuer's abilities. Chuxia, referring to the man with the large green magic stone, explained that the guy had beaten him badly and was at least a 4-star, even at full strength. He wouldn't be able to cast a spell across the entire city. This meant that he would be safe as long as he could get out of Xinming City. Lu Ming put a hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression, remarking that if he could just get out of the city, he could avoid being found. A short time later, Lu Ming and Chuxia were walking slowly together. Lu Ming was supporting the wounded Chuya as they made their way through a desolate area, the city glowing behind them from some massive fire. Chuya looked around and asked him just where on earth they were, to which Lu Ming replied that this place, the city outskirts, was completely deserted by nightfall. It was a cemetery, and Lu Ming assured him that their pursuers would never think to search for them here. Peering at him from behind the mask Lu Ming had given him, Chuya offered his sincere thanks, admitting he couldn't believe how considerate Lu Ming had been. Lu Ming just shot him a thumbs up, signaling it was no big deal. But Chuya, clutching a card in his hand, insisted he owed Lu Ming a debt. Since he had nothing else to give, he urged Lu Ming to accept the card. As Lu Ming took it, he noticed it bore the image of some strange item. The object on the card was wreathed in magical energy. Chuya revealed that the card contained the essence of his abilities, a simple power, but the very foundation of his fame. At that very moment, Chuya's form began to waver like a heat haze. Turning to Lu Ming, he mentioned that his sister was always worried sick about him. But now, he figured she worried too much. Because Lu Ming was clearly a good and brave man, he added that they should definitely share a drink sometime. Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise at the praise. Then, as Chuya's body faded to near transparency, he offered one last piece of advice: participate in the Moonshadow trial. Before vanishing into thin air, he shouted that they would absolutely meet again. Lu Ming stood alone in the graveyard, completely stunned, and wondered if he should really do it. A sly grin then spread across his face as he realized the body's previous owner had been incredibly ambitious. He turned his gaze toward the horizon. He focused on the Moonshadow trial, his expression firm as he clenched his fist, declaring that it was waiting for him. The scene shifts to a blood-caked sword pointed at a defeated monster. An old man, surrounded by a mountain of monster corpses, addressed a young man with a longsword as Qianlong. He told him that if he was so insistent on Zhaoqing joining him in the Moonshadow trial, then he had no objections. This was all happening inside a dark cavern littered with the bones and bodies of humans and monsters alike. Standing near a skeleton, still dressed in combat armor, the old man continued speaking. He warned, however, that Qianlong had to understand that this Moonshadow card was his absolute last chance, so he better not blow it. Qianlong clutched the card he had just taken from the skeleton's chest, turned to the elder behind him, and respectfully called him master, telling him not to worry. He stared intently at the card. The item in his hands glowed with a brilliant magical aura as he spoke of what he knew. Some time after this, near the grave of a man named Qianlong, a few young punks were creeping through the cemetery at night. One of them turned to another and demanded to know what was going on. He asked what they were even doing out there in the middle of the night. The guy leading the group casually twirled a knife, calling them morons. He pointed out that even Big Brother couldn't catch this trio, so they had zero chance. Instead, he asked, why not take this opportunity to score some cash for drinks? He suggested buying some illicit goods from a dealer. His friends asked what he was talking about, so the leader, with a confident smirk, explained that in the city, everything is prohibited and hard to get. But out here, it's a piece of cake. Suddenly, the leader's eyes widened as he pointed forward. He jabbed his finger toward a figure in the distance and told his buddy to look. "See, I told you so," he said. The person approaching them was Lu Ming, who seemed equally surprised to see a group of people there. The leader swaggered up to him, noting how late it was and asking if he was out for a walk all by himself. The punk leader, gripping his knife tightly, flashed a wicked smile and asked about the price, demanding to see the goods. Lu Ming's expression became tense. He knew nobody was supposed to be out here at this hour. The leader then thrust his blade forward threateningly. He asked if Lu Ming planned to cooperate, warning that if he didn't, they'd have to take him down. All of a sudden, a sinister voice called out to them. Lu Ming and the thugs froze, their eyes darting around in shocked confusion. The gang leader stammered, asking if it was an ambush. One of his own lackeys cursed at him, telling him to stop playing the fool. The leader ignored him and turned back to Lu Ming, shoving the knife in his face and demanding to know where his accomplice was and to hand over the goods. Lu Ming just stared straight ahead, his brow furrowed in thought. He assessed his opponents 2 3-stars and a couple of 1-stars. He figured this wouldn't be a problem at all. In fact, he thought this was the perfect moment to test out the upgraded version of his grave warrior. He glanced over at Qianlong's grave, clutching the glowing card behind his back. He offered a silent apology to the deceased man. A moment later, Lu Ming flung the card high into the air. It fluttered down and landed right in front of Qianlong's grave, causing a brilliant magical energy to flood the ground. Suddenly, the earth cracked open and a powerful, glowing warrior's hand shot out. The hand grabbed onto a flag as the creature pulled itself from the grave. With a terrifying expression, it spread its massive arms wide and stared down the young bandits. Lu Ming pointed forward and commanded the grave warrior to act. The warrior, however, just hesitated before muttering that it had a headache. Just then, a gigantic sword pierced straight through the grave warrior's skull. Lu Ming, in a state of pure shock, grabbed his head and screamed, "What is happening?" The young bandits, however, were so horrified by the mere sight of the colossal warrior that they immediately started running for their lives. They fled with loud, terrified screams. Lu Ming watched in surprise as they scattered, but he noticed the group's leader was still standing there, shaking, completely unable to move. Foam was bubbling from the guy's mouth, and his face was pale as he looked up in absolute terror. A moment later, the thug collapsed and dropped his knife. Lu Ming was stunned. What? That's all it took, he asked himself. He looked at the unconscious guy and knew he had to get out of there fast before he attracted any more trouble. He turned to Tianlong's tombstone. He thanked him, saying that if he could be resurrected, he would owe him big time. As he walked away, Lu Ming felt a chill run down his spine, feeling like he was being watched. He began to back away from the grave warrior, saying goodbye, when a sudden ominous voice replied, "Okay." The grave warrior turned. It spun around in confusion and saw a long-rotted human body in tattered clothes standing near the tombstone. This zombie rose to its feet with a menacing expression and promised that it would pay him a visit. It was the body from Tianlong's grave, in Jincha City. There was a massive skyscraper known as the Tianjun Building. On the roof, the floor was painted with a huge yin and yang symbol. Standing in one of the circles was Wang Tianjun, and in the other was Wang Xian. Wang Tianjun turned to his son and suggested that was enough for one day. He then asked if he agreed. Wang Xian, his face smeared with blood, confidently shouted that it was not. Wang Tianjun looked at his son and asked how many years it had been since he'd done a full training session, explaining that such sudden and excessive strain is always a burden on the body. Wang Tianjun spread his arms wide and declared that was all for today. Otherwise, his mother would chew him out again. Wang Xian, with a tense look on his face, looked at his father and asked if he was truly such a bad person. Wang Tianjun's eyes widened in surprise. His mouth fell open. Turning to his son, Wang Tianjun held out a hand and told him that it all depended on the definition of bad. In the eyes of many people, he was definitely a bad guy. But, he continued, in the eyes of his father, he paused for a moment before continuing. He said that he wasn't very good, either, with an irritated expression. Wang Tianjun added that he was always out with his friends and getting into trouble. Wang Xian interrupted his father, declaring that he wanted to cultivate their family legacy. Wang Tianjun looked at his son, surprised, and then asked what had happened. As he walked through the front door of his shop, Lu Ming called out that he was back. Zhan Yu met him at the entrance, addressing him as teacher and asking if Uncle Chuya was safe now. Lu Ming walked into his store, put a hand on her shoulder, and told her not to worry, explaining that he was fine. Then Lu Ming, with a friendly smile, looked Zhan Yu right in the eyes and thanked her, telling her he was proud of her, with a warm smile of her own. Zhan Yu told him it was nonsense, but then her expression shifted to one of shock, her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly agape. She was looking at the card that Lu Ming had just pulled out in front of her. Lu Ming explained that Chuya had given it to him as a peculiar reward. He then told her that it was a card with only 1 star, but that Chuya had said it reflected his abilities and was very unusual. After that, Lu Ming went into the back room, with a puzzled look. Wai watched Lu Ming walk away and called out, "Aren't you going to use it?" Waving a hand over his shoulder, he told her he was busy getting ready for the Moonshadow trial, and that she should just hold on to it for now, leaving Ji and I to stare down at the map in her hands, completely baffled. She muttered to herself that this map was something else. Meanwhile, Lu Ming sat in his room by the open window, plugging a flash drive into the port on his computer tower. A moment later, his monitor lit up with a flood of different folders, making him gasp in astonishment at just how much data there was. Staring intently at the screen, Lu Ming thought to himself that his sister was really asking a lot of him. His eyes then widened in surprise as he spotted folders labeled Types of People and Prohibitions. The word prohibitions made him pause. He recalled both Fan Yutong, the guy he killed back in the mine, and that mysterious woman from the Shadow World mentioning the same thing. Lu Ming sank into thought, realizing that a ban was a type of restrictive ability. Originally, it was just an elementalist skill that used energy to create a limiting effect. But since purely energy-based bans weren't enough, people started trying to evolve them, applying these restrictive seals to everything from stones and people to all kinds of weaponry. Lu Ming also knew there were all sorts of legends about it. Some stories even claimed that cultivators who seemed invisible in their own rooms had actually placed a special kind of ban on themselves. Suddenly, Jianbai's loud voice shattered his concentration, making him snap his eyes open in shock. She told him this card was far from ordinary. Lu Ming turned to face Jianbai as she entered his room, telling her that's what he was just about to say. After she handed the card back to him, he added that he wanted to take another look. Examining the card he'd taken from her, Lu Ming speculated that this Cho Shout card might be directly connected to the taboos he'd been researching. He suddenly remembered he was a special elementalist, and his unique power was taboos. Ji and I practically yelled at him to try merging the card with his own, insisting she could feel it was no ordinary 1-star card. Lu Ming just stared at her in shock, holding a card in each hand. He hesitantly asked, "Merge them?" Jianai nodded eagerly, telling him to just give it a shot. As Lu Ming started the process, he stared in awe as a powerful, bright green magical energy began to form between his open palms. He couldn't help but shout in surprise. "What is this green light?" he exclaimed. Jianai remarked on how beautiful and intensely green it was, then asked him why it glowed so differently from the light produced when she created her cards. With a stunned expression, Lu Ming watched the fusion happening and realized he had seen this before.
It was on a tech forum. The green glow meant a glitch, or rather, a unique evolution. Memories of progressive abilities flashed through his mind, like the energy armor Fanze wore, which Duan and Fu Shuming had created. Lu Ming understood now that the armor was actually an upgraded, reinforced version of a standard energy bill.
Then, Sia's words came back to him. He remembered how the guy had practically spelled out that this card was special, and he'd just brushed it off. Lu Ming cursed himself internally, a miserable look on his face, as it hit him that Jianai had figured it out instantly. Jianai, seeing his expression, looked at him in surprise and asked if he shouldn't be happy about this. With tears welling up in his eyes, Lu Ming turned to her, gave a big thumbs up, and choked out that these were tears of joy. After he finally composed himself, he studied the card in his hands with a thoughtful gaze. He mused that, no matter what, this advanced ability was a metamorphosis of a basic one, meaning it was a full step above his current level. Lu Ming then reasoned that, theoretically, a 1-star cultivator with a progression card could probably go toe-to-toe with a 2-star warrior. These advanced cards were leagues more powerful than regular ones, even stronger than cards with a higher star rating. As he examined it, he noticed it wasn't just about raw power, it also had incredibly low energy consumption. Jian Yui asked him what the card was actually for. Lu Ming told her that was something he still needed to figure out. Just then, the rotted Tianlong crept up to the window where Lu Ming and Jianai were watching the news. The report was about a famous thief known as Chu Xia, or Cloud Scout, who had recently been apprehended. Jianai gasped, wondering how he got caught. The newscaster explained that the former practitioner from Chuxin City was arrested after insisting on using his cards for 16 hours straight, which led him to discover a series of new elementary card abilities. Suddenly, the window flew open. 2 menacing paws appeared right behind Lu Ming. He whipped around, his expression tense as he looked up just as Tianlong leaped in from the street. Lu Ming's first thought was that they were back for more. He stood up decisively, placing a hand on Jian Yui's shoulder. "Don't come out," he told her, explaining he would go open the door. Jianbai simply nodded, staying behind as Lu Ming stepped out with a grim look on his face. Jianai then yelled after him not to hide, before turning to Tianlong to demand what he was doing here.
Standing in the shop's doorway was Xiaopeng, who greeted the protagonist with a huge grin. "Long time no see," he boomed. "Did you miss me?" Lu Ming stared at him, surprised, and asked what he was doing here so late.
They stood there talking in the doorway. "Right to business," Xiaopeng replied. "I've got something big for you." He raised a finger with a smirk, continuing. "And don't even try to lie. I know you cleared that quest on the plains. Heck, you even saved Xiaoyu's life." An image of himself standing heroically atop a massive defeated beast flashed through his mind. Xiaopeng then turned to the protagonist, beaming with excitement, and declared that this day had been truly incredible. He added that he was just a little overweight. "If I wasn't fat, I'd be completely unstoppable." Lu Ming shot back with an annoyed tone that he really didn't need to hear all this. And if there wasn't anything important, he should just go home. Lu Ming added that he didn't have time for this. He still had to study the taboo system. He started to turn back inside, but Xiaopeng followed him, looking confused. "Taboos?" he asked. "You're not making cards anymore. Why would you work on taboos?" Lu Ming told him he was being way too nosy, explaining that the moon shadow test was in just a few days. "I don't want to hold my sister back," the protagonist explained. Surprised, Xiaopeng repeated, "The moon shadow legacy," before adding that he'd head home then, praising the protagonist for his dedication. Lu Ming then turned back, asking if he knew any resources for learning about taboos.
Xiaopeng let out a hearty laugh and declared that Lu Ming had come to the right guy. He then dramatically tossed a huge stack of flyers into the air, much to the protagonist's shock. Lu Ming crouched down in disbelief, starting to gather them from the floor and demanding to know what all this was. Xiaopeng explained that these were the top 100 educational and training institutions on the Qiming city list. He claimed they were absolute professionals and the go-to experts for anyone wanting to learn about taboos. For the right price, he said, anyone could be guaranteed a swim in an ocean of knowledge.
"So, what do you think?" Xiaopeng asked. He also pointed out a recommended course that cost only 999,000. Lu Ming scanned one of the flyers carefully before pointing to one and saying, "This one's the cheapest." Xiaopeng then asked if Lu Ming was going to pay him for the tip.
"Not a chance," the protagonist retorted. Lu Ming went back to his room, telling Yui that everything was fine. He walked over to his desk while she, sitting on the bed, asked her teacher who was at the door. Lu Ming explained it was just Xiaopeng, who had shown him a few places to study the taboo system.
I'm planning to go check it out tomorrow, so I need to get to bed early, he said. Yui then asked with a smile, what about that map you were holding? Lu Ming told her he didn't think he'd need it anymore and that she could just have it. Yui then wished the protagonist a good night. As she headed for the door, Lu Ming settled into his chair. But just as she reached the exit, Yui stopped and called out to him. Lu Ming asked what was wrong. She told him a man had just been there, claiming to be his brother. His name was Tiandu, and he was asking when Lu Ming would pay him back. Yui then added with a chilling smile, he's waiting for you right outside the window. Lu Ming's body went rigid as he sensed an unsettling presence. Meanwhile, just outside, the half-dead figure of the man leaned against the glass, watching him. The protagonist slowly raised his head and let out a scream. He suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, vowing to the entire class that he would repay a debt of 13 million. It took him a moment to realize he wasn't at home. He was standing by his desk, with every student and the teacher staring at him. The instructor adjusted his glasses, remarking that Lu Ming didn't seem to be doing so well. Good shape, and pointed out that he'd been asleep for a solid half hour. Lu Ming glanced out the window, stunned. As the reality hit him, it was all just a nightmare. The dream had scared him half to death, but he brushed it off as exhaustion from studying all the taboos. He couldn't believe he'd paid for such a dreadful taboo course. He felt he'd already absorbed everything the teacher had covered about the fundamentals of card taboo spells, bound to a card to create a specific outcome. There are only two methods to shatter a card taboo, either through sheer brute force, if you're powerful enough, or by painstakingly memorizing the taboo's formulas and algorithms, layer by intricate layer. Prior to this, Lu Ming had been analyzing a 4-star card from the Fong family. He had created a new vortex card by combining the vortex charge pattern from the original with a lightning card, effectively synthesizing a nullification card. This new creation could absorb the energy from any taboo ranked 2 stars or lower, making it simple to dispel their seals. Lu Ming let out a deep sigh. It was a shame the nullification card was useless against anything stronger. Still, he was determined to master this lesson. Raising his hand, Lu Ming announced that he understood everything the teacher had explained, and then boldly asked how to actually remove the ban. This caught the teacher's attention. He adjusted his glasses again, a smirk playing on his lips, thinking this student was rather amusing. Let me open your eyes for you, the teacher said, walking closer and placing a hand on our hero's shoulder. Lu Ming's eyes shot wide open as streams of binary code, full of repeating values, flooded his vision. The very space around him seemed to expand as the teacher began to explain that a card ban isn't an energy seal, but an integral part of the card's pattern itself. To break it, one must complete the pattern in a process known as fully equipped. The teacher stated this was the most fundamental method for removing a ban, then asked, "Is that clear?" Lu Ming looked at the system unfolding before him in awe, declaring that he understood and that it was absolutely incredible. The teacher let out a hearty chuckle. Back in reality, Lu Ming muttered that something felt strange, wondering why he could suddenly perceive all the lines on the card with such clarity. The teacher walked forward, revealing that this was his own unique power, a skill called the Eye of Insight. Raising his hand, the instructor explained that this ability granted him superior perception and focus on energy. He told Lu Ming that to master this, he must become an expert in the algorithms of both cards and their bans, in order to achieve the fully armed state. He also advised Lu Ming not to be hasty, as he'd only been studying for a short while. The basics are right there on your desk, he said. Figure it out on your own. With that, he announced the end of the lesson. In front of our protagonist lay a paper, detailing the key points from the lecture, while he continued to meticulously inspect the card in his hands. A new idea sparked in Lu Ming's mind if that was the case. The third step was the crucial one. Combining the nullification card with the main card was like severing its energy supply directly. That could only mean one thing if he could pair his newfound Eye of Insight with the nullification card's power. It would be more than enough to dismantle any prohibition that stood in his way.